Trail. That get your attention, bub? Fuck yeah, it did, you little shit. Oh, there goes the monetization again. Not been monetized since the streamer highlights anyway, so fuck it. Check out my Patreon if you want to support a lizard. It helps. Please. Anyway, seriously guys, I'm not even leaving. I mean it. Let me give you 10 reasons. Shit. Wait, I don't have time for 10. Let me change that. Budget cuts. I hope you understand. Why I'm going to get Twitter canceled by the Final Fantasy community after this video. Let's say it's 10 for fucking clickbait. Don't worry, this ain't gonna be another lazy peon video. I mean, I'm an active player and have been for 11 years. I want to make clear that this isn't a review. This is just me word vomiting my opinion about the game, so it might be disjointed and all over the place. Anyway, when Dawn Trail merrily skipped towards us like a drunk Lord of the Rings extra, I think I can speak for most of us, that we were excited about the fact we wouldn't have the usual depressing story, and we'd be going on some sort of a holiday adventure. But quickly, many realized it was like a Ryanair package deal holiday coupon that you got off a cereal box. Well, I do think it's interesting to look at the things that really fell flat. I'm talking about flatter than the average Final Fantasy player IQ. Anyway, give me a chance before your pantaloons get twisted. But yes, let's start out with the things this expansion did right before we dive in balls deep. Okay, let's start this shit. Dawn Trail. It reminds me of that picture of that horse. You know the one? You know the one people used for Game of Thrones Season 8? Jerry, pull up that picture of the
classes in Final Fantasy are easy to play. Exactly like people wanted it.
new segment, Jerry Switch It. We'll get round to that in a bit. Let's talk about the thing that usually attracts new players and hopefully bring returning players back to the game. The graphics. I'll be quick with this one, as sadly there really isn't much to talk about here. My actual reaction to the graphics update. Okay. I mean, if you were hoping for me to have that reaction the guy had to the trailer of Star Wars, think again, motherfucker! The difference was barely noticeable. Whilst I don't think it's a bad thing to have a minimal upgrade, I do think it is extremely telling about the developer's vision going forward. It comes across to me that the developers are painfully afraid to change things. I think that could be because this game might be their cash cow. Just look at the crummy website we had for years until Asmongold complained about it. I mean, it's why we're probably still after 11 years stuck with the Scions of the 7th fricking Dawn. Can we please kill them off already? Jesus. But yeah, if Square Enix wanted to really draw people to the game, this was the opportunity they had to wow people. The trailer for Shadowbringers and Endwalker compared to Dawn Trail were epic and badass, whereas Dawn Trails comes across as cheesy in my opinion. I can't imagine it would get people hyped to return. I mean, remember Shadowbringers? At the end of the trailer, that moment gave me fucking goosebumps, literally. Back to the graphics upgrade. Anyway, in my opinion, still looks like a PS3 game. I do have a lot of concern because Yoshi P said that this upgrade is supposed to last us for another 10 years. Jesus. I mean... My fucking guy, it's only just released and it looks 10 years out of date! I think it's because of an art style issue. What do you guys think? Do you think they did a good job? Or do you think they could have done more? Anyway, let's be real. Final Fantasy XIV has always shined at its endgame content with raids, alliance raids, housing, dungeons, and G-pose. But let's be real, most of the player base are filthy casuals just like me. Yeah, I'm talking to you watching this right now. Baka. So if you're like me, you're likely to try out the alliance raids and the normal raids. And maybe some savage if brave enough. So how do they fare? Sadly, the Alliance raid is not yet released, so I can't talk about that. Funnily, it has just been announced as the making of this video to come out in November. About fucking time. Although Echoes of Vana'diel, as it's called, is said to be based upon Final Fantasy XI Online, which for those of you unaware was the previous MMO which originally released in 2002 on PlayStation 2 and PC. I think it should be an interesting crossover. For me personally, I tried to play Final Fantasy XI back in the day, but I couldn't get past their god-awful website. What the fuck is this shit? And couldn't figure out how to log in. It's fucking awful. However, for the time being, we do have the Arcadian. Spoiler, by the way, which is a surprising change for the Raid series. Set in Solution 9, a futuristic location which appears at the latter half of this expansion, is filled with a cyberpunk aesthetic and probably one of the coolest areas we have had in this game. It certainly has attracted interesting crowds. What the actual fuck? Anyways, the Raid series enters you into gladiatorial style battles against 3 champions each with different personalities, combat styles, and awesome soundtracks. It's fucking nuts, I tell you. I mean, listen to this. Soaking. Must be soaking wet after that one. Oh Jesus, shut the fuck up, Lulu. Anyway, they really went all out here, and let's be honest, the Raid Encounter team never really disappoints, to be fair. Well, I do wonder how they'll expand on this series into the future. We'll see, I guess. Stick around because shit is going to get real now. Spriggy. I'm trying to fucking record here. Ugh, pets, am I right? The needy little shit. Anyway, don't be a bitch, lasagna. If you like Bob's or Vagana, subscribe and drop a fucking like. Otherwise, I'll expose your internet history to your mom.
Do it.
Rule 34. Interesting. Let's be real.
Not on my
Most of
internet
us have
search.
searched, God damn it, I'm an incel. Fuck it. Anyway, the moment you've all been waiting for me to cover, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. The story's bad. Not just, it's a little boring. No, it has less substance than a plastic bag. I need help with this. One moment. Gura! Unleash the reviews! Let's talk talk about the raging wail of an elephant in the room. Wook la fucking mao.
Jesus! You can't be popping up on me like that. You do that too much.
Hold up. Some of you just suspend your weird-ass furry fetish for a moment. I've seen your creepy simp pictures on Twitter. Jesus, help me with this one.
Yeah.
Where do I start? Some people love her, some too much, and others hate her.
Yep.
Well, I don't give a rat's ass about
Third
her.
category.
She's fucking annoying and incompetent.
Yes.
Anyway, where to begin? Wook Lamont was introduced to us out of nowhere in the last patch of Endwalker. After helping her defeat a boss, we did all the fucking work, by the way, which is a trend you'll see in Dawn Trail. After that, she demands you help her out. So basically, she really doesn't have a good first impression. Let me ask you, would you go and help out a random stranger, go to their country and try and help them win a throne? After knowing them for 5 fucking minutes? I'd personally tell them to eat my ass. It sounds like one of those Nigerian prince money scams. Let's be real. Now, I see people saying that, oh, you're just complaining that you're not the main character in this story, or you just dislike that the voice actor is trans. I swear these fucking people. I'd say, well, you can still write a good story and not be the main character. A good recent example is World of Warcraft's latest expansion, The War Within. You are not the main character, but merely a spectator, an assistant to main NPCs. You journey around the world, naturally getting involved with different cultures, aiding.
Then again, you always have a bit more of that because everyone would just be like, champion, do this, champion, do that.
It's really well done, and this expansion has been received exceptionally well.
Yeah, I just.
Good. Alright, something non-WoW players can relate to. How about Final Fantasy X? You're the bodyguard to the main character, and that game is critically acclaimed. I'm sure you guys can think of even better examples though, but wait, how about this flying out? What Wook Lamont feels like is a gold mercy main in Overwatch who's been boosted to top 500 by their dubious synth, and then proceeds to shout out new people about how they did it, with love and peace. On top of that, tries to offer coaching to other top 500s about how to play the game. I seriously just fucking can't with this character. I can see that there are shonen tropes here, with some direct comparisons to Naruto.
Yes.
Now, I do love an underdog story, but at least Naruto knew everyone in his village, and his village knew him. He earned their love and support from training
Yeah,
hard
we'll come out
and
doesn't
at
have
least
that.
having a training montage. Ciao tomate. I'm not done yet. Wook Lamont doesn't even know basic greetings from traders from a local village, or different races who visit the main city. She simply does not deserve to be a ruler of these people. I don't think it's the character's fault, but the writing. The writing is just plain, straight up boring, paired with the fact you often find yourself doing fetch quests and speaking to Wook Lamont. It's quite funny. I posted this in frustration on Twitter whilst playing through the campaign. Are you for fucking real? Let me fight something! The reason being, I found that I was just walking from cutscene to cutscene, and the only quests I was getting were speak to Wook Lamont, speak to Wook Lamont, speak to Wook Lamont, speak to Wook La fucking Matt. Ah, fuck this. I was losing my mind, I tell you. We do, however, see the scions popping up from time to time, and I have to admit, I wished I could leave and go with them instead. Especially Estinian, who appears to be having a fucking whale of a time.
Yeah,
It is
especially
an
does
absolute
something.
shame that the scions have been reduced to nothing but set dressings to this story. Oh, I just remembered that there comes a point where things appear to be wrapping
Yeah,
up
when,
story-wise. Wook Lamont finally gets the throne with Kawana.
Oh, it's because I don't have a full screen on.
And out of nowhere, like an unwelcome fart in an elevator, they throw in the old cliche, oh, you thought it was the end, but no, we have another new area with the real villain to show you. And guess fucking what? It was Darth Jar Jar Binks all along, who summoned a secret empire with Sphene, a rehashed budget Emet-Selk, just minus the charisma. It was at that point I was so hard because I just wanted the story to be over. Luckily, the best part of the story was the end part where things finally picked up and there was a cool
She didn't get enough time, to be honest.
Wait, my joy was about to get fucking shattered with concern. Darth Jar Jar Binks somehow had a child with no mother in sight. It was like a plotline lifted from Star Wars, if you ask me. I can't be the only one that prayed Sphene wasn't the mother. I swear I felt relief learning she was a robot. I mean, shit. They really had me for a moment there. I'm not sure if I'm alone here, but a lot of the story felt really forced and predictable. They really forced the character of Wooklamat to be the hero. Even weird things like Ishtola contacting Wooklamat over us to give us a message despite Ishtola not even knowing Wooklamat. It should have been me, not her! So many times during the expansion my immersion broke because of these strange occurrences that it was straight up bizarre. At the end of it, I was glad it was finally over. It felt kind of empty. Oh yeah, before I forget. When that gospel music appeared earlier for the first time during the expansion, it completely took me out of the game with a confused...
What the fuck? What? Look at that.
Anyway, where was I? Ah yes. If we go back to the comparison to Naruto that is often brought up, it feels like one of those filler arcs where Naruto goes on a small adventure outside the main narrative but has zero impact on the main story. It feels exactly the same, it just didn't have any real impact. No world-changing moments that permanently shape the world going forward. I just honestly can't see where the story's going to go from here. It was supposed to be the start of a new chapter, but sadly it comes off, like I said earlier, like an intermission to something better. So to answer the question,
I hope it's an
is this
intermission.
expansion good? It really depends what you play the expansion and patches for. If you are one of those players who plays strictly only for the story content and enjoys waiting for your package from Temu from China to arrive in real time, then this might be your form of torture. I mean, you might like it. The story for me was a 3 out of 10. I know many will disagree. It felt like this expansion was rushed and cheap.
I don't disagree.
Felt very subpar,
2-3 out of
especially
10
the
is
main
perfect
hero,
score for
who had the
Dawntrail.
emotional range of a deflated whoopee cushion.
Sting, listen to me.
Prompting me for the first time in 11 years playing this game to switch to Japanese, which was immediately better. But hey, I'm just one person, and it's my opinion. The game has been losing fans quicker than Mambo No. 5's music career, which has been noticed by many big Final Fantasy content creators, especially with interest in the game. I wonder if they will go balls deep and stick with it, or do a 180 and mix things up. We shall see. Well, that wasn't too bad now, was it? Regarding the player base dropping off, I'll be diving into answering this question in my next video, so please look forward to that. As it's really interesting, it's not as simple as Dawntrail bad. I do think the developers need to mix things up a little. I believe they need to go back a little to their original vision. Not to be afraid to make big, bold changes to keep things fresh and alive. I'm not talking about a new character and a new location. We get that every expansion. I'm talking about the same boldness they had when they blew up the planet with the calamity, wiped everyone's memories, and started again. Anyway, I best close this video out, otherwise I'll be banging on for fucking years. If you enjoyed the video, do drop a like, it does help, and if you didn't, well, I don't give a shit. I hope a random bird drops a drive-by turd bomb on your head. Now get the fuck out of here.
It's not too bad, but I definitely agree with 3 out of 10 for the story. And her reasoning why also makes sense. It feels rushed, it feels like too compact. Things don't have time to breathe or even like any kind of character progression, because that doesn't exist, so yeah. And if it is better just because it has Japanese voice actors, then yes, you might have to change voice actors as well. Or keep the character out of the story, like for Emmerich. I want Emmerich back. I like Emmerich more than Wooklamat, so can we get Emmerich back, please? Yeah, I know I had a lightning on me, but feathers as well had lightning on it, so. I said it's a 0. version. Unlock the trial. I did good. Still 2 hours to go.
Sundays, you're the only thing I know.
This is called America's Warhorse Breed Sergeant Reckless.
What if I told you that if it were not for the actions of a single beer-drinking horse over the course of 48 hours, South Korea as we know it today would probably not exist? Today we're talking about the greatest war horse of all time, the highest-ranking animal in Marine Corps history, and the hero of Outpost Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, Sergeant Reckless.
Oh, nice to meet you, sir. Salute.
He actually has the rank.
Salute to the horse.
This is the funniest shit to me.
It's a pretty cool
Alright,
battle
before we get
name.
too far in this video, we do have a sponsor for a couple of reasons. One, I got bills, just gonna be honest with you. Two, I gotta pay the editor. And three, in the case of this particular video, back in the day, it used to be a rule that whenever Sergeant Reckless did any type of publicity, whoever did it had to make a $1,000 donation to a Marine Corps charity, and I am going to honor that since I'm making
Aw,
this
that's
video
really
about it.
nice.
That being said, this video is brought from Finland, so if I hop up
Would like, I mean, I guess it makes sense.
nothing about the Korean War, and it's kind of important for context. So, we're going to do a real quick and dirty oversimplification of the entire thing. Super casual, 60
History
seconds. We're
speed
gonna
run.
learn more
History
about the Korean
speed
War
run.
than most people do in their entire K through 12 education. Go ahead and start the timer. Here we go. July 25th, 1950. Communist North Korea, backed by Communist China and the Soviet Union, decides that they are going to attack South Korea and try to take over the entire peninsula. Over the course of the next 5 to 6 weeks, they would almost accomplish their goal, beating the South Korean military all the way to the base of the peninsula, and it is not looking good. But luckily, NATO shows up at the last minute to save the day. The NATO forces are like 90% American, but there's also some British, some Canadian, some Australian, and like 12 other countries on top of that. And they have a huge amphibious landing in Incheon, and they proceed to turn the tables on the North Koreans entirely, beating them all the way back into North Korea, and then they continue to advance, beating them all the way up the peninsula and almost to the border of China. So now the Chinese government's kind of shitting their pants because NATO's like 30 miles off their border, and they can't have NATO coming up in their territory with their democracy and their human rights and their food. They've got to do something about this. So China comes out of left field with their big-ass military, joins the fight, takes NATO completely by surprise, beats them all the way back down the peninsula to pretty much the original North and South Korean border, and this is where our story begins. I'm not trying to brag, but that was under 60 seconds, and I got to...
They went to China and they cannot have NATO come in with their democracy and their food and their human rights. This man's talking sometimes is just peak to me. But it's also true. Alright. A cabin attendant. All I ask for is that she doesn't actually, since people keep telling me it is better. We'll have to check this. Nah. Damn, if only I knew how. Sad moment. Yeah, I might keep it if I can. If I find how to change it, I'll probably keep it on Japanese. I mean, it's not like anything you have to control Up until here I was fine. Was it in system settings? This configuration, other thing, other settings, and then it goes like language settings. Oh, there we go. And you people just let me sleep for one night. I can actually stomach this voice. No offense, I heard 3 sentences and I'm in. So I can stomach this voice. 3 words. I'm already more interested in Wuklamat than I was with their English voice. Yep, this is... For one, not for one, but for once again I will say the Japanese did it right. Actually, I am curious now. But that is not what I got.
Is this a written reality? She lost control of the power? Then I do no other way to real you. 心が機械じゃない。お前の心と向き合いてえんだ。スフェン。なんだ。空間に亀裂が。力が暴走してるのか。Sting, listen to me. スフェン。私の声を聞け。
Yeah, sorry, Japanese did it way better. There is no contest there, the Japanese voice acting is a lot better than the English one. I just seen the voice comparisons of it and Jesus, is it astronomical. Just from 3 sentences, I swear to God, I already I like Wuklaman already a lot more just because it's Japanese. I'm not gonna go through all of it again because it's just hours and hours of content at this point, so sorry. But yeah, just listen to a voice comparison between Japanese and English, especially in the last fight, and oh boy. Yeah, actually I could use that to shoot somewhere. To hammer my own point home. Right.
Lord of the Rings reference in there. I'm having a really good.
I'll probably continue.
Day.
Yeah,
Okay,
it was
now
pretty
we're on the same
impressive.
page, October 1952. Here's
I'm
what
still
the front line
following.
looks like. Each one of those triangles represents a hill, and on top of those hills is a bunch of NATO troops. Basically, at this point in time, NATO is now just trying to hold this line long enough to force the communists to sign a peace treaty and preserve South Korea. Because,
Got it,
as
got
it
it.
turns out, this long string of hills is almost the exact same border that South Korea was before. So, if they can utilize these hills to hold the high ground, maybe they can get this accomplished. Why do they want to hold the high ground? Well, because the high ground's awesome, isn't it, Anna?
Yeah,
Yeah, anyways, if I could bring your attention to the
high ground good. That's why. You know, high ground good. High ground
agree.
better than low ground, so they want it, right?
Alright.
this triangle on the left where it says the Nevada cities. That is not actually one hill, but three smaller hills in a close triangular formation, commonly referred to as the Iron Triangle. Each one of these hills is named after one of the three Nevada gambling cities, Reno, Carson, and Vegas. The reason that NATO named them after the Nevada gambling cities is because it is a gamble as to whether or not the Marine Corps is going to be able to hold that position. Because if Chinese Communist forces are going to try to break through this line, it's probably going to be right there at the Nevada cities, because then they will have a direct path to the capital of Seoul, and if they're able to capture Seoul, it'll be absolutely devastating to NATO's ability to negotiate a peace treaty. So the United States
Got it,
Marine
got it.
Corps absolutely has to hold this position, and most importantly, they have to hold Outpost Vegas because it is the highest of the three hills, and if they lose Vegas, they are almost guaranteed to lose the other two. All right, so here's
They gotta hold the first one because otherwise their cheeks are gonna get clapped and they're not gonna have the rest of them.
Correct.
the plan. Each one of these hills is going to have 4
Got it.
Marines and 2 Navy corpsmen on top. These hills are so steep that the only way to get up there is by foot. They're like a 45-degree angle all the way up. So, the
Oh,
Marines
boy.
aren't able to get trucks up there. They're not able to get tanks up there.
That's pretty
The only
steep.
thing they can get up there is barbed wire, shovels for digging trenches, guns, and 75mm recoilless rifles. These recoilless rifles were pretty much going to be the Marines' only chance of defending themselves if
So anytime you go up this hill, it's leg day for you, huh? You guys gotta have strong legs. You
Yeah.
gotta have your leg game strong
have to
if
get
you
up
wanna,
this
if you wanna
hill
make it up these
every
steep
few hours.
hills.
if they do get attacked. The problem with it is, though,
Leg
since you
day
can't
turns
get a
to leg
truck up
week.
on this hill, now the Marines have to carry all the ammunition up themselves, and each shell weighs approximately 24 pounds. So because carrying these shells up this enormous hill 1 or 2 at a time absolutely sucks, the Marines get permission to buy a horse or a mule or a donkey or something. So they go down to Seoul and they start looking. And obviously, the first place they choose to investigate is the horse race track at Seoul. Is there probably...
Oh, nice. So yeah, they already have it hard enough with leg day turning into leg week. Now they also need to carry it super heavy stuff. That sounds like a bad idea. Sounds like it's gonna be a skill issue, so now they need horses. Got it?
Probably going to be a pack animal at a racetrack for sale? No, probably not, because that's racehorses, and racehorses don't make good pack animals. But that is the one place that's going to have alcohol and gambling, so you best believe that's where the Marines are going to check first. But as fate would have it, they would meet up with a horse trainer and jockey by the name of Kim Hook Moon, who would be
It
with...
sounds like a good excuse though, doesn't it? Like, oh yeah, we're looking for horses there because you know it's a horse track. Definitely not there for the gambling or the alcohol. Only business.
to reluctantly sell his horse, Chim Hai, which translates to flame in the morning. He
That
absolutely
sounds
did not want to sell
epic.
his horse. He just...
He named his horse Flame in the Morning.
Not
So
Shanghai.
I should have thought of that name. What a title.
described as the most beautiful and intelligent horse on the planet, but he did it for $250 because he had to buy his sister a prosthetic leg. I believe her name was Peggy, or was it Eileen? Anyways, the Marines buy this horse, they throw her in a trailer, they take her back to camp. From there, she immediately goes into what the Marines call hoof camp. Get it? Hoof camp, boot camp. That's funny. Moving on. The first thing they do is try to get the horse acclimated to battle by firing the recoilless rifle near her. And the first time they fired this rifle, this horse jumped 4 feet straight into the air and freaked the fuck out. Then they...
Oh, poor horsey! Poor horsey! Look at the eyeballs. They're like, they fired it right next to her. Like, look at this. They're so close. Can we at least give the horse, like, earplugs?
calmed her down, they fired it again. Still scared out of her
I don't
mind.
know,
And they
actually has a
fired it
nice
again
voice
and again.
to it.
And by the 8th time they fired it, she was completely calm, and a recoilless
Really?
rifle never scared her ever again. From there,
What the heck? This horse is built different. I shouldn't have doubted them. Their name is Flame in the Morning. They're built different.
And they taught her how to
They're
survive.
epic.
She learned how to avoid barbed wire. She learned not to get too close to the back end of the recoilless rifles because the blowback could hurt her. She learned that whenever a Marine yelled incoming, she needed to run to a nearby bunker, or if she wasn't near a bunker, she learned how to lay down. After she
Bro, she's smarter than most humans. What the heck?
completed her training, the Marines ordered her a special saddle to be made and shipped
Alright.
all the way from
You're
America
right.
that would allow her to carry a
You're
bunch of
right,
recoilless rifle rounds. Until then, though, she began helping the Marines any way she could, mainly by helping string communications cable between the different outposts
Oh,
and the ammunition
cool.
point. And she could string more cable than 10 men combined. At this point, the
That's
Marines
cool.
really started to like this horse, so they decided they were going to give her a new name. Reckless, named after the
Yeah.
recoilless rifles, which were commonly referred to as reckless rifles. And from that
Aw,
point on,
that's
she became
cute.
another one of the guys, and that's exactly how the Marines started treating her.
She's one of the bros.
She's a bra.
It's official, child. She's one of the bros.
began eating whatever the Marines were eating. She loved bacon and eggs. She loved beer. And apparently, if you were ever having mixed drinks, Reckless would walk up to you, nudge you with her head, and stick out her lower lip, and let you mix a mixed drink directly into her mouth. Then
Oh my
her special saddle shows up, and she starts kicking ass on the battlefield. She delivers 6 rounds at a time, and she can make a trip from the ammo point to the firing position twice as fast as any man can. And
She's gonna put all of the other men out of business. They gotta look out for their jobs. They're gonna get replaced by horses, man.
only carrying 2 rounds. She delivers so much ammo that over the course of a couple battles, the Chinese actually start to target Reckless. And this ends up being a horrific mistake because the millisecond that Marine Corps leadership figures out that they're trying to target Reckless, they flip the script, turn around to the Marines, and they're like, boys, they're trying to kill Reckless so they can eat her because they're starving communists. At which point, all the Marines responded with, okay, the Marines are
She's not just one of the boys.
You do not touch
She's
that
better
horse.
than most of the boys at their own jobs, alright?
You do not
She's a
touch
horse bossing.
the horse.
absolutely furious. This is worse than fucking with Doc. We've got multiple Docs. We've only got one Reckless. We can't allow this to happen. And the Marines begin fighting that much harder. And they have more ammo to fight even harder with because Reckless is right there with them, bearing ammo the entire time. From
They have the horse buff, Chad. They got that horse buff.
this point on, they begin dominating every
Okay.
skirmish that they take part in. At one point, they're working adjacent to the Australian military, and the Australians are so blown away by Reckless that they come up to meet her after the skirmish, and they actually give her one of their campaign hats as a reward for being such a badass on the battlefield.
They're like, hold up. I know we're having a skirmish and stuff, but that's a cute horse. Can I give it a hat? I know we got our disagreements. Can we set those aside for a minute after this and can I just
I just pat the
can I pet
horse.
that horse? Can I give her a hat?
Reckless and the Marines fight and hold the line for the next 5 months, and by March of 1953, peace talks between North and South Korea are well underway, and it's beginning to finally look like this war might come to a peaceful resolution. But on March 26th, Chinese forces would launch a major offensive trying to break through the line at the Nevada cities with 4,000 men. For the next
Wow.
4 days, the Marine Corps and the Chinese fight over these hills. The Chinese take the hill, the Marines take it back. The Chinese take the hill, the Marines take it back. Eventually,
Oh boy,
it got
oh
to the
boy.
point where nobody could hold the top of the hill, and you just had the Chinese on one slope of the hill and the Marines on the other. They said that
So nobody's got the high ground.
was so much artillery flying in both directions for the entirety of 4 days that the sound of individual explosions gave way to what seemed like a constant and consistent roar. For 4
boy.
days, they were completely unable to verbally communicate, and they could only talk to each other via hand signals. And
So they're at a stalemate. Ooh, for 4 days? Oh my god.
because of all this noise, the Marine Corps forward observers weren't able to effectively communicate with the Marine Corps artillery and mortars, meaning that the artillery and mortars were just firing blindly into the general vicinity of where the enemy should be.
That's
Meaning
no
that the
good.
only effective fire the Marine Corps has in this fight is coming from the recoilless rifles because they don't require a forward observer and they don't require communication. The men with the recoilless rifles are the ones spotting the enemy and firing the gun. The recoilless rifles are now the key to winning this battle, and they absolutely have to stay up and running, and they have to get this ammunition
oh boy.
up to these hills to fight back. The problem is the ammo point is 750 yards away from the firing position
Oh my
on a
God.
45-degree angle hill that is constantly being pounded with enemy artillery fire while it's also covered with smoke and white phosphorus.
Oh my
But that doesn't change the
God.
fact that the ammunition has to get there, so they load 8 rounds.
That is a steep hill. That is a lot.
It's into Reckless's pack, and they send her up the hill. And the men at the ammunition.
But they have the perfect horse for the job, and she's willing. She's gonna go, and she's gonna help these men, and they're gonna win.
Depot know that it's probably the last time they're ever going to see her again because they've just sent her off to her death. But despite that, she somehow makes it to the firing position.
Let's
the Marines
go.
there unload the ammo and stick a wounded Marine on her back as they send her back down the hill, also feeling as though they're sending her to her death, and it's the last time they're ever going to see their favorite horse. But they're wrong. Over and over and over again they're wrong, because every 20 minutes like clockwork, Reckless is back at the firing position,
Let's
bringing more
go.
ammunition, and then she's back at the ammunition depot, dropping off wounded Marines. And she does this all day long, and with every trip she makes, she becomes less and less of a horse, and more the only sign of hope that these men have. Because if this little
Let's
horse
go.
is quite literally an animal of prey whose only defensive measure to danger is to run away, can stand here and fight through all of this, then fuck, maybe they can too. Despite being
She is not just fearless. She is reckless and the baddest.
struck by shrapnel twice, Reckless kept the Marines so well stocked with ammunition that they managed to melt one of the barrels of the 75mm recoilless rifles. On the first day of battle alone, she made 51 round trips to the firing line,
Oh my
covering over
God.
35 miles, delivering 386 rounds of ammunition, totaling over 9,000 pounds, and that's not including all the Marines that she carried back down the hill. At the end of the first day
Oh
of
my
battle, they
God.
killed Reckless, gave her all the food and water that she would eat or drink, and then they laid her down to bed. She got to sleep for 6 hours before the first enemy artillery shell impacted, and at that she was back up and ready to do it all over again, and she repeated her performance from the day prior. At the
I
end of
told you guys this horse is OP. She is overpowered.
the second day, nobody held Outpost Vegas at the top of the hill. The Chinese held one slope and the Marines held the other, and it is at this point that the Marine Corps leadership decided that if they can't hold the high ground, there just isn't going to be a high ground anymore. They called in the Marine Air Wing, and on the morning of the third day of battle, the Marine Corps dropped 28 tons of ordnance on top of the hill, completely leveling every defensive structure and anything else that was up there.
Oh, boy.
By the end of the third day, the Marines had taken
That's
the
a lot
top
of
of the hill where
explosions.
Outpost Vegas used to be, but then they saw that the Chinese were falling back into a ravine and they were going to go around the hill entirely. This is absolutely terrible because there aren't enough Marines on Outpost Vegas, Carson, and Reno combined to be able to go down there and stop the Chinese. If
Oh
they're-
boy, oh boy, oh boy. The high ground is not at the top of the hill. It is atop Reckless, the best trusty steed.
they're going to stand any chance in a fight, they have to have the high ground, so they absolutely cannot give it up. The problem is, on the back side of the hill that Outpost Vegas is on, is where the ammunition depot is, as well as a mess tent that's been converted into an aid station with over 200 wounded Marines, and there's nothing that the Marines on top of the outpost can do to stop them. Then the
Oh,
Marines
no.
at Outpost Carson get an idea, and they send a runner with a note to the aid station as fast as they can. He gives the note to the commander of the aid station, who then tries to read the note
Look
to
what
all
they do.
200 wounded Marines, but the artillery fire is so loud that he can't be heard. So he resorts to just handing the note to one Marine, who hands it to the next, and the next, and the next. And after reading the
Oh,
note,
no.
every Marine hangs his head for a second and gets on his feet, because the note reads, Chinese coming around the hill,
Oh, God.
dropping smoke. Walk out into the smoke, throw grenades at smell of garlic. Apparently the Chinese military at this point smelled like garlic. I have no idea why, but it was a
We used to do night patrols in the paddy fields. It was terrifying. The good thing about the Chinese soldiers was they chewed garlic like we chew gum, so you could smell them before they got near you. That meant when you smelled garlic, you practically shat your pants. Oh no! That is something. They basically gave them all a note that said, you're about to get fucked. Good luck with that.
thing. And after all 200 Marines had read the note, they all stood up, grabbed every grenade that they could find,
Here's
and
some
began
grenades.
walking 500 yards
Good
out
luck.
to where the smoke screen was. It's 11 o'clock at night, it's dark, it's eerie, it's dead silent. The Marines aren't saying a word because they all know that this is probably going to be the end. They're
Garlic
calling
bread
for
was
walking
never the
wounded
same
to
after
rejoin the
this.
fight, and that's never, ever a good thing. And they're making their way to this smoke screen. They finally get there and they take a few steps into the smoke, and they just stand there and they wait. And they wait. And after 10 minutes, there's a faint smell of garlic, and it keeps getting stronger and
Oh, no.
stronger and stronger. And the Marines know what's going to come next, but they just don't know when to start throwing these grenades. And then off in the distance in the smoke, they hear a single cough. And all the Marines just begin throwing these grenades into the smoke screen. Within a matter of seconds, they've completely exhausted their supply, throwing over
Time for all the
500
kaboom!
grenades into the smoke. And that was it. There was nothing left to do but stand there and wait for the enemy to come and get them. So that's
Oh,
what
boy.
they did. They
Oh,
stood
boy.
there and they waited and they waited, and the smell of garlic got a little bit fainter and a little bit fainter, and finally the Marines are like, fuck it, I'm going to bed. So they walked back to the aid station, went to
taking a
bed,
nap.
woke up the next morning, and
Hope
holy
it goes
shit,
well.
the enemy artillery had completely stopped and the battle was over. They would later find out that the Chinese
they
suffered
win?
over 4,000 casualties trying to break through the Marine line, and after the incident at 11 o'clock at night with the smoke screen in the aid station, they simply could not afford to lose any more men and were forced to retreat. So that was it. The
Victory
Marines did it.
screech!
Against all odds, somehow the Marines managed to hold the line against a vastly superior force. Larger force, not superior force. Very important detail. Preventing the enemy from retaking Seoul, giving NATO the political leverage they needed to negotiate peace talks,
They
and
had the horse
establishing and
buff
preserving the South Korea
That
that
was
we
the
know
diff.
today. And arguably, it's
The
all because of the
horse diff.
single horse that absolutely refused to give up on her fellow Marines. And because of this, Reckless is
pretty epic.
declared the hero of Outpost Vegas, and she is awarded the rank of corporal in the United States.
Oh,
Marine
she's
Corps. Shortly after the battle,
corporal!
the Marines get rotated out by a brigade from the Turkish military, and the Marines finally get some much-deserved R&R. After that, the war's really starting to wind down, so the Marines are going to pack up all their shit. They're going to board a Navy LST, which is basically an amphibious landing ship. That ship's going to take them all the way to Incheon, and then from there, they're just going to kind of hang out for a while.
Bro,
and
she's
wait for
got
the
that
peace
high
treaty to
rank.
get signed. But since they're boarding a Navy vessel, they have to come up with a manifest of all the supplies, how many guys they got, all the equipment, how much everything weighs, yada yada yada. On the manifest, they write down one horse, Reckless, corporal type. The manifest makes its way to the captain of the LST. He's supposed to sign off on everything. He sees horse and he's like, what the fuck? The Marines are probably just messing with me. They're not actually bringing a horse on my ship. It's probably just like a pallet of beer and they wanted to let me know to account for the weight. It's
No,
fine.
no, you better treat her like the true corporal she is.
He signs off on the manifest, sends it back, it's all good. Fast forward a couple of weeks, the Marines start loading all their stuff up on the boat, then they go to bring Corporal Reckless up onto the ship, and the captain is like, whoa, 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 absolutely not, you're not bringing a horse on my ship. I've had the cleanest ship in the Navy for 2 years running, and this
Open fire on him.
horse is gonna ruin that. To which the Marines are like, bro, you signed the manifest, this is happening, get over it. One thing leads to another, Corporal Reckless gets on that ship.
You
Once they
signed
get
the
Reckless,
papers.
all the equipment and all the Marines on board,
The
the
horse comes with us. You sign the papers.
ship takes off, and
Exactly
all the Navy
that.
members are kind of making fun of Reckless and the Marines because it's not normal
Rude.
for Marines to care this much about an animal, and
Rude.
they're not treating Reckless with the respect that she deserves. So
They're gonna need to apologize to this horse. That's very rude.
they demand that Reckless gets fed bacon, eggs, and beer just like the Marines.
Yeah,
The
let's
Navy
go.
absolutely refuses, and they said they're only going to give her cabbage and wheat. So that's what they do.
Only cabbage and wheat. What the heck? After all she did for you, we need bacon and beer for our horse.
This upsets Reckless's stomach, and
How
she
dare
proceeds to shit all over this boat for the next 3 days. A couple days later,
I mean, you fed her cabbage. Isn't like cabbage like super high in fiber? Like,
Reckless starts feeling better. They're almost to Incheon. They're about to port, get off this boat. Everything's going to be great. At this point, the Marine Corps officers have a brilliant idea. They decide, hey, us and our men just went through one of the bloodiest battles in American military history. The horse has been sick this entire time. You know what would make everybody a lot happier? If instead of just parking the fucking boat and getting off like normal people, what if we did an amphibious landing? You know, for fun and training and stuff. Wouldn't
That
that,
would
be
be
great?
pretty
To
epic,
which
yeah.
all the enlisted men are like, fucking fine, whatever, let's just do it and get it over
Do
with.
it,
So
do
they
it.
make an amphibious landing in Incheon for training, but guess what? Reckless doesn't understand that it's for training. She thinks this shit's for real. So Reckless becomes the only horse in Marine Corps history to successfully make an amphibious landing. So the Marines
let's
get
go. Reckless can do anything. They better give her the diet she deserves. The very healthy
Bacon and
bacon
eggs.
and beer diet she's had. She
Bacon,
better
eggs,
not
and
be
beer.
stuck pooping out cabbage all day after that.
settled down in Incheon, and that's when they notice that there's a horse all over the
Common
news. It's in every
reckless
newspaper,
W.
it's in every magazine, it's on every radio broadcast. The entire world is talking about this horse, but it's not Corporal Reckless. It's some horse over in America called Native Dancer. It's the greatest horse in the world. It's going to win the Kentucky Derby, blah, blah, blah. And the Marines are kind of getting pissed because they know for a fact that they have the best horse in the world. And
Yeah, that horse, she doesn't have anything on us. She's getting all this infamy. They haven't even seen how epic Reckless is.
Corporal Reckless, not Native Dancer. And the Marines are willing to put their money where their mouth is because they pull together over $25,000, which is like over $250,000 in today's money. And they publicly offer it up as a wager to the owner of Native Dancer.
They
Hey,
said bet.
bring your horse over to South Korea, beat
Bet.
Reckless in a race, and you can have the money. But this wasn't just
They said 1v1 our horse. Stars will
going to be any race. This was going to be called the Paddy Derby. It was a 1.5-mile course uphill through rice paddies, and each horse wasn't going to have a rider, and they were going to have to carry 192 pounds of ammunition. Unfortunately for everybody, Native Dancer's owner decided that they were not going to partake in this competition, so now the
Of course not. They couldn't possibly win.
Marines kind of just hung out until the end of the war. Then the order comes down, hey, pack your shit, it's time to go home. The Marines are like, cool, great, grand, wonderful, how are we going to get Reckless home? At which point, the leadership over at the Marine Corps is like, well, here's the thing, we don't
Yeah, it was a skill issue. It was a skill issue. True chat, true.
think that the taxpayers would appreciate spending their money to transport this horse all the way back to America, so we're just gonna abandon her here. To which the entire Marine Corps is like, the fuck you are. They go into full samurai mode. They're gonna figure out how to get Corporal Reckless back to America through the back channels, whatever it takes. So they end up getting a hold of a public company called Pacific Transport, and they convince the owner to take Reckless all the way back to America. The only
Okay,
problem
good.
is Pacific Transport doesn't go to South Korea. The closest he can get is to Japan. Okay,
Oh.
cool. Now we just have to get Reckless from South Korea to Japan. Reckless's platoon
my
then gets a
goodness.
hold of the Marine Corps Air Wing, and they convince those Marines to let them smuggle Reckless onto a cargo plane going from South Korea to Japan. From there,
Listen, we need to smuggle our horse with us. We cannot just abandon our horse. So we are asking you, from the kindness of your heart, if you will help smuggle our horse with us, okay? She's our emotional support and also our leader. I would spend my tax dollars on Reckless.
there, they get Reckless onto the Pacific Transport ship. They take him all the way back to San Francisco, where the Marines are going to re-meet back up with Reckless. Okay, fast forward, the Marines make it to San Francisco. The Pacific Transport ship makes it to San Francisco. The Marines go there to pick up Reckless, at which point they
my God.
find out that Customs beat them there. And Customs called the Department of Agriculture, and the Department of Agriculture said, we're going to have this horse destroyed because she could have diseases. The Marines then explained to this guy from the Department of Agriculture, look, this is a war hero, you're not killing this horse, she's coming with us. At which point, the Department of Agriculture guy is like, oh no, she's staying here and we're going to have her destroyed. Now, the Marines are kind of looking around at each other. They're looking at this pencil pusher from the Department of Agriculture.
We will destroy you if you destroy our horse.
And the Marines, without saying a word, have just communicated with their eyes. We're actually going to have to kill this guy. And
I knew
the
it!
Department of Agriculture guy is finally starting to piece together how quickly and how far this might escalate. And he finally comes to his senses and he's like, okay, look, maybe, just maybe, I'll take a blood sample, I'll take it to the lab, and if she doesn't have any diseases, we'll release her. To
That's so nice of you to come around like that.
which the Marines are like, that's a solid call. So the guy takes the blood sample, says it'll take him about a week to get the results. Go ahead and just leave the horse here. You guys can head out. At which the Marines said, nah, we're going to stay with the horse. And the agriculture guy is like, that's not necessary. And the Marines are
It
like,
is.
oh, yeah, it is. Because at
It
this
is.
point, the Marines have come to the conclusion that the communists were trying to kill Reckless for food, and American bureaucracy is trying to kill Reckless just for fun, and they cannot let her out of their sight ever again. So, agriculture guy gets a blood sample. He
Now we stay with Reckless. We don't leave her out. We don't trust you. We stay with our horse at all times. We protect our horse in arms.
The Marines hang out with the horse for a little while, and they're like, oh, hey, there's a Marine Corps ball tonight. Reckless is a Marine. Let's go. Then they smuggled Reckless out of the ship. Then they smuggled her out of the port. Then somehow they got her all the way across San Francisco, into the building, up the freight elevator, and they made it to the Marine Corps ball. Reckless walks in, and she has just given every Marine in that room the excuse they were looking for to get absolutely hammered. Everybody's drinking beer, eating cake, including Corporal Reckless, and Reckless is also
Corporal Reckless finally getting some food. Finally not having to eat just cabbage.
with flower decorations. It's a great time. Everybody
Getting
wakes up the
treated
next
with the
morning
queen
super
cheese.
hungover. They all go out, they get breakfast, bacon, eggs, give some to Reckless. Now, here's the problem. They kind of have smuggled this horse out and they don't know what to do with it. They also can't let the government find out where the horse is because the government is actively trying to destroy her for no reason. Then,
Oh
once
my
Reckless
God.
gets to Camp Pendleton, the American public finds out
She's on a wanted list.
that Reckless made it home, and
She's
everybody's
too
super
powerful.
pumped. They want to know all about it. The news is getting involved. America is celebrating because Fucking America's warhorse made it home. This is awesome. At which point, the high-ranking Marine officers that were going to abandon her are like, holy shit, wow, what a great idea. You guys smuggled her all the way here, and we're just going to take credit for it because this is going really well for us. We had no idea that the American public would be okay with us doing the right thing and bringing a war hero home.
Yeah, this is some great PR, never mind.
We thought the American public wanted us spending millions and billions of dollars teaching fucking pigeons how to drive missiles and strapping napalm bombs onto bats and shit. We had no idea that doing the right thing would be so popular. So then they throw a big parade, they have a big ceremony, Reckless gets promoted to E5 Sergeant in the Marine Corps, they hook her up with this
Promoted
cool-ass
again!
blanket. She gets awarded 2 Purple Hearts, 1 for each piece of shrapnel she took during the
Let's
Battle
go.
of Las Vegas. It's a huge deal. She starts doing commercials, endorsements. The rule with that was she doesn't work for free. She's willing to do charity events for free. Anything else, if somebody wanted her to endorse a product, it had to be a product she actually liked. If it was...
She doesn't work for free. You need to pay her, and she needs to like your product. She does things for charity, though, because she's a giving kind of horse. But you can't take advantage of our horse. You gotta pay her. You gotta pay her what she's worth.
It's food, it better be food she liked. If it was a drink, it better be a drink that she liked drinking. Otherwise, she wasn't going to do it. And those companies had to pay $1,000 for the privilege of working with Sergeant Reckless and
Let's go.
for a charity for the Marine Corps. And here's the thing with Reckless being a sergeant, most animals are like, oh, they're such and such rank, they're this rank, but they're not actually that rank. It's just like a symbolic thing. With Reckless, it was not a symbolic thing.
Oh,
The Marines
really?
treated her like she was truly and legitimately a sergeant in the Marine Corps. Nobody that was a lower rank than her was allowed to give her orders or tell her what to do, okay? If
Let's
the pilots
go.
were standing around eating food and stuff, and Reckless wandered up and nudged one, that was an order to share
gotta
some food,
forfeit
and
your
that private
food.
needed to obey it. She was given her own private stable
That's a
right outside
sergeant.
the post
You better
commander's
give up
house,
your
and there
food.
was a standing order that she was never to carry anything heavier than her blanket ever again. Sergeant
Aw,
Reckless even
that's
had
so
an assistant.
sweet.
Every time they got a batch of new recruits, they would find out who the farm kid was, and he would be tasked with taking care of Sergeant Reckless. Now, part
Aw.
of taking care of Sergeant Reckless was taking her out for her daily exercise. Now, how do you exercise a horse if you can't ride a horse because there's a standing order that she can't carry anything heavier than her blanket?
Oh,
And
right.
even if she could, you wouldn't be allowed to ride her because she's a higher rank than you.
Right?
I have no idea. Neither did the Marine Corps, so they told this private,
She's got too much authority. You can't even ride the horse anymore because she has higher authority than everyone else.
fucking figure it out. So this
You
kid
gotta respect
just had to
Reckless's
start
authority.
running next to Reckless 5 miles a day, every day. And this pattern carried on. Every time a new kid came, he just started running 5 miles a day with Reckless.
Let's
and
go.
it became a running joke. Jesus Christ, literally a running joke that whoever was taking care of Reckless was the most in-shape Marine in the Marine Corps. After a
Aw,
little while, the PR
this
started
is so
to die
sweet.
down, but the high-ranking officers in the Marine Corps didn't want that to happen because having the Marine Corps in the headlines all the time was really good. So they concocted a plan to stay in the headlines even longer. They were going to
Let's
get some
go.
badass, thoroughbred, Kentucky Derby winning racehorse in here to have a kid with Sergeant Reckless. So that's exactly what they do. They find the thoroughbred horse they're going to breed her with. They hire this PR firm, getting ready for all the news and publicity and blah,
Oh,
blah,
boy.
blah. And then
Baby
in true
Reckless?
military fashion, the officers then proceed to not tell anybody that they fucking should. You know, like the private that's in charge of taking care of Sergeant Reckless.
Oh,
so from his
no.
perspective, one day he gets an order, seemingly for no fucking reason, to take Sergeant Reckless over to the normal horse stables, which never ever happens, and stick her into an empty pen. So that's what he does, and he's like, okay, cool, I'm gonna go get lunch now or take a shit or whatever. So he leaves for a minute, and one of the other Marines comes by and then sticks just your normal garden variety Marine bucket horse in the same pen as Reckless, not knowing it was Reckless because Reckless is never in those pens
Oh,
anyways.
right.
So, fast forward a little bit, Sergeant Reckless's assistant comes back, and Reckless and this bucking horse are midway through a horizontal jogging
Oh,
session.
no.
You have to get in there and stop it. Okay, now Sergeant Reckless's assistant is having a full-on panic attack because Sergeant Reckless, the pride of the Marine Corps, is currently getting taken to Pound Town on his watch, and he is definitely going to be in trouble for it. So as soon as they finish, he runs in, gets Reckless, takes her in the barn, he's brushing out her mane, he's getting the scratches off of her sides, he's trying to hide all the evidence.
Oh
and then
my
when they're in
God.
the barn taking care of that, that other bucking horse gets taken out of the pen, and this big old fancy truck pulls up with this big old fancy trailer and this big-ass Kentucky Derby winning thoroughbred racehorse gets unloaded and put in the pen that Reckless was just in. He gets done cleaning Reckless up in the barn, takes her out, and everybody's like, bro, what are you doing? Reckless is supposed to be in there with this other horse.
Oh
Get
my
him in there.
God.
So then all those guys leave to get lunch or do whatever, and Sergeant Reckless's assistant is like, okay, there's no way I'm leaving. I'm not going to have this happen again. I'm going to stay here the entire time and make sure there's no hanky-panky. There'll be
Oh
no
my
riding the baloney pony around here ever again.
They don't meet her rank, okay? Not the baloney pony.
And I gotta make sure this does not happen. So he sits there and cock blocks his thoroughbred
Oh my
the entire time. So as far as he's concerned, mission accomplished. Nobody ever needs to know that Reckless got deflowered on his watch. It's gonna
No!
be fine. Then, fast forward, 28 days later, he shows up at Reckless's stable first thing in the morning to take care of her, and there's a bunch of high-ranking military officers and a bunch of news crews right outside the stable. He rolls up like, what's going on? And the general is like, Reckless is pregnant, and he's like, oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
That's a good thing.
Right,
And
this
they're
is
like,
a
yeah,
good
no,
thing,
that's
yeah.
great. That's a terrific thing. At this point, the news
Ooh.
crews have kind of put together that this is a kid
No one's
in
gonna
charge
know.
of
How
taking
would they
care of
know?
Sergeant Reckless. So one of them yells out, hey, what's the name of that thoroughbred racehorse
Oh.
that she's having the baby with again? At which point, he just responds like, what are you talking about? I don't know its name. It was just one of the random marine bucking horses we had in the pen. Record scratch, dead silence, pure confusion. The general grabs this private, yanks him around the corner of the
Oh,
stable.
no.
Like, what the fuck did you just say? So he explains to the general everything that happened.
You mean she did not, in fact, do the baloney pony with a hybrid esteemed war horse? Just a simple donkey out back, what did he say?
And the general is like, you idiot. Reckless was supposed to sleep with that big-ass thoroughbred racehorse. To which he's like, well, somebody should have told me that. I don't know what to tell you. So now the plan is officially ruined. The news crews leave, and the PR firm has to figure out how to piece this thing back together. And the
You were supposed to be with the big chat horse. How could this happen?
plan they come up with is to get a big-ass sign and put it up on the hill by Camp Pendleton, and the sign simply says, it's a... ... Yeah, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, and
Oh
the
my-
plot twist that absolutely nobody saw coming, the United States Marine Corps is actually responsible for inventing gender reveals. And that's how they still
Oh
manage
my
to generate
God!
a bunch of hype.
That's not true. Is this the first gender reveal? So gender reveals were created by the Marines from impregnating a war horse. That would not have been my guess. That is interesting information.
Sergeant Reckless's kid, getting the entire world to speculate as to whether or not it was going to be a boy or a girl. The pregnancy goes great. She goes on to give birth to a colt, aka a
Oh.
boy. They go out, write boy in big blue letters on their sign,
Look at
and
the
then
baby.
the Marines throw a big ass party because they're amped, unwittingly throwing the world's first ever gender reveal party, which I'm gonna hold against the Marine Corps forever. But now everybody wants to know, what are we gonna name this
Man,
young
I would have guessed like middle-aged moms, like some rich girl, some Karen-looking
It was the
middle-aged
Marines.
mom that posts on Facebook every day. Nope, it's the Marines that came up with gender reveals. Oh my god.
Colt. So the high-ranking Marine officers step in again, and they're like, I have another great PR idea. Let's have a competition where all the Marines can submit their ideas for names. We'll pick the best one, and that guy can win a week of leave.
Ooh.
Brilliant idea. So
That's cool,
exactly
yeah.
what they do. Hundreds of Marines send in their
Name the
ideas
horse,
for
get a free
names.
vacation.
The front runners were like Semper Fi, Freedom, Liberty, pretty generic stuff, but that's what you have to do when you have a big public figure like Sergeant Reckless and her new baby. But the commanding officer in charge is just like, I don't like any of these names.
Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
name it myself. So he just decides that he's gonna pick a random private and be like,
None of you guys picked good names, so none of you get a week off. These are all bad.
Oh no, someone
I'm
actually
upset.
got a week off.
hey, you're the winner, even though you didn't pick the name, but I'm just gonna say you're the winner so I don't look like an asshole. And then he names it
So
Colt.
he's like, we'll give a random guy leave, alright? All these names are bad, alright? I don't want to look like an asshole, but also these names are garbage.
Fearless. Which, that's a great name. I'm just getting really, really jaded with bureaucrats and high-ranking officers in this video for some reason. Sorry about that. Anyways, fast forward a couple years, 1959,
Reckless and fearless,
Sergeant
got
Reckless
it.
is now getting promoted to Staff Sergeant Reckless E6. There's a 1,700-man parade, a
Let's go.
19-gun salute. The Marines make a huge deal out of it because, well, Reckless deserves it. So
He keeps
that's what they
moving up
do.
in the
And
world.
in the crowd that day was none other than the new Private Fearless of the United States Marine Corps, which I thought was pretty cool. Later that year, she would give birth to another boy named Dauntless, and then a couple years after that, she
Fearless
would
and
give birth
Dauntless?
to yet another boy named Chesty, named after Chesty Puller, the most decorated Marine of all time.
Aw.
And as rumor has it, the last Marine to ever ride Reckless. From there,
Aw,
Sergeant
that's so
Reckless would
sweet.
retire and spend the rest of her life living on Camp Pendleton as the highly regarded, highly respected war hero that she was before passing away in 1968. So, in conclusion,
Aw.
this has been the story of Sergeant
Oh,
Reckless,
she got
the
a
hero of Outpost
statue.
Vegas, America's greatest war horse, the
This is
four-legged
so
Marine
wholesome.
that fought during the Korean War, which is commonly referred to as the Forgotten War. But as is the case with most of us, it's not that we forgot it, it's that we were never taught about it in the first place. So,
Yep.
if you made it this far in
I
the
won't
video,
forget
I
now, just
really
because
hope
of
you learned
Reckless, the
something.
very
If you wanna
peaceful.
If I remember correctly, this is a Marine.
Post Vegas, ladies and gentlemen, Sergeant Reckless
She's like, what?
for NordVPN. And in
That's right.
those hills is a bunch of NATO troops. Basically, at this point in time, NATO is now just trying to hold this line long enough to force the
Curious
communists to
how
sign a
Marine
peace
would
treaty
react
and
to it.
preserve South
But
Korea.
I like this
because,
story.
as it turns out, this long string of hills is almost the exact same border that South Korea was before. So, if they can utilize these hills to hold the high ground, maybe they can get this accomplished. Why do they want to hold the high ground? Well, because the high ground's awesome, isn't it, Anakin? Yeah. Anyways, if I could
The devil on the high ground. High ground's good to have.
bring your attention to the furthest triangle on the left where it says the Nevada cities. That is not actually one hill, but three smaller hills in a close triangular formation.
See, we got. Hold on.
Cities. That is not actually one hill, but three smaller hills.
We got Reno, we got Carson, we got Elko, we got Vegas, and Berlin. Oh, wow, hey, there's Detroit over there, and East Berlin as well. Okay. Not too bad.
In a close triangular formation, commonly referred to as the Iron Triangle. Each one of these hills is named after one of the three Nevada gambling cities, Reno, Carson, and Vegas. The reason that NATO named them after the Nevada gambling cities is because it is a gamble as to whether or not the Marine Corps is going to be able to hold that position. Because if
How dare you? Yes, the Marine Corps will hold.
Chinese Communist forces are going to try to break through this line, it's probably going to be right there at the Nevada cities, because then they will have a direct path to the capital of Seoul, and if they're able to capture Seoul, it'll be absolutely devastating to NATO's ability to negotiate a peace treaty. So the United States Marine Corps absolutely has to hold this position, and most importantly, they have to hold Outpost Vegas because it is the highest of the three hills, and if they lose Vegas, they are almost guaranteed to lose the other two. Alright, so here's the plan. Each one of these hills is going to have 40 Marines and 2 Navy corpsmen on top. These hills are so steep that the only way to get up there is by foot. They're like a 45-degree angle all the way up. So, the Marines aren't able to get trucks up there. They're not able to get tanks up there. The only thing they can get up there is barbed wire, shovels for digging trenches,
Okay.
guns, and 75mm recoilless rifles. These
Okay.
recoilless rifles are pretty much going to be the Marines' only chance of defending themselves if they do get attacked. The problem with it is, though, since you can't get a truck up on this hill, now the Marines have to carry all the ammunition up themselves, and each shell weighs approximately 24 pounds. So because carrying these shells up this enormous hill one or
We call carrying those shells in the Marine Corps Tuesday.
two at a time absolutely sucks,
I doubt
the
it.
Marines get permission to buy a horse or a mule or a donkey or something. So they go down to Seoul and they start looking. And obviously, the first place they choose to investigate is the horse racetrack at Seoul. Is there probably going to be a pack animal at a racetrack for sale?
No.
No, probably not, because
No.
that's racehorses, and racehorses don't make good pack animals. But that is the one place that's going to have alcohol and gambling, so
Yeah.
you best believe that's where the Marines are going to check first. But as fate would have it,
You would think I would feel oddly attacked by that, but no, that is a scientific fact. Gambling, alcohol, women, a whole lot of good time there. Of course we're gonna check it out first. And we're not doing it
Priorities.
just because for fun. Would you believe that it's all about science?
No.
Don't give me that look. It's for science. Okay? Science. Science.
Oh, discover a new location, get a level up.
And I will not be challenged in the comment section below.
they would meet up with a horse trainer and jockey by the name of Kim Hook Moon, who would be willing to reluctantly sell his horse, Ah Chim Hai, which translates to flame in the morning. He absolutely did not want to sell this horse. He described it as the most beautiful and intelligent horse on the planet,
Yep.
but he did it
But
for
it-
$250 because he had to buy his sister a prosthetic leg. I believe her name was Peggy. Or was it I lean? Anyways, the Marines buy this horse, they throw her in a trailer, they take her back to camp. From there, she immediately goes into what the Marines call hoof camp. Get it? Hoof camp, boot camp. That's funny. Moving on. The first thing they do is try to get the horse acclimated to battle by firing a recoilless rifle near her. And the first time they fired this rifle, this horse jumped 4 feet straight into the air and freaked the fuck out. Then they calmed her down, they fired it again, still scared out of her mind. And they fired it again and again. And by the 8th time they fired it, she was completely calm, and a recoilless rifle never scared her ever again. From there, they taught her how to survive. She learned how to avoid barbed wire. She learned not to get too close to the back end of the recoilless rifles because the blowback could hurt her. She learned that whenever a Marine yelled incoming, she needed to run to a nearby bunker, or if she wasn't near a bunker, she learned how to lay down. After she completed her training, the Marines ordered her a special saddle to be made and shipped all the way from America that would allow her to carry a bunch of recoilless rifle rounds. Until then, though, she began helping the Marines any way she could, mainly by helping string communications cable between the different outposts and the ammunition point, and she could string more cable than 10 men combined.
That's right. That's right. She knows how to get it done. Look out, Kathleen Kennedy. We got a horse that could be a real protagonist in a movie.
At this point, the Marines really started
Hey,
to like
Morala
this horse, so they
dear.
decided they were going to give her a new name.
How is my kitten
Reckless,
today?
named after the recoilless rifles, which were commonly referred to as reckless rifles. And from that point on,
Let
she
me
just
see,
became
guess I'm
another
gonna
one of the
like
guys,
that
and that's
then.
exactly how the Marines started
Alright,
treating her.
you
She
get
began
well,
eating
brother. You
whatever
get
the
that.
Marines were
Yeah.
eating. She loved bacon.
You get well soon, dear. Make sure to take plenty of rest. And there's gonna be, I think the only like very active thing I'm gonna do today is probably have raid day. It's raid day, right? Yeah, it is raid day. So that's gonna be it for me, for my quote unquote active part.
Bacon and eggs. She loved beer, and apparently, if you were ever having mixed drinks, Reckless would walk up to you, nudge you with her head, and stick out her lower lip, and let you mix a mixed drink directly into her mouth. Then her special saddle shows up.
That is just
You.
incredible. See, that's how we get things done. Through science, cultural understanding, education, and diplomacy. That's what we're taught in the Marine. I couldn't keep a straight face. But it's true.
Up and she starts kicking ass on the battlefield. She delivers 6 rounds at a time, and she can make a trip from the ammo point to the firing
I can't
position
find my headpad
twice as
emote,
fast
but
as any man
get all the
can, and
headpads.
he's only carrying 2 rounds. She delivers so much ammo that over the course of a couple battles, the Chinese actually start to target Reckless. And this ends up being a horrific mistake, because the millisecond that Marine Corps leadership figures out that they're trying to target Reckless, they flip the script, turn around to the Marines, and they're like, boys, they're trying to kill Reckless so they can eat her because they're starving communists. At which point, all the Marines responded with... Okay, the Marines are absolutely...
Remember when I said I'd kill you last? I lied.
furious. This is worse than fucking with Doc. We've got multiple Docs. We've only got one Reckless. We can't allow this to happen.
Right.
And the Marines begin fighting that much harder. And they have more ammo to fight even harder with because Reckless is right there with them, bearing ammo the entire time. From this point on, they begin dominating every skirmish that they take part in.
As
At
we
one
should.
point, they're working adjacent to the Australian military, and the Australians are so blown away by Reckless that they come up to meet her after the skirmish, and they actually give her one of their campaign hats as a reward for being such a badass on the battlefield.
Good.
Reckless and the Marines
Correct.
fight and hold the line for the next 5 months, and by March of 1953, peace talks between North and South Korea are well underway, and it's beginning to finally look like this war might come to a peaceful resolution. But on March 26th, Chinese forces would launch a major offensive trying to break through the line at the Nevada cities with 4,000 men. For the next 4 days, the Marine Corps and the Chinese fight over these hills. The Chinese Chinese take the hill, the Marines take it back. The Chinese take the hill, the Marines take it back. Eventually, it got to the point where nobody could hold the top of the hill, and you just had the Chinese on one slope of the hill and the Marines on the other. They said that there was so much artillery flying in both directions for the entirety of 4 days that the sound of individual explosions gave way to what seemed like a constant and consistent roar. For 4 days, they were completely unable to verbally communicate, and they could only talk to each other via hand signals. And because of all this noise, the Marine Corps forward observers weren't able to effectively communicate with the Marine Corps artillery and mortars, meaning that the artillery and mortars were just firing blindly into the general vicinity of where the enemy should be. Meaning that the only effective fire the Marine Corps has in this fight is coming from the recoilless rifles, because they don't require a forward observer and they don't require communication.
Right.
The men with the recoilless rifles are the ones spotting the enemy and firing the gun. The recoilless rifles are now the key to winning this battle, and they absolutely have to stay up and running, and they have to get this ammunition up to these hills to fight back.
Go.
The problem is the ammo point is 750 yards away from the firing position, up a 45-degree angle hill that is constantly being pounded with enemy artillery fire while it's also covered with smoke and white phosphorus. But that doesn't change the fact that the ammunition has to get there, so they load 8 rounds into Reckless's pack and they send her up the hill. And the men at the ammunition depot know that it's probably the last time they're ever going to see her again because they've just sent her off to her death. But despite that, she somehow makes it to the firing position. The Marines there unload the ammo and stick a wounded Marine on her back as they send her back down the hill, also feeling as though they're sending her to her death, and it's the last time they're ever going to see their favorite horse. But they're wrong. Over and over and over again, they're wrong.
That's right. Why? Because Sergeant Reckless is a Marine. M-A-R-I-N-E-S. That's the way you spell success.
Because every 20 minutes like clockwork, Reckless is back at the firing position, bringing more ammunition, and then she's back at the ammunition depot, dropping off wounded Marines. And she does this all day long, and with every trip she makes, she becomes less and less of a horse, and more the only sign of hope that these men have. Because of this little horse that's quite literally an animal of prey, whose only defensive measure to danger is to run away, can stand here and fight through all of this, then fuck, maybe they can too. Despite being struck by shrapnel twice, Reckless kept the Marines so well stocked with ammunition that they managed to melt one of the barrels of the 75mm recoilless rifles. On the first day of battle alone, she made 51 round trips to the firing line, covering over 35 miles, delivering 386 rounds of ammunition, totaling over 9,000 pounds, and that's not including all the Marines that she carried back down the hill. At the end of the first day of battle, they took Reckless, gave her all the food and water that she would eat or drink, and then they laid her down to bed. She got to sleep for 6 hours before the first enemy artillery shell impacted, and at that, she was back up and ready to do it all over again, and she repeated her performance from the day prior. At the end of the second day, nobody held Outpost Vegas at the top of the hill. The Chinese held one slope, and the Marines held the other, and it is at this point that the Marine Corps leadership decided that if they can't hold the high ground, there just isn't going to be a high ground anymore. They called in the Marine Air Wing, and on the morning of the third day of battle, the Marine Corps dropped 28 tons of ordnance on top of the hill, completely leveling every defensive structure and anything else that was up there. By the end of the third day, the Marines had taken the top of the hill where Outpost Vegas used to be, but then they saw that the Chinese were falling back into a ravine and they were going to go around the hill entirely. This is absolutely terrible because there aren't enough Marines on Outpost Vegas, Carson, and Reno combined to be able to go down there and stop the Chinese. If they're going to stand any chance in a fight, they have to have the high ground, so they absolutely cannot give it up. The problem is, on the back side of the hill that Outpost Vegas is on, is where the ammunition depot is, as well as a mess tent that's been converted into an aid station with over 200 wounded Marines, and there's nothing that the Marines on top of the outpost can do to stop.
First of all, great narration from the Fat Electrician. This is phenomenal storytelling 101. I'm at the edge of my seat. I've never heard of this story before. So, hey, shout out to all the brave Marines and all the servicemen who serve there. But my goodness gracious, talk about a story to tell.
Then the Marines at Outpost Carson get an idea, and they send a runner with a note to the aid station as fast as they can. He gives the note to the commander of the aid station, who then tries to read the note to all 200 wounded Marines, but the artillery fire is so loud that he can't be heard. So he resorts to just handing the note to one Marine, who hands it to the next, and the next, and the next. And after reading the note, every Marine hangs his head for a second and gets on his feet, because the note reads, "Chinese coming around the hill, dropping smoke. Walk out into the smoke, throw grenades at smell of garlic. Apparently the Chinese military at this point smelled like garlic. I have no idea why, but it was a thing. And after all 200 Marines had read the note, they all stood up, grabbed every grenade that they could find, and began walking 500 yards out to where this smoke screen was. It's 11 o'clock at night, it's dark, it's eerie, it's dead silent. The Marines aren't saying a word because they all know that this is probably going to be the end. They're calling for walking wounded to rejoin the fight, and that's never, ever a good thing. And they're making their way to this smoke screen. They finally get there, and they take a few steps into the smoke, and they just stand there, and they wait. And they wait, and after 10 minutes, there's a faint smell of garlic, and it keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and the Marines know what's going to come next.
I'm willing to bet that all those Marines no longer like to eat anything garlic related.
But they just don't know when to start throwing these grenades. And then off in the distance in the smoke, they hear a single cough, and all the Marines just begin...
I think you underestimate how many fucking recipes there are that involve garlic.
Throwing these grenades into the smoke screen. Within a matter of seconds, they've completely exhausted their supply, throwing over 500 grenades into the smoke. And that was it. There was nothing left to do but stand there and wait for the enemy to come and get them. So that's what they did. They stood there and they waited, and the smell of garlic got a little bit fainter and a little bit fainter, and finally the Marines are like, fuck it, I'm going to bed. So they walked back to the aid station, went to bed, woke up the next morning, and holy shit, the enemy artillery had completely stopped and the battle was over. They would later find out that the Chinese suffered over 4,000 casualties trying to break through the Marine line. Ooh. And after the incident at 11 o'clock at night with the smoke screen in the aid station, they simply could not afford to lose any more men and were forced to retreat. So that was it. The Marines did it. Against all odds, somehow the Marines managed to hold the line against a vastly superior force. Larger force, not superior force. Very important detail. Preventing the enemy from retaking Seoul, giving NATO the political leverage they needed to negotiate peace talks.
So in other words, the Marines made sure that Seoul still had its soul. Put down your tomatoes. That was a funny joke. It was a funny joke.
And establishing and preserving the South Korea that we know today. And arguably, it's all because of a single horse that absolutely refused to give up on her fellow Marines. And because of this, Reckless is declared the hero of Outpost Vegas, and she is awarded the rank of corporal in the United States Marine Corps. Shortly after the battle, the Marines get rotated out by a brigade from the Turkish military, and the Marines finally get some much-deserved R&R. After that, the war's really starting to wind down, so the Marines are going to pack up all their shit. They're going to board a Navy LST, which is basically an amphibious landing ship. That ship's going to take them all the way to Incheon, and then from there they're just going to kind of hang out for a while and wait for the peace treaty to get signed. But since they're boarding a Navy vessel, they have to come up with a manifest of all the supplies, how many guys they got, all the equipment, how much everything weighs,
and yada, yada, yada.
On the manifest, they write down one horse, Reckless, corporal type. The manifest makes its way to the captain of the LST. He's supposed to sign off on everything. He sees horse and he's like, what the fuck? The Marines are probably just messing with me. They're not actually bringing a horse on my ship. It's probably just like a pallet of beer and they wanted to let me know to account for the weight. It's fine. He signs off on the manifest, sends it back, it's all good. Fast forward a couple of weeks, the Marines start loading all their stuff up on the boat, then they go to bring Corporal Reckless up.
And Marines don't lie, cheat, or steal. And when we say we're bringing a horse, god damn it, you better believe it. Okay? That goes for everything. Everything. Okay? When we say we're bringing something, we're bringing something. How dare anyone say, oh, they're just messing around. We are married gentlemen. We don't swear.
He just did.
We don't get in reckless fights. None of that. How dare anyone?
Yeah?
Ah.
They're doing a great job keeping straight face now.
Up onto the ship, and the captain is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Absolutely not. You're not bringing a horse on my ship. I've had the cleanest ship in the Navy for 2 years running, and this horse is going to ruin that. To which the Marines are like, bro, you signed the manifest.
Signed it. Yeah, exactly.
This is happening. Get over it. One thing leads to another. Corporal Reckless gets on that ship. Once they get Reckless, all the equipment and all the Marines on board, the ship takes off, and all the Navy members are kind of making fun of Reckless and the Marines because it's not normal for Marines to care this much about an animal, and they're not treating Reckless with the respect that she deserves.
Yeah.
So, when they demand that Reckless gets fed bacon, eggs, and beer just like the Marines, the Navy absolutely refuses, and they said they're only going to give her cabbage, and wheat. So that's what they do. This upsets Reckless's stomach, and she proceeds to shit all over this boat for the next 3 days. A couple days later, Reckless starts feeling better. They're almost to Incheon. They're about to port, get off this boat. Everything's going to be great. At this point, the Marine Corps officers have a brilliant idea. They decide, hey, us and our men just went through one of the bloodiest battles in American military history.
Yeah.
The horse has been sick this entire time. You know what would make everybody a lot happier? If instead of just parking the fucking boat and getting off like normal people, what if we did an amphibious landing? You know, for fun and training and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. What could possibly go wrong? Now, however, it is officers coming up with this idea. Just remember, the officers think they're in charge of the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps is run by the enlisted, okay? Okay? It's just a fact. Other branches can have their officers and they run their little show. Enlisted run the show in the Marine Corps, okay? Officers are just there just to look sharp.
Nearly 2 second
That's
talk
it.
on Rukalamata,
That's
then
it.
you have
That's
to
the
wait here.
only reason.
Wouldn't that be great? To which all the enlisted men are like, fucking fine, whatever, let's just do it and get it over with. So they make an amphibious landing in Incheon for training, but guess what? Reckless doesn't understand that it's for training. She thinks this shit's for real. So Reckless becomes the only horse in Marine Corps history to successfully make an amphibious landing. So the Marines get settled down in Incheon, and that's when they notice that there's a horse all over the news. It's in every newspaper, it's in every magazine,
Yes.
it's on every radio broadcast. The entire world is talking about this horse, but it's
Yeah.
not Corporal Reckless. It's some horse over in America called Native Dancer. It's the greatest horse in the world. It's going to win the Kentucky Derby, blah, blah, blah. And the Marines are kind of getting pissed because they know for a fact that they have the best horse in the world.
Yeah, exactly. First of Native Dancer. I'm getting offended. I'm getting offended. Newspapers are saying that was a better horse. Corporal, soon to be Sergeant Reckless, is the best.
And it's Corporal Reckless, not Native Dancer. And the Marines are willing to put their money where their mouth is because they pull together over $25,000, which is like over $250,000 in today's money. And they publicly offer it up as a wager to the owner of Native Dancer, hey, bring your horse over to South Korea, beat Reckless in a race, and you can have the money. But this wasn't just going to be any race. This was going to be called the Paddy Derby. It was a
Yes.
1.5-mile course uphill through rice paddies, and each horse wasn't going to have a rider, and they were going to have to carry 192 pounds of ammunition.
That's
Unfortunately for everybody, Native Dancer's owner decided they were not going to partake in this competition, so now the Marines kind of just hung out until the end of the war. Then the order comes down, hey, pack your shit, it's time to go home. The Marines are like, cool, great, grand, wonderful, how are we going to get Reckless home? At which point the leadership over at the Marine Corps is like, well, here's the thing, we don't think that the taxpayers would appreciate spending their money to transport this horse all the way back to America, so we're just going to abandon her here. To which
I'm gonna let you all in on an old school joke. I might be butchering it here and there because I'm getting old and senile and my brain doesn't work the way it used to work anymore. There's a Navy Admiral, an Air Force General, an Army General, and a Marine Corps Commodore. General, too. Right. And each one is bragging how strong their branch of service is. The Admiral of the Navy says, you want to see what bravery is? Sailor! Some random sailor walking up. Go stand in front of that train. Sailor stands in front of the train. Train runs over. Okay. Air Force General says, hey, you want to see bravery? Airman, stand in front of that train. Train comes in, he runs over, right? So, you know, airman and the sailor just looking. The Army General says, no, mine are braver. Soldier, there's some random soldier walking around. Stand in front of that train. Train also runs over that poor soldier. Marine Corps says, hey, Marine Corps Commandant General says, no, you want to see what real bravery is? Private. Some random Marine just walking down the street. Stand in front of the train. A Marine, private, enlisted man turns around, looks the Commandant in the eye and says, F you, sir. Kisses the bird, walks off into the sunset. That's bravery right there. Sergeant Major's probably gonna rip off that private's head, but nonetheless, that's bravery right there. And you don't tell the Marines what to do, okay? When you say you're not gonna bring the horse back to America, we leave no man behind. How dare you? I'll simply dare you. The taxpayer will like it. beatings will continue until morale improves.
The entire Marine Corps is like, the fuck you are. They go into full samurai mode. They're gonna figure out how to get Corporal Reckless back to America through the back channels, whatever it takes. So they end up getting a hold of a public company called Pacific Transport, and they convince the owner to take Reckless all the way back to America. The only problem is, Pacific Transport doesn't go to South Korea. The closest he can get is to Japan. Okay, cool. Now we just have to get Reckless from South Korea to Japan. Reckless's platoon then gets a hold of the Marine Corps Air Wing, and they convince those Marines to let them smuggle Reckless onto a cargo plane, going from South Korea to Japan. From there, they get Reckless onto the Pacific Transport ship. They take him all the way back to San Francisco, where the Marines are going to re-meet back up with Reckless. Okay, fast forward, the Marines make it to San Francisco. The Pacific Transport ship makes it to San Francisco. The Marines go there to pick up Reckless, at which point they find out that Customs beat them there. And Customs called the Department of Agriculture, and the Department of Agriculture said, we're
Of all the institutions, the Department of Agriculture, the greatest opponent to the Marine Corps ever.
going to have this horse destroyed because she could have diseases. The Marines then explain to this guy from the Department of Agriculture, look, this is a war hero, you're not killing this horse, she's coming with us. At which point, the Department of Agriculture guy is like, oh no, she's staying here and we're going to have her destroyed. Now, the Marines are kind of looking around at each other, they're looking at this pencil pusher from the Department of Agriculture, and the Marines, without saying a word, have just communicated with their eyes. We're actually going to have to kill this guy and hide the body. The Department of Agriculture guy is finally starting to piece together how quickly and how far this might escalate, and he finally comes to his senses, and he's like, okay, look, maybe, just maybe, I'll take a blood sample, I'll take it to the lab, and if she doesn't have any diseases, we'll release her. To which the Marines are like, that's a solid call. So the guy takes the blood sample, says it'll take me about a week to get the results. Go ahead and just leave the horse here. You guys can head out. At which the Marines said, nah, we're going to stay with the horse.
That's right.
And the agriculture guy is like, that's not necessary. And the Marines are like, oh,
no, we're staying.
Yeah, it is. Because at this point, the Marines have come to the conclusion that the communists were trying to kill Reckless for food, and American bureaucracy is trying to kill Reckless just for fun, and they cannot let her out of their sight ever again. So, agriculture guy gets a blood sample, he leaves, the Marines hang out with the horse for a little while, and they're like, oh, hey, there's a Marine Corps ball tonight. Reckless is a Marine. Let's go. Then they smuggled Reckless out of the ship. Then they...
Fuck you, Tancred!
Corps birthday, November 10th, 1775.
smuggled her out of the port. Then, somehow, they got her all the way across San Francisco, into the building, up the freight elevator, and they made it to the Marine Corps ball. Reckless walks in, and she has just given every Marine in that room the excuse they were looking for to get absolutely hammered. Everybody's drinking beer, eating cake, including Corporal Reckless, and Reckless is also eating all the flower decorations. It's a great time. Everybody wakes up.
Great, now it's one hell of a party.
The next morning, super hungover, they all go out, they get breakfast, bacon, eggs, give some to Reckless. Now, here's the problem. They kind of have smuggled this horse out and they don't know what to do with it. They also can't let the government find out where the horse is because the government is actively trying to destroy her for no reason. Then, once Reckless gets to Camp Pendleton, the American public finds out that Reckless made it home and everybody's super pumped. They want to know all about it. The news is getting involved. America's celebrating because...
And no smartphone in sight yet. Somehow word got out because people don't know how to keep their mouths closed. It's not like, you know, a big deal, a horse at a Marine Corps ball, but oh no, people gotta talk. No snitching!
Fucking America's warhorse made it home. This is awesome. At which point, the high-ranking Marine officers that were going to abandon her are like, holy shit! Wow! What a great idea. You guys smuggled her all the way here, and we're just going to take credit for it because this is going...
No offense to any of our viewing members who are probably Marine Corps officers or family members of Marine Corps officers, but we let you run the show just because, okay? Not taking credit for the enlisted, okay? The enlisted let you run the show. Just remember, if you want to be all sparkly and shiny in leadership, you should have joined the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, okay? Marine Corps is a whole other different animal. This is the first time the brass, the shiny brass, thought they had a big brain idea.
Really well for us. We had no idea that the American public would be okay with us doing the right thing and bringing a war hero home. We thought the American public wanted us spending millions and billions of dollars teaching fucking pigeons how to drive missiles and strapping napalm bombs onto bats and shit. We had no idea that doing the right thing would be so popular. So then they throw a big parade, they have a big ceremony, Reckless gets promoted to E5 Sergeant in the Marine Corps, they hook her up with this cool-ass blanket, she gets awarded 2 Purple Hearts, 1 for each piece of shrapnel she took during the Battle of Outpost Vegas. It's a huge deal. She starts doing commercials, endorsements. The rule with that was she doesn't work for free. She's willing to do charity events for free. Anything else, if somebody wanted her to endorse a product, it had to be a product she actually liked. If it was food, it better be food she liked. If it was a drink, it better be a drink that she liked drinking. Otherwise, she wasn't going to do it. And those companies had to pay $1,000 for the privilege of working with Sergeant Reckless, and that money went to a charity for the Marine Corps. And here's the thing with Reckless being a sergeant, most animals are like, oh, they're such and such rank, they're this rank, but they're not actually that rank. It's just like a symbolic thing. With Reckless, it was not a symbolic thing. The Marines treated her like she was truly and legitimately a sergeant in the Marine Corps. Nobody that was a lower rank than her was allowed to give her orders or tell her what to do, okay? If the privates were standing around eating food and stuff, and Reckless wandered up and nudged one, that was an order to share some food, and that private needed to obey it. She was given her own private stable right outside the post commander's house, and there was a standing order that she was never to carry anything heavier than her blanket ever again. Sergeant Reckless even had an assistant. Every time they got a batch of new recruits, they would find out who the farm kid was, and he would be tasked with taking care of Sergeant Reckless. Now, part of taking care of Sergeant Reckless was taking her out for her daily exercise. Now, how do you exercise a horse if you can't ride a horse because there's a standing order that she can't carry anything heavier than her blanket, and even if she could, you wouldn't be allowed to ride her because she's a higher rank than you.
Yes.
I have no idea, neither did the Marine Corps, so they told this private, fucking figure it out. So this kid just had to start running next to Reckless 5 miles a day, every day. And this pattern carried on. Every time a new kid came, he just started running 5 miles a day with Reckless, and it became a running joke. Jesus Christ, literally a running joke that whoever was taking care of Reckless was the most in-shape Marine in the Marine Corps. After a little while, the PR started to die down, but the high-ranking officers in the Marine Corps didn't want that to happen because having the Marine Corps in the headlines all the time was really good. So they concocted a plan to stay in the headlines even longer. They were going to get some badass, thoroughbred, Kentucky Derby winning racehorse in here to have a kid with Sergeant Reckless. So that's exactly what they do. They find the thoroughbred horse they're going to breed her with. They hire this PR firm getting ready for all the news and publicity and blah, blah, blah. And then in true military fashion, the officers then proceed to not tell anybody that they fucking should. You know, like the private that's in charge of taking care of Sergeant Reckless. So from his perspective, one day he gets an order, seemingly for no fucking reason, to take Sergeant Reckless over to the normal horse stables, which never, ever happens, and stick her into an empty pen. So that's what he does, and he's like, okay, cool, I'm gonna go get lunch now, or take a shit, or whatever. So he leaves for a minute, and one of the other Marines comes by, and then sticks just your normal garden variety Marine bucking horse in the same pen as Reckless, not knowing it was Reckless, because Reckless is never in those pens anyways. So, fast forward a little bit, Sergeant Reckless's assistant comes back, and Reckless and this bucking horse are midway through a horizontal jogging session, and he's not about to get in there and stop it. Okay, now Sergeant Reckless's assistant is having a full-on panic attack, because Sergeant Reckless, the pride of the Marine Corps, is currently getting taken to Pound Town on his watch, and he is definitely gonna be in trouble for it. So as soon as they finish, he runs in, gets Reckless, takes her in the barn, he's brushing out her mane, he's getting the scratches off of her sides, he's trying to hide all the evidence. And then while they're in the barn taking care of that, that other bucking horse gets taken out of the pen, and this big old fancy truck pulls up with this big old fancy trailer, and this big ass Kentucky Derby winning thoroughbred racehorse gets unloaded and put in the pen that Reckless was just in. He gets done cleaning Reckless up in the barn, takes her out, and everybody's like, bro, what are you doing? Reckless is supposed to be in there with this other horse. Get him in there. So then all those guys leave to get lunch or do whatever, and Sergeant Reckless's assistant is like, okay, there's no way I'm leaving. I'm not going to have this happen again. I'm going to stay here the entire time and make sure there's no hanky-panky, there'll be no riding the baloney pony around here ever again. I got to make sure this does not happen. So he sits there and cock-blocks this thoroughbred the entire time. So as far as he's concerned, mission accomplished. Nobody ever needs to know that Reckless got deflowered on his watch. It's gonna be fine. Then, fast forward, 28 days later, he shows up at Reckless's stable first thing in the morning to take care of her, and there's a bunch of high-ranking military officers and a bunch of news crews right outside the stable. He rolls up like, what's going on? And the general is like, Reckless is pregnant, and he's like, oh, okay. That's a good thing. And they're like, yeah, no, that's great. That's a terrific thing. At this point, the news crews have kind of put together that this is a kid in charge of taking care of Sergeant Reckless. So one of them yells out, hey, what's the name of that thoroughbred racehorse that she's having the baby with again? At which point he just responds like, what are you talking about? I don't know its name. It was just one of the random Marine bucking horses we had in the pen. Record scratch, dead silence, pure confusion. The general grabs this private, yanks him around the corner of the stables like, what the fuck did you just say? So he explains to the general everything that happened, and the general is like, you idiot. Reckless was supposed to sleep with that big-ass thoroughbred racehorse. To which he's like, well, somebody should have told me that. I don't know what to tell you. So now the plan is officially ruined. The new...
Hey man, if you don't send down the order, how are we supposed to know? Goofy officers?
News crews leave, and the PR firm has to figure out how to piece this thing back together. And the plan they come up with is to get a big-ass sign and put it up on the hill by Camp Pendleton, and the sign simply says, it's a... ... Yeah, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, and the plot twist that absolutely nobody saw coming, the United States Marine Corps is actually responsible for inventing gender reveals. And that's how they still managed to generate a bunch of hype for Sergeant Reckless's kid, getting the entire world to speculate as to whether or not it was going to be a boy or a girl. The pregnancy goes great. She goes on to give birth to a colt, aka a boy. They go out, write boy in big blue letters on their sign, and then the Marines throw a big ass party because they're amped, unwittingly throwing the world's first ever gender reveal party, which I'm gonna hold against the Marine Corps forever. But now,
Hey, we're breaking new ground. How dare you? How dare you?
now everybody wants to know, what are we gonna name this young colt? So the high-ranking Marine officers step in again, and they're like, I have another great PR idea. Let's have a competition where all the Marines can submit their ideas for names. We'll pick the best one, and that guy can win a week of leave. Brilliant idea. So that's exactly what they do. Hundreds of Marines send in their ideas for names. The front runners were like Semper Fi, Freedom, Liberty, pretty generic stuff, but that's what you have to do when you have a big public figure like Sergeant Reckless and her new baby. But the commanding officer in charge is just like, I don't like any of these names. I'm going to name it myself. So he just decides that he's going to pick a random private and be like, hey, you're the winner, even though you didn't pick the name, but I'm just going to say you're the winner so I don't look like an asshole. And then he named the cult Fearless, which, that's a great name. I'm just getting really, really jaded with bureaucrats and high-ranking officers in this video for some reason. Sorry about that. Anyways, fast forward a couple years, 1959, Sergeant Reckless is now getting promoted to Staff Sergeant Reckless.
Congratulations.
There's a 1,700-man parade, a 19-gun salute. The Marines make a huge deal out of it because, well, Reckless deserves it. So that's what they do. And in the crowd that day was none other than the new Private Fearless of the United States Marine Corps, which I thought was pretty cool. Later that year, she would give birth to another boy named Dauntless, and then a couple years after that, she would give birth to yet another boy named Chesty, named after Chesty Puller, the most
That's right, Chesty Puller. Well done, Chesty.
decorated Marine of all time, and as rumor has it, the last Marine to ever ride Reckless. From there, Sergeant Reckless would retire and spend the rest of her life living on Camp Pendleton as the highly regarded, highly respected war hero that she was before passing away in 1968. So, in conclusion, this has been the story of Sergeant Reckless, the hero of Outpost Vegas, America's greatest warhorse, the four-legged Marine that fought during the Korean War, which is commonly referred to as the Forgotten War. But as is the case with most of us, it's not that we forgot it, it's that we were never taught about it in the first place. So, if you made it to this far in the video, I really hope that you learned something. If you want to support the channel, the best way to do that is go check out thefatelectrician.com. We got merch, I got a Patreon with the deleted scenes. Otherwise, until next time, whack bang, out.
I think we learned something here today. First of all, Marines, once again, we do that home run homer. And here's the thing, we have to remember always, huge shout out to the fat electrician who keeps on kicking ass and taking names. You know, it is what it is. But also, folks, let's also remember something else here too about Sergeant Reckless. Marines never give up. Marines always keep their heads on a swivel. Keep on winning. But this was a fun video, so if you haven't already, please subscribe and support the original content creator, the Bad Electrician. Marines always get it done. M-A-R-I-N-E-S. That's the way you spell success. Never give up. Never surrender. Never leave a person behind. And listen, when the Marines want to get something done, we get it done. always we get it done. This isn't open for a debate. Semper Fidelis.
I guess. Ah, that was a quicker pop than I would expect. Might actually get this done before Raiden Heights starts. Nice. It's 4 PM SD, so I have like 40 minutes to clear this, change character and all that. Which should be more than doable. Well, we got a warrior as well, so easy dungeon time for everyone. Usually I would do this with FBCs because then I can just take my time and like, you know. But this, with if I do this for the first time at least. Since I already done this like, let's say at least 25 times then, yeah. Usually I'm also like very much against AoE spam. I know why people do AoE spam, this is just, in my opinion, lazy. And it is very lazy because there's like no real difficulty to it. did that. Oh well. We're here. See, easy. Apparently the notion of the person who knows what they're doing jumps is not known to everyone. But it's the only way you can try and get someone's attention. Not a big fan of how much this tank is wiggling around, but we'll make do. Maybe it's hard for his position. I don't know.
stop moving, baby. You already want to drive me crazy. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
And here come the rest. And he turned around again. Sir. Fine. First I have to hit my position and then I'll get into position. My David, move him, please.
Nice look, Shirotani. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hope you enjoy your look. Ay, ay, ay. Wow, that did absolutely nothing. Except for taking us 5 steps further. Congratulations. I hate this part. And tanks take the extra 5 steps forward because it goes faster this way. It doesn't. It's either you kill them down there and keep everyone still the moment you pull them in, or it's like you have to start moving around constantly to here. This could be because you're gonna pull those two as well. Oh, that's fine. But it's also, you're gonna take a lot of damage for it. Which is happening right now. Warrior should be able to take it though. And Qs are so slow because healers are all on strike. Now, wouldn't that be a crazy thing? Ooh, they hit our healer. I'm still curious about that entire thing, like how much of it was actually true. Because they kept saying that they did, but the difference was barely noticeable. To me at least. And on the other hand, I'm like, I'm a healer and I didn't even get never got the memo that apparently we were gonna be striking. Yep, big golem monster, I know. most of art. Pretty something. Well, I got that. There we go again. And there we go. Man, I'm just way too good at this game. That's for the sage, that's fine. You do the warrior. Why not? The others already left immediately, so. Alright, I best get ready for raid. Which for me is just switch account. And go over my positioning that I need to know for. Well, it's A and D or middle, basically. That is my positioning that I need to remember. Yeah, at least I'm more than halfway already. I have 15 minutes of time. And as I said, I'm going to skip cutscenes anyway, so. Okay. We'll be swapping character now. Back to go. Time to go to my main. Open Discord and all that good shit. BRB. Alright. I have like 10 minutes now to go, so oh, that means that I'm gonna hear the honeybee song. I'm gonna hear the honeybee in her voice. I'm curious now. Also, where's my Discord? Here's my Discord. No one is in Discord yet. I'll get into raid because we don't really have any other raids than our group at the moment, basically. Still my greatest and best achievement. Probably I can't even reply. Okay. I was gonna go like probably not a reply she wants, and clearly she doesn't want my reply because I'm not even allowed to type on her message. Okay. Also means we will start with honeybee. Huh? No. I know something fell on my keys, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna stop the game. City computer. gonna have a smoke now, so I don't need one during the honeybee fight. Then once we go into M3, it's gonna be interesting. But I'm starting to think like what are like the special positions I need, but there aren't really any. Except for the AD one that I need to remember, because after that it's basically I would say color paired of like who gets long and short fuses. But I'll have a quick look at that as well, just to make sure that I do not there we go.
It clearly, and all short fuse players and short fuse bombs will explode. We now need to dodge for the second set of fuses. For this, have your healers arranged with long fuses go out, and they're going to always go out with group 1 going.
It's this one, isn't it? Yeah.
Then either a short timer debuff like the tank healers have, or a long timer debuff like the DPS have. You'll also see that 8 fuses have spawned around the boss, and they are 4 short, 4 long. We need to get a short timer player on a short fuse, and a long timer player on a long fuse. To do this in an orderly manner, you should have a priority system. One that works well is to just have your groups look north and then clockwise, going in the order main tank, off tank, H1, H2, and the same for DPS, M1, M2, R1, R2. If you're a healer and you don't want to count 4 fuses, you can just think of it like this instead. This is the same priority as everyone looking north clockwise, and it means less counting of fuses. If DPS also use the same priority, it works out because DPS and supports will never be looking for the same type of fuse.
So if it is always like long fuses support, long and short, long or short fuses supports, and long and short, like and the opposite is always DPS, then wouldn't it be better to go color-wise?
If everyone follows this, they can adjust onto a safe fuse. The boss will cast Bombarian Flame. He'll get some sparks. The text of the sinister sparks begin to move, and from this point onwards, the middle is now dangerous. Walking in it will give you a dot, likely to get a kill.
But that is something I will have to ask Gad about, because apparently it's not set in the
We now need to get rid of these sparks one at a time. We're going to cleanse short timers first, and to cleanse it, a player just needs to walk onto the spark. That'll put the spark out, and cleanse the debuff, and let out a rate lock. We go in the order main tank, off tank, H1, H2. Main tank cleanses theirs, and raid wide damage goes out. There's a 2-second vuln, wait for that to fall off, and for everyone to get health, and then off tank should go out. And continue this. H1, and then H2.
Oh no, it's...
Once all of the short fuses have been dealt with, we now have the long timer players go out. M1,
M1, M2,
M2,
R2.
R1, R2.
No, it's not.
Remember
You
to
cannot
only
make
go
it
out
that.
when both-
Okay. Because here you see... Sorry, you cannot see. And this one, the fuses are random. And I thought it was always like a star pattern, like clock spots basically. But I don't think that works, if I see correctly.
The vuln has fallen off, and the party has enough health to survive. This will be followed with a 6-hit knuckle sandwich, and then the boss will turn around and cast another doping draft.
I'll have to go through this again.
Similarly, they have fixed positions, and then we get fuse field. When the cast finishes, all players are going to be given either a short timer debuff like the tank healers have, or a long timer debuff like the DPS have. You'll also see that 8 fuses have spawned around the boss, and they are 4 short, 4 long. We need to get a short timer player on a
Yeah, it's the fuses that are different. Okay. Okay, that makes some kind of sense, I guess. So it just go to the right, and then it's M1, M2, H1, H2. So I always have to take the one that the fuse that I have and the closest by for me. That's easy to remember. It's either fuse 1 or fuse 2 or 3, unless they go like full, like long, short, then I'll have to go over here. Yeah, I usually do Chloe to get this one done. I'll do Chloe. Maybe I can level my blue mage with it. Hello.
English. How are you doing?
Okay, how are you?
Yeah, also fine.
Everything working?
I hope so, yeah. So far, yeah. Everything but the stream, because streaming through the VPN is
Yeah, I have the same with just streaming in general. It slows everything down even more.
Hey, Tommy.
Hello. Okay, I thought the voice calls were being weird for a second.
Yo.
Hello.
Good evening.
Why is your voice so low?
I've been sick for the last few days.
Ah, you're still under the weather.
Yeah, it's shot my voice. I actually sound more mature than I should be.
I was expecting Tammy to say I was practicing.
Finally, Tammy's ball drops.
Yeah, I made that joke earlier to Rupert, and he's gonna start getting ill as well, so...
Puberty is finally hitting.
My God, no!
Like, no joke, I was... like, this morning I was talking with my mum on a landing, and no joke, Rupert quickly got out of bed and texted me saying, "Who's in the house right now?" And I was like, it's just, like, no one. It's just, like, there's no strangers here or anything. And he's just like, who the fuck's speaking? And I was like, that's me. It's so funny.
Also, the 100, the everything to 100 mount is kinda eh. But the emotes make... This one.
Hey, sure. Uncle, can you call Timmy to the microphone, please?
But Tammy's not here.
What's that?
For everything on 100.
Ah. I mean, at least it's a mount and not some hair plume.
Yeah. And it has 4 emotes, which kinda makes it worth it.
It's fine. It looks fine.
I just wanted them to give him like the KO sound. Just the spin and then KO.
Yeah.
Hey, who is the party lead?
Yeah, but he He went like 1 sec and looked out.
Yeah, so S disappeared from what I can see.
Ah, now yes.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Nice to call me.
Hello.
Hello.
I just needed to reload because I had to swap connection.
Also, again, today I found out that there's a huge difference between the voice actors for Japanese and English for Wuklamat, and I can actually stomach her in Japanese.
I told you.
Yeah, she actually sounds like it's more of an anime protagonist than anything else in Japanese, and if you go to the English, it's like, what am I listening to?
I told you. English watching has been bad for anything.
Like, here's a...
Should probably swap the VO over then.
Here's exactly what, like, the comparison is like. To me, it's like miles apart from each other.
Alright. I'll possibly run over to US. S. Rosen.
You know, I'm only part of the leader name. I'm like the mascot. That's it. I'm only raid leader by name.
Alright. Alright, okay.
Yeah, Japanese VA is way better.
Yeah.
Always has been.
I was just going.
Retreat. I'm not a fucking summoner.
I was going through my alt and I was like, I'm gonna put this on Japanese just for comparison. I was like, what the fuck?
Okay, who said that he doesn't sound like an anime protagonist in Japanese?
You know, in Japanese she does more than in the English version. She's just lame and boring, and then you go to like Japanese and it's like, I can actually stomach this person now.
What I mean, boring. The English VA just sounds. Now I can understand a little bit more why you hate when you got that voice. Like, yeah, I will too would be pissed off if I had to play with a voice like that, but there's a reason why I play in Japanese.
Yeah, the Japanese for me is not. It's not immediately anything like with the voice itself. It's more like I don't see any like emotions in like the English version. It's like all like one line, like there's no emotion in whatever she's saying.
So where's the language settings? Is it other settings in system?
You have to restart the game, don't you?
Nope.
Yeah, you need to change it in the launcher.
No, you don't have to change. You don't have to put the game off.
Wait, no, that was just for the overall game, like.
Yeah.
For overall voice, it should be.
It's in system configuration, other settings. Yeah, cutscene audio.
Yeah, like apply that and I don't have to. Do I have to restart the game?
Nope.
No.
Oh,
Then
okay, cool.
that means everyone's going to speak in Japanese, including Honeybee. And Honeybee in Japanese is a fucking.
I'm curious now.
Well, don't worry. I've got BGM and voice turned off anyway.
I will never change to Japanese for Honeybee because the English VA, I don't know why, but he does sound like Conte, so yeah.
Oh god.
Let's go, people. Don't forget to eat food.
Eat food.
What are the beers?
No, but also myth. So, what's up?
Okay, I understand why you don't like it in Japanese.
Is it better in English?
Yes.
In?
And it's an accent I like, so yeah.
No, Door. Spread line. Spread.
Hugs.
Hugs.
Fuzzy hugs.
The fuzziest.
I need to turn this. I need to turn this Japanese voice off.
Out.
Fuck. One time I do it for a phase. Fucking hell.
Minna!
You see now why this? I like Japanese, but this is just too much.
Yeah, I understand. I like the English version more.
For a second there, I thought S balls went back up into him. Like, what the fuck was that?
I'm taking this.
Okay. This is safe.
You can have that one.
I will.
This one on C4.
Up.
Out.
Reveal me.
There are so many hearts around here. Holy shit. There's one heading right for us.
I don't know what
I do.
I don't see anyone.
I do. Above our heads.
Wrapped.
Adult.
I'm actually surprised that I was able to stay there with the number.
Also, the last simp.
If everyone's stacking on top of each other, then we'll act in that direction.
Hugs.
So after sex was stacking. That's nice.
One of the hacks decided just to be a sneaky little shit.
That's fine, one heart's not gonna do.
1, 2, 3.
Should be fine here.
Yeah.
Dobrze.
Trapped.
Shake it off.
Zeros and C. Door.
Well, it's been a while since I was a zero.
Both thanks, sir.
Yeah, both things are.
Good position up.
You can get your positions from inside of the boss's hitbox, you know that.
Just dramatic.
That means he has to do effort.
A Viper dramatic?
Yeah.
Never heard of that before.
What is this?
Drop.
Door. Door. Clean door. No.
Japan. Should be in time.
Nicht.
Wrapped.
Adult.
Others.
Second part.
Spread. Counter.
Counter.
Should have enough room.
Yeah, more than nothing.
Yeah, put it on the very edge.
You did.
Rolls, careful of the bees.
Shaking it off.
Grabbed. Ow.
I'm in filming.
Invul, yeah.
I wasn't convinced that.
Oh, now it's ready, yeah. Fuck.
Line spread. Spread.
Holy.
Nah, you're fine, you're alive.
No, I dropped my combo.
That doesn't mean a bit of shit didn't come out of my arse.
Nicht. Drop and DPS out first. In.
Did you stay up?
Ours.
Out.
Ours.
Indoor. Door.
Deploying.
Ripping.
Shake it off.
I've got nothing.
Master and Rotom. Oh, it's not a hack. Okay. Clock.
Wait, you didn't block? Fuck. You will survive. Watch your debuffs.
Me and Tammy.
Going angelic.
So it will be Essence off. Now.
Next is Sam and Hawk.
Rep.
Opening speed. Wait. Okay.
Yeah, was that popped early?
Yeah, a bit. Like a second early. And then it's Rupert and Gun. Now. Let's hope it doesn't kill.
Yeah, that's fine.
No. Just kill her. It'll be fine.
Nice.
Yeah, good job.
Right, so as I understand it, everyone doesn't need gear, I believe.
Nope.
Right? So head, gloves and feet are...
Sorry, 1 second, 1 second. Rupert, do you have boots?
I don't think he does.
He doesn't.
He ran out last time.
Dark horse boots.
No,
So,
and
it is the savage one, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh.
No,
Oh,
you need tomes, you need
Did you buy it with books?
Oh, you bought it with books?
Yeah, with books. It's a dark horse one. Otherwise, it's a Quetzal one.
He's already got savage. Right, so that means...
One more second, 1 more second. Sam, do you have head?
You should do.
I am updating the list.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, in that case, yes, Gun, nobody needs gear from here.
Alright, okay. So, does anyone... Okay, Tombstone, does anyone want or need a tombstone? For time?
No. No.
Nope.
Okay, green only. Oh, well, you could have said something because I would have given
I'm passing on the tombstone anyway. So.
I'll pass the tombstone then. Glaze. Hawk apparently needs it.
No, I don't need glaze.
Alright, you don't need glaze because people haven't updated their thing, so I don't know what's going on. One second.
I don't even know how to update thing on my phone.
Yeah, usually it was me, but.
Sam needs some glaze, potentially.
Yeah, he does.
Alright, okay. Everyone, roll. Death roll. Was it death roll or roll?
Sorry, what? Ah, dice. I think. Slash dice.
Roll dice.
Technically, you need glaze, don't you, Gan?
No, I can get it via times.
Got both of my glazes on the same day since I had both.
Guess it's for Dillard then.
Dillard's gonna get glaze.
Can I get the boots gun for my Picto?
Oh, Dillard does need it. Okay.
Yeah. Anyone else want anything? Any of the other gear?
I was about to say, I can't check my saddlebag if I have a foot coffer or not, but oh well, never mind.
Yeah, I asked for it for my Picto.
I was gonna ask for it for my samurai, but I didn't know if I had it or not.
Well, I mean, we still have to come back next week.
You could have eye search, Tommy.
Oh, well, let me just search them right now.
Do eye search and then,
I didn't have one, fuck. Alright, never mind. Actually, have I got enough books? No, I think it's only one more.
Yeah, you also don't need glaze anymore, do you?
anyone need, head or hands?
Nope, no, I don't need them.
Nope.
Not even for my samurai, I don't need them.
Right, greed only. Greed only. Someone still hasn't rolled for Tombstone, I don't know who it is.
I passed on it, so.
Tombstone. Oh, okay,
I don't need the rest either. Also, again, I did have a question for like M3. It's for like right after the bomb phase where I usually kill everyone on. The fuses.
Yeah.
Are the fuses random but the timer is set? Is it like the fuses spawn randomly but the timers on what group it goes are set?
What do you mean by that?
Like I saw it from the guide from Hector, and the timer seems to be like support and DPS, like support long or support short, and then otherwise, but the fuses seem to be random how they spawn.
What do you mean by the fuses are random?
It can be that it's long fuse and then short.
Yes, the order in which they spawn on the field, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's random.
So yeah, because I was first looking at can you do it color-wise, but if they spawn random, you can't. So it is the clockwise, counterclockwise thing we need to use. Then yeah, okay. Just making sure about that.
I need to upgrade my gear.
Yeah. It should be pinned still, isn't it?
It's pinned in stack 2.
Else you'll just have to scroll up. I'm actually
actually curious what the Brood Bomber sounds like in Japanese.
He's okay. I've not heard
I
of him.
didn't update the cheat sheet well for him.
Because I agree with your opinion on Mantu Gan.
What, as in her voice is annoying?
Yes. I like the English voice better, but that's also because it's like one of those southern accents and I like those a lot. So I'll be playing in English then from next week again.
And also that one upgraded piece what increases chances.
Sorry, no, you should text. I just fucking hate how many menus there are on this game.
It's called the spaghetti code. You're making the spaghetti.
There's 3 or 4 different menus to get to where you want to go. It's like, for God's sake, why
It's called we need to somehow make UI usable for console players.
No, it's more just Japanese, you know.
There's even way too many fucking screens for console. Like, I get lost in them all the time. What the fuck is it?
Why are you so fluffy?
I keep forgetting to fix that fucking portrait of mine.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Namazu. Namazu.
Yes,
Let's
yes.
see.
Yes,
What's
yes.
the wisdom?
I wonder why. I wonder why is the Namazu not afraid of the kitty though?
This guy needs to die, yes, yes.
Okay. Namazu of wisdom.
Quick
will
question.
be spoken.
Question. Since I always fuck this up, I'm between A and D, right?
Yes.
Or like
What?
the bombs exploding, where you know the mechanic where I kill everyone.
If you need to stack with people in the middle, you are wherever people are. And if you need to go to the bomb, you either A or D, yes.
Okay. Just so I can say I remember, but I still killed everyone.
Because you thought you need to go and smack, but then you need to hack people.
Yes. I'm a very lonely bunny.
I hack you every time, but this is fine.
It means lonely in other aspects, but okay.
Does he? Yep.
He might do.
Hello, this is me, the cat.
I would say dog is a man's best friend by this weird sake and being his right hand. Alright.
Huh? What?
I kinda agree, but still.
Outspread.
I hate how much I agree with that.
Buddies. Don't have.
Yeah, I don't have either.
Towers. Knock.
Move.
We could have moved a bit earlier, but that's fine.
Move.
Middle.
Moving.
Yes.
I don't know. I've never had the English version of this one.
Yeah, what do you think about the Japanese version?
It was funny.
So if he's doing the best impression of it right there.
Oh, it was spot on.
Buddies in.
That's a very weird buddy, Rupert.
He's yours.
Knock back, spread.
Okay, picking up west. Yeah, I wasted all my mana. Someone needs to take care of Sam. Scrap him off the floor.
I got it.
Nice.
That would reduce DPS.
What is this? Two.
I just got him up, come on.
Out, spread.
Oi, oi, oi.
Out.
Oh shit.
You was lucky, Sam was there.
Shake it off.
Sam was there.
Was that Sam's position I was in?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He still thinks he's a melee.
I've been playing melee all day, okay?
Final.
DPS long.
Est on A. Est on A. Est on B.
Yeah, I
There goes everyone.
I was on A. took me a bit, but I was on A.
Eventually,
Nilis, for now you might want to actually leave melee range just in case.
I was leaving melee range, but I wasn't fast enough because I can't do shit doing that.
Don't worry, you both killed us, not you.
In other words, Sam, drop your DPS for a second.
Don't greed.
Yeah, no greedy.
Давай елем концепцию.
Accidentally ailing.
I'm also suffering from the fact that I can barely feel my hands.
Are you cold?
No, my neck and shoulder are worse. I had to come back from work because of it.
You should really get that looked into. That sounds very concerning.
That happens occasionally. It'll get big, so I'll just show the shit out of how you go with my case. Back some, patches on
Buddies. Out.
on the spot where it hurts, and it'll be fine eventually.
Are these the right markers?
Spread.
I
Yeah.
don't know what these markers got, but are these the right markers?
Actually, I think they are a tad different.
They are a bit
Right.
I have no idea.
They strike me as they're a little bit different. I need to check.
We'll find out on the inevitable death.
House. Knock.
Move.
Nothing.
DPS phase.
I will deploy soon.
I will just drink my tea this winter.
Yeah. Plenty of time.
Yeah. Doping.
Oh no, you drank a banned compound.
Yeah.
Are you getting this one?
As it's spread in.
Fuck! Sorry for this.
Bodies, knockback.
She's yours.
Grabbing.
Shake it off. Hugs.
Let's see short.
Just like the teleport, there's any perfectly facing or on the other side where I want to be.
Left team.
Yeah, that is the problem with Reaper teleport.
Off that watch, it's still not even close.
One. Oh no, it's two, sorry. So it's my fault. That was my fault.
Bodies in. Est.
That's...
That was a big positioning by ENG.
I cannot answer a question that I do not know the answer to.
Wasted my mana. Focus is yours. Ah, you also don't have a mana.
Fuck, why did my friend... Oh.
I'm being rest.
DPS long.
I was gonna say, why the fuck did my res get cancelled out?
SA.
That was the wrong spot.
Ah!
That's me. Ow.
Wow.
Ah, gun exploded on us. Yeah, okay.
That was my fault. I was in the wrong spot. I saw which ones had long and short incorrectly.
As I like that you stand on A in the correct position and then just start moving away.
I hear someone say asked A, so I start looking where the fuck is A.
Okay, yes, basically, if you have a short fuse, you as a tank, yeah, you have a short fuse, you're looking for a bomb with a long fuse, either on A or on D. There always will be one either on A or on D, and if there is a bomb with a long fuse on A and you use a short fuse, you go to A. Basically. Yeah.
Are these markers correct, Gan?
They don't actually know.
They're the same, it's just numbers closer to the middle.
Have you ever had that moment when there's just like your entire brain group just puts question marks in your head and you're like, what the fuck?
Yes. They're the same, just...
That's why.
I just try to see by visual if I'm long or short, and apparently I'm always wrong.
Might blow up them 2 marks by accident. My bad.
I mean, they're not exactly the same as that mechanic.
They're not that far apart. Even.
I have question marks the entire fight. I'm just waiting at this point. I need help.
Yeah, somehow you're still doing it.
Yes, it's called muscle memory. My brain is not doing the job. At least, consciously.
What is the brain?
Apparently something that's in your head.
Okay. Spread.
Ow.
Maybe for the select or without.
Yeah, but it feels it.
I'm always waiting for one extra hit.
Oh, I see.
Spread. Don't have. Ouch. Knock.
Fuck.
That's one.
Yes, I was alone in the towers.
That's after.
I'm going for back.
It's so much filter.
Reset. Core. Yeah, reset.
One second.
I nearly forgot what fucking day it is.
Tuesday.
Tuesday. This.
Why else would we be doing this if it wasn't a Saturday?
Yo, Bay just went, what day is it? It was just like, bitch, it's Tuesday.
I applaud you, at least you knew what day it was.
Is your brain like that monkey with the symbols just sat there bashing at each other?
Today, yes.
Okay.
I just, you know,
Unlock.
remember Cosmo's head in Infernal Parent, it's just a little dancing. Cosmo in there. Basically mine.
Spread. Out.
I almost walked into that group tank buster.
Spread. Why? Just take it with us. Spread.
Tempting offer, but no.
The game will just have to decide between three of us. Don't have.
TV, this is the worst time to turn off.
Not the worst. Considering that we are not exactly doing something at this moment. Now it would have been bad. Rep. Yeah, that.
Move.
Reps.
Move.
I appreciate it.
She is yours.
Yeah, I would appreciate it, because that fucking hurts too.
I didn't. I pressed back because, you know, that's what I do.
It was I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
I don't know why that, just getting bumped around in the towers, why that hurts so much.
I will do voice one.
But Gun, it's actually do as I do, not as I say.
That's true.
Buddies. In. Buddies, knockout.
You gotta knock the fuck out.
Luck. How? Okay. Yep. How didn't I place it?
With your tank.
Ah, okay, that.
The light saved you, that's what happened.
Nice, the tank privilege saved me.
You took damage, just not a lot, because your tank.
Yeah. Speaking about taking
Dillers,
damage.
are you okay?
Holy
Picking up.
fuckamoly.
That's a bit too much damage.
Good.
It was a bit too slow healing, I guess.
Too much for the old paper to handle, I
I
guess.
didn't expect you to drop that fast.
2.
I don't have Swift.
Didn't make it.
Spread
I had
in.
Swift.
Spread in.
Swift in 1, uh-huh.
Tapped.
I got nothing.
What?
I don't have anything.
Ah, no, it's not fine, so is that.
Shit. Alright, I'll try and get her. I have mana to burn.
I got 2.
Jesus.
Alright.
I couldn't move during that. That was a bit.
Wait,
Support long.
yeah, thank you.
Where the fuck is my thing above my head?
4, yes, 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 yes.
Hey, I'm completely lost again. Fuck.
So.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
Oh well, kill me.
Yeah, I guess.
Why do short fuses not appear on people's heads? What the hell?
You were dead.
You didn't have one because you were being rezzed.
Oh.
Ah.
So what you're saying is if we sacrifice 4 people there.
Oh no, you did have one.
I didn't see it above my head.
No, you should have had one.
I saw the bomb go off, like I exploded, but I just didn't see a timer on my head. Like the fuse.
Yeah, you had an explosion go off on you. You had one explosion and 2 more explosions.
Okay,
Thank you, Rupert, it will totally help.
Okay, that is so weird that I did not see the fuse at all above my head. I just assumed I was short.
Well, yeah, if the ports were long, then you would be caught.
It's weird, I can see the long fuses, but I can't see the short ones.
Maybe.
Just once.
They do exist, that's all I can say.
They do exist, yes.
I think my game's just breaking down. Either that or I'm breaking down, one of the two.
Yep. Buddies out. Buddies. You don't have?
Why do we make support smooth? I fucking need to heal.
Because otherwise you can't move, you can't heal if you're too far away.
No, I mean, why are we making support smooth and not DPS for the stacks? I mean, I don't understand.
I don't know.
Knock.
Oh shit.
No.
Shit!
Bye.
No.
It's a boom 1, that's a boom 2.
That's a boom dead.
7.5, 7.2, 7.
Fuck!
Oh, did you deploy again?
I recitated, yes. No.
How
Let's
I
go
love,
with the shield discreet. Nope.
how I love and despise this game at the same time.
Good. Body's out. Bodies. Don't have. Towers. Knock.
Move. Sorry, I can't hold myself.
Soft cat flame.
Yeah, I'm deploying.
Spread in. Spread knockback.
Oh, there goes the Sam.
Picking up.
Yep.
Shake it out.
I'm standing here because I feel the second master after that.
It's okay,
You're
you
right.
can be here.
Так, Тим. It will be two again. Out bodies. Yep. I know.
DPS long. out, like, and
It will be bodies.
Fuck!
Bodies. Somebody will get doubled.
Oh.
Oh, you know, Est will get lanced.
No doubles today.
I involved.
Yeah.
good job.
She's field.
Same.
So I have to be over
Yes, he takes this one, I'll take this one.
here. Yeah.
Ah, wait. Other side.
Sam, shoot.
Ah, middle becomes too dangerous. I see, okay.
Yeah, Middles gives you a dot that'll kill you.
It's explode.
Okay. So, for this mechanic, everyone gets a timer, either long or short, and you need to step on the fuse to defuse it with your debuff. Now, if you've got a short timer, you need to stand on the short fuse, and if you've got a long timer, you need to stand on a long fuse. The reason why is that you need to give a couple of seconds between each one because there's a magic bomb, of course. There is. It's a bit similar to
Rotten from M2.
Rotten Hearts, only that is individual, and there's a priority system. So the melees will look. So if you're long or short, your melees will start at A and go clockwise, and if you're ranged, you will look at 1 and go counterclockwise. And if you're ranged and looking at counterclockwise, you're going in reverse. So R2 takes the first one, going counterclockwise. R1 takes the second one, going counterclockwise. And the same for healers, right? So then you look for the one that you're looking for, if that makes sense. So if I'm R2, R1, and I'm looking at 1, and there's a short fuse on 1 and a short fuse on 4, I will take 4.
If you have a short debuff,
I have a short timer. If I have a long timer, then obviously I'm looking for the second long fuse from 1 going counterclockwise. So by that point, I should probably go no more than from 1 to about 3.
I start counting from A, right?
You start counting A and count clockwise, yes.
Okay.
A to B, 3.
Yeah.
Of your tether time. Or
Like,
your debuff time.
basically what we just did, Dillard.
Yeah.
It's every time you have to go like...
You should stand on it roughly about 5 seconds to go.
No, that doesn't work, I think, because everyone's timers are the same. You have to run up to it every time there's the debuff. That's like, I think 20 for the start at 24, is it like shorter?
26.
26.
Yeah, the idea is that each of us needs to step on a spark, each of us. But sparks are slowly moving inwards,
yes.
And we get a magic wool and damage after every spark is being stepped on and it explodes.
There is no set timer, but usually you just go like clockwise. You start doing it like if you start from like short timers, it's like 2 to 3 first, then 4 and 1, and then you just keep going like that. Just you make the circle twice.
It's basically if it's DPS has shorts and it goes, you know, M1, M2, R1, R2, and then M tank or tank and so on and so forth. And if it's the other way around, it's the other way around. M tank or tank and so on.
Yeah, because if you're gonna look at the debuff is the same at everyone, so it starts with 20 and you just have to make sure you're in the 20 seconds.
So like the 5 doesn't work because you know.
And you have to give it at least a couple of seconds, not only for the magic bomb to go off,
but also for healers.
One steps on the fuse, but also to heal.
And yeah,
you can't stand in the middle because that will kill you. And
yeah, that is, I think, the entire mechanic basically.
But stay as close to the fire puddle as you can so we can reach you, thanks.
Yeah, stay as close to the middle as you can. But not in the middle. And then it's basically every 3 seconds someone runs out to their fuse and defuses it.
Yeah,
this is gonna be interesting.
Positions is a little bit like snakes, isn't it? Like before.
It's a combination of snakes, one part, and
I mean, it is snakes, you just don't need to swap, so yeah, it's easy.
Yeah.
And he turned white either. Turned white either.
So, what are you actually, Hawk, if I might ask? Are you M1 or M2?
She's M1.
So she should be near me then, right?
Yeah,
Since
like,
I'm the main thing.
Unless there is a second fuse of the same length on
Yeah.
your left, looking at the boss, then there will be dealer. If it's a fuse of another length, it will be Hawk, yeah.
So you have to either stand next
Oh
to
no,
me or
Hawk
next
can
to
be
Dillard,
right
Hawk.
Shit!
Hawk has to stand next to me or next to Dillard.
Most of the times, yes.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
I'll just yell very, very loudly if I know.
so Hawk is what? M2?
M1.
M1, okay. And Sam is M2. Will be.
Sorry, my difficulty increased. My dog is asking for attention.
Correct. Dog saw red sausage.
Dog saw me struggling. He was like, let's increase the difficulty.
I mean,
Not
look,
an
guys,
enhanced
we people on the edges actually have this
Buddies
mechanic
out.
easy, so you can just increase the difficulty a little bit.
Buddies. Run. Buddies.
What the really?
You got there.
Be right on top of each other, you know. You need to be near.
Yeah, but the fucking wounded farmer was just like, come on! Get my ass over that, please.
It's fine.
No.
Just be survive.
One of these days I'm just expecting
You
Hawk
can-
to go
you can
like,
start
get my
with
ass
them,
over there, and then she flies over and just dies in the fire.
Yes, that has happened. That has happened already.
Nice.
Knock.
So as will
Knock was
survive,
there.
the people on the mountains won't.
Bye. One.
Ouch.
Two.
Yeah, we're going to die because too many damage. 2 stacks is too much.
What do you mean too much damage?
2 stacks too much damage for everyone who is not tank, you know?
Oh, okay.
Who is not a damage sponge.
Who is not aware who is self-heal?
So what you're saying is we all need to be warriors.
So what you're saying is Dillard is little sponge and I'm big sponge.
Yes.
Perfect.
Pretty sure that people have done runs like that. So.
I'm not sure about this one. This tier, was this tier already cleared as on the tanks?
But I would not be surprised.
I haven't seen it yet.
It will be done at some point, that's true. Just.
Oh, most likely.
Yeah, not sure it was done already, probably not yet.
I'd love to know how they do it.
Heal each other.
Warrior.
And bring 2 or 3 paladins I can heal as well.
Yeah, then it's like a tank gay party where everyone heals each other.
I'm not worried about the survivability, I'm worried about the damage
Buddies
output.
out.
Like, how do they get enough damage because they're tanks?
Actually, you can do more damage. A lot of
Spread.
damage. Quite an
You obviously want to be geared for that one, but yeah. Probably not that hard when you are geared.
Well, it was stacked because Rupert was standing right on top of me.
Don't have. I mean, gun, you're so powerful. Can move.
You're ex-healer, you know how we don't like to move in. How we hate moving.
On that, out of my memory, what are you talking about? Healers, why are you standing on top of me?
Knock.
Knock.
Move.
Who's
Who's there?
Death.
Move. Okay. okay, I'm not too late. Forgot I was distracted by the show.
Same wavelengths.
Keeping my small hands. I will deploy soon.
Eventually.
Eventually.
Spread in. Actually, just in case. Ah, it's physical, doesn't matter. But it's not back. I pressed that.
Oh, inappropriate.
Which
I will try to keep everyone alive.
Fusefield is
Who is?
Fusefield.
Ah,
Fuses
yeah.
are magic.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Maybe. Hopefully.
Oh, they are.
Spite, oh come on, Rupert. We don't have that in this group.
That's him.
I was gonna say something, but I was like delicacy, so I can't.
What do you mean you can? What do you-
Spoilers.
No, that was my fault. I just didn't register. I literally didn't register what the mechanic was.
So,
Yeah, I was doing
fine,
too.
wait. Body sim.
If it was Spite, I would actually have told you. I'd be like, ah, see?
That.
But no, that was literally just me not registering what I was supposed to.
I like how you would be upfront about it. It's like, yes, I'm being a fucking bastard right now. Like,
If you're being spiteful one, people have to guess whether you're being spiteful.
Listen,
Okay, stop. Support slong.
Where the fuck am I supposed to be again?
G.
I lost myself.
Probably.
Nope. I have no idea what the fuck I am.
I mean, you're standing with.
Right? What?
Spread.
Damage?
I mean, it's usually is damage.
Why? 2 million explosion? What?
You were killed by 2 explosions.
Ah, okay, yeah. Okay. Did I step? Okay, I probably stepped in. That wasn't recoverable anyway.
It will not help, yes.
Yeah, like you can see, there are long fuses, there are short fuses. Yeah, on the floor. Yeah, okay.
No, you cannot see.
I mean, everyone could see for like 5 seconds. But,
yeah, if I knew I didn't have to reset, I would have just stood there.
Like, yeah, if you're dead anyway, you can as well turn into learning experience. Like, look at the fuses, look at the field. No, stuff like this.
I love that. It's like saying, if you look like 0.3 seconds before, you might see the bullet that's coming between your eyes. Like,
You might see the explosion happening right on the
If you watch this clip 10 seconds beforehand, you actually can hear the shotgun loading.
Wrapped. I need to press buttons here.
Yes. Just a few.
Look, I pressed buttons.
I am so proud of you.
Good. Out.
Spread, est.
Sorry.
whoa.
You moved in, hi, that's fine.
Spread.
Someone
Spread.
stop it.
Don't have.
My kills these runs have been very low, Tammy. Would you like for me to increase it?
I was about to say, I can imagine him just staring at me as he says that, plotting.
Towers.
Don't feel insulted, Tammy, but you're not that special.
Oh, I knew that from the day I was born, mate.
Knock.
Now I just feel sad for you.
No.
I don't wanna.
Nobody asks.
Oof.
Fucking insults and assault coming from this group today.
Being so sassy.
Very.
I will deploy soon.
Eventually. Buddies! In. Where's my buddy?
I expect an airstrike to come in at some point then.
What happened there?
He took it by himself. Knock back in. By the same.
Oh,
Yeah, I also moved to.
I moved too late.
Ой, scrap him up dealer off the floor.
I'm gonna get the healer.
But on pack I'm coming, I will try to do what I can.
I'm gonna get Gan.
I no longer have an invuln.
That's fine, I'm here.
And then it's time to get Sam.
I don't know what this
I don't have the mana for another res, come the fuck on.
Yeah, sorry.
Tammy! Tara!
I need some mana so Ifrit can burn it.
No.
Will be one.
Yeah.
Back.
In spread.
In? Fuck! Bye.
Ow!
And spread.
She technically knocked me.
I thought he's going to dash, I'm sorry.
S, did you employ Soph to do that?
No.
No. She
I
employed
thought-
herself.
I thought he's going to dash, I repeat, I'm sorry.
How dare you accuse me, Tammy? I have been a good boy the entire time.
Ой, support's long.
Hoggy.
No,
And boom.
get it up to 7 dead. I survived, don't know how.
No, you didn't.
I did the
It's
first time.
knock back. Buddies.
Ah, fuck.
And dead.
But
No.
I pressed my knockback.
No, you didn't.
Thanks, you're a bit close there. You are cooking in the middle.
Me?
I will. We outsmarted.
Me? Because I'm already out of the entire A. I can try to step a few steps back.
Nobody ever said that you need to stand on marker for this mechanic.
I'll move even further back then.
Nobody said.
Nobody said you need to. Like, if you even look at the Hector screenshot, you can see Millie's actually being out. He suggests to actually try to, like, disengage from Millie to be more safe.
Okay. So, like max melee.
More than that, melee.
Yeah, it's
For
further because.
starters, we better to try it more than max melee.
Okay.
It is possible to survive if you max melee, but that requires everyone to be perfect, which is the...
I've been at max melee and accidentally killed every support in middle.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. My rotation is fucked.
Well, at least you can come and get some hugs.
Spread out. Spread. Don't have.
This is the first time for my eye to start hurting.
Brush. Knock.
Fuck! That wasn't fun.
There's one.
I moved again too early.
Two. Die.
Sadly, my go back was still.
One, two, die.
Not gonna lie, I thought I heard someone quack during that.
Nope. There were no quacks.
It was just Hawk saying fuck really quickly.
Yeah. No, no quacks. Only, you know. Fucks given. Flipped. No. Черти. Oh. Okay, diagnosis. Okay, spread. Repair. Create healing. Spread. Spread. Don't have. Towers.
Oh god, expedience.
Nope.
Move.
It really messes
Move.
with you whenever experience gets swamped. It's just like, oh. Or after it's done, why am I slow?
Nothing.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's still music.
It is.
I almost killed myself because of it.
How's that for skill issue?
Yeah, it's a player issue, yeah.
It isn't everything's an issue.
Not everything.
Most things. Bodies. In. Bodies, knockback.
Not
job.
Grabbed.
Once again, I'm asking you for hugs.
Yes, I am giving.
Fuzzy.
Так, Тим. It will be four. Outspread. Test.
Need to take his contact with him.
Okay, I'm
My brain didn't register it at all. Sorry, Dellert.
Fine.
Too late.
You mother.
She's a masochist.
Sam, good job surviving.
She's done.
Supports long.
Okay.
Fuck, supports long!
Yeah, I'm getting confused where the fuck I am. I'll just die.
I am.
My brain does not
Okay,
register.
invite this.
Yes, Rella south them.
Figment.
Don't feel. Think. Oh, wait, there is a thing.
I don't hear, I don't feel, and I don't think. I just fail.
You're playing the wrong game.
I've been playing the wrong game for like 4 years.
You're really a warrior of light at Tammy. There is an imposter among us.
Ripped. What?
For the first time in forever, my YouTube video is buffering.
Oh.
That's not a good.
Buy this out. You're also getting here.
Are you watching YouTube videos when we raid?
Well, I'm listening to music.
Ah, okay.
Spread.
Probably like you telling me what?
Spread.
She says, getting ready to let me like, what?
God, she almost felt insulted there. Like, Jesus.
She was gonna go all mother mode on you.
You're not paying attention. Alex.
If you pay attention, doesn't mean you get what is going on.
Go back.
Look.
Move. Move.
Nice. As good just punched in the face.
As usual. It's my job.
I guess. Allow some. It is not his part.
He doesn't give a shit at this point. He's not. Ah, fuck. Screw it. He will turn anyway.
Spread. So, shoot.
In.
In, yes. Bodies, look back. I thought Sam jumped and then flew into the wall. Yep.
That's usually me if it happens. I don't think so.
It's my job.
I don't have blood winning.
Oh well.
It's that happened once.
Take a leash.
And I think I felt like last time constantly jumping into the wall, so really shit my fault.
It will be free. In bodies.
Holy cow.
Did
Did he just have low health?
No,
Yep, by a hair.
Bullshit.
I agree, but still.
I saw it as well. I saw Rupert move last second. I was like, ooh.
Try to be... Okay, later. Support long.
Shit, where the fuck am I supposed to be?
Hey,
Oh, well,
probably.
Yeah, well, fuck it. I'll just die again, because I hate this mechanic and I can't figure it out.
Outspread.
Yeah,
Spread.
well, too late. It was blood in me.
Robert, what did you do? It was outspread.
Hardcasting. Oh, fuse field. Okay, I do have
Out of
some
the middle.
DPS
Support,
short.
support long.
Oh,
Sam, not yours.
You're on A, Hawk.
Okay.
In front, in front. Ah.
Next one.
You... Ah, fuck.
I don't think I'll live.
Next one.
Damn, it's not yours.
Oh shit.
You're in the wrong position. You need to be south.
What?
Yes.
Okay.
You're standing on the long tether there. That's not short.
Yeah, but I had a long time. So a long time.
How do you...
DPS had short.
Did you time? How many seconds you have on this?
I had 44.
Like, it is possible, yeah, that Rupert's timer got...
Yes, Rupert's time got clipped on somebody else.
Okay, Rupert, the only difference is the cast name. If he's casting dive, he's jumping. If he's casting lariat, he's standing in the middle. That's the only difference. No other difference, only cast name.
Yeah. Oh, you know, listen to call outs. I am calling out stuff.
Okay. I didn't realise Tam got the wrong.
It's also... I don't know, I would say it's like where he is looking, but that's kind of vague, because...
He's looking somewhere, you know.
Yeah,
quiet.
he's always looking one way.
Always looking
I think for Lariat he's more looking upwards, but yeah.
Nope, it's the same animation. Sure.
I just listen to the other. So if anything goes wrong, it's either my brain or it's Dillard.
See, the same way I do stuff. I trust Dylan.
Okay, I will heal away if it's, you know. Okay.
So was I wrong for that mechanic?
No, you weren't. You got. Yeah, you had a long timer.
If you really had a long timer, you would be at least. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought 4 seconds.
Just
So.
because Rupert was dead, you had the long timer.
Spread out.
That's all. I didn't know you could get the other huge timer. Oh, that's right anyway.
Away, bodies. I mean, he usually can't, but Rupert was dead. Bodies.
Oh, buddies. Fuck. Somehow survived that, okay.
Don't have. Alice.
Zoomies.
Back.
Knock.
Move. Move. I'm fine.
Would have only been better if you ended with Waluigi.
I so want to play Mario Party.
What, the new one?
Any.
Well, you need to get a Switch first.
Yeah. That's
Body scene.
main problem. Ah yeah, I wanted to say something about this mechanic, but I will later.
Yeah, main problem being you can't get Switch, you Switch membership.
Knock back, spread. Spread.
Picking up hope.
I yeeted myself into the wall, survived it, and I was far enough away because I yeeted myself into the wall. He hated it.
I saw that Icarus though.
Podcasting?
It's typical of one of those things I do with my Sage.
You didn't touch anyone somehow, considering that I was standing on you. That him.
I would hope you didn't touch anyone, that's inappropriate.
He's a healer. He's supposed to touch people.
That's okay, he has my consent.
It will be two.
Yep, the page just shut up. If that happens.
Out bodies. Out
Okay, Robert,
bodies.
good luck.
She just decided to.
I
die.
should have saved that Swiftcast.
No, it's fine, I saved mine.
I'm still. Okay.
Sir, can you not slam the ground like 6 times, please?
It only gets worse, Tabby.
Yeah, it will be 8. She's
And then
down.
and then 16.
It won't be 16.
Support slow.
Hey.
Need it. So let's see how.
Good.
Knock back, spread.
B.
Spread.
Holy cow!
That did not.
I was like, I'm fine, and then I was pretty sure the Viper tried to get in a little,
Reset timing.
tried to get in a little, how do you call it again?
What?
Positional?
Jesus Christ.
You little bunnies decided to
To do the bunny thing?
fuck.
To do the bunny thing and just run right behind each other?
Yes. Kia. Did you reset again?
No. I forgot my fairy.
8 hands and forgot.
You know how many calories I ate today? How many
No.
fairies I ate today? A lot of. Too much.
No, those don't count towards your calories.
Uh-huh.
They're basically pixie dust.
Uh-huh.
Nothing. They don't count towards your calories.
I don't
There
even.
are a lot of calories in pixie
Oh,
dust.
that's a lie.
Yes.
I don't even know why you're eating them. You're supposed to snort
Spread
it.
out.
That's a lie, so.
Spread out.
That's because the diet, the fad diet.
Away spread. Away spread. Spread.
No, it's you who is being lied to by Big Pharma. Yes.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
I too eat my fairy. It doesn't count towards my calories.
You
How
don't have
heavy
a
are
brain,
you?
you're my kidney.
Huh?
How heavy are you?
Not that heavy.
that's what heavy people usually say who ate too many fairies.
I'm only 60
Zoomies.
kg.
Knock.
Thank you, almost what?
Move.
Gun, I don't think you can eat queen.
Why not?
I mean, with great
mean,
effort, you can.
If you're iron deficient, maybe.
Thank God the game saw me touch the wall and was like I didn't see it. Because my toe did touch the wall.
Nah, it doesn't happen.
Oh, it doesn't count.
I see think about
Oh,
it.
And the moment I even look at the wall, I'm dead.
What badges of shame? Gun, what are you thinking about?
I saw 2 badges of shame.
We didn't see anything.
I did.
Body sim.
What were the badges of shame?
I'm found.
Oh.
Poisons.
That's good bodies. Good bodies. Fuck, forget it, I can't speak.
Knock bodies.
How could that be good boy stats? Good boy stats are alarm stats. You're being lied to by the damage down crowd.
No, you.
Yep.
Damn it, is that fucking video gone again?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Kind of way.
Oh.
Coward. Talk to you.
And there would be, but I don't think the healers would be very happy.
I mean, the game would decide whoever it wants to punch out of the 3 people. It's 3.
Picking up Sam.
In spread.
Oh, where's Zabis? Oh, okay, RS7 on his place. That was all intended. Calculated.
MLG.
All as intended, you could hear it by the fear in her voice.
Yes. Fear was also intended.
he's done.
DPS long.
Don't like that the boss moves.
Oh, right. Yeah, I was wrong.
Around here?
I'm gonna die.
Sam was the post.
When I was like, oh wait, that's normally what I'm called for. Normally called for then, I was like...
Sam was too close.
You can be very close to middle when you are stacking. Not exactly the middle, but very close to it. But when you run to it from another side of the arena, you're like,
Yeah, you're like, how close
it's
can I
there. Yeah, and then DPS kills you, and you're like, okay, shit happens. Yeah.
La la la. Not powerful enough. Cannot take every boom boom stick.
I mean, powerful enough to be the only one that was alive.
Not enough.
It's a dark privilege.
But he's aware.
What a privilege.
Hey, Hawk. Do you want fluff? Here's fluff.
Why are you offering pork fluff?
Yeah, why are you calling wheat fluff?
Not sweet.
Okay.
What exactly is fluff?
Do you want to see fluff?
Probably some kitty or puppy or something.
I mean, alright, what have I got to lose?
I don't think he's gonna know which characters.
I don't know how far he is.
He is still a Cody. He's still a Cody.
Okay. And he will not know.
Did you pull on Fisha? I don't think you pulled on Fisha, did you?
I might have tried.
I think you tried on Kafka.
Oh yeah, I tried Kafka, yeah. I did do the trial with, like, the trial run and that, so...
Say good night.
Kafka.
Yeah, it got...
Kafka.
It's a little bit.
Yeah, just replace the E with an A.
You mean mother?
What?
Oi!
Ava.
Tifa?
I would not be surprised if that was the name that eventually got that game, because names are weird.
Ripped. La la la. Publish. Press buttons. 2, 3, 4.
Next batch is probably gonna drop the date for afterward. Yeah.
Got this out. Buddies away.
I dread it when those games get patches.
Which game's buddies?
Oh my god! I don't know.
Like the Hoyoverse games, because like their patches are like 30 gigabytes, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yep. It's only in like a week.
But eventually I'm just gonna have to stop playing and uninstall just from the fact that they're taking up all my memory.
Are you playing both Hoyoverse games at the same time, or?
Genshin and Star Rail, yes.
Uh-huh. Zoomies.
What's that?
No.
No.
I have both Startle and Third Impact on my phone. Why?
Somebody wasn't there. And well, we have two divas. We have two divas, so it doesn't matter.
Dead.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm dead.
Too hard.
It's bullshit. I was in the circle. What the ass?
I mean, somebody, you weren't so
No, Rupert, no.
Of course, to the game I wasn't, but I was there.
How did we get two?
Probably the people weren't in session.
Either that or the big tower in the middle gives you two for some reason.
One is at least for being nice, you know.
La la.
I don't know.
What is it?
People in this sound so done.
I'm basing my I want to go distant Mars next year, but it's only 14 and 16 music, and I'm like, I didn't think much of this 16 to be honest.
It's alright.
Get tickets? Or just play?
Yeah, it's still tickets.
Yeah, but did you get some, or were you just looking at them?
No, I'm just looking at them. So I wanted to get the meet and group tickets, but the link seems to not work, so either they sold out and they haven't said anything, or... What?
At this point, I would say
Body's out.
Yeah, but it doesn't say sold out, it says that this link isn't working. So I don't know whether that means that it isn't working or whether they sold out, right?
Away spread.
I mean, maybe people are trying to. So many people are trying to get their hands on it that it's timed out the link or something.
Spread. Don't have.
Also, the thing is that if I went, I'd be going by myself, which is kind of right, right?
Yeah, it is a bit depressing, isn't it?
Still time.
I mean, I've been to enough concerts by myself, but...
Huh? You mean still?
Hours...
That's exactly what I
Zoom
did.
is...
Kidnap.
Not
No.
Move. Move.
Good.
By the way, Dilla, all of those explosions are bullshit.
Yes.
I'm glad to make you correct about mitigation.
Yes.
It's too bad I've got Adderall for that bit.
Spreading. Knockback bodies. Bodies.
I hate this.
Picking up Rupert.
Picking up best.
I pushed at the exact same time as always, and yet I gave myself a wall.
Lvling.
But it belongs in the trash.
Прекрасно.
Так, team. 82.
I'm going to die because I did not have a G.
Can have some.
Okay, well, oh no man.
Out bodies. Out bodies.
I'll get Rupert.
Yeah, thank you. Zombies, be careful. My mana is in shambles, but at least everyone's alive now.
Final fuse down.
No amount of resurrections will help us here.
DPS long.
Nope. I read it wrong because.
Away bodies. Away bodies.
Yeah, my buddy's gonna have a buddy.
Oh, she's fine.
That's why I have invul.
I didn't even have survived anyway.
Yeah, you're thanks.
It feels like half HP. She's filled.
Oh shit, deploying.
Support long.
You're one for. You're you.
I can't
You're an
deploy,
A.
fuck.
I mean, so.
Support long.
Which one am I on?
You're on 3.
I'm on 3, okay.
Touch it, touch it.
You,
Touched,
Hammy.
Hammy.
Gone.
Yes?
I couldn't touch it. Now you can.
Ow!
Oh well.
Yeah, you only go as far as 3. Oh no, actually you can go. Touch, it seems.
What? I did you send this time?
Why not?
I don't understand what it means.
Alright, last spool then, I guess.
Okay, a couple of questions. There was a short one on C, yeah? The fourth one was on C, a short one, yeah?
Yes.
Why did you send Tammy on 3?
Yeah, aren't I supposed to be C?
Oh yes. Mass is true.
Okay, this is dealt with.
That is true. Wait, I forgot I pressed the second one, yeah.
Well, you know, it looks like you're not the only one who got sent random stuff. I got sent random stuff too.
I mean, all of us got sent random stuff because Sam sent it in the Slack chat.
I mean,
Okay, does anyone have questions about this last mechanic we saw?
No,
But
I just got...
Yeah, you was wrong, but like someone else maybe. Where to stand, when to explode.
I'm supposed to be the first one if I'm, you know.
If you're short.
Yeah, let's pull. Let's pull. Yeah.
Let's do one more pull.
Yeah, I'm always the first whenever, you know.
Whenever you're short.
No, it doesn't matter, short or long.
Yeah, I'm always the first one in the sets.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The question is just the timing. I think. That is okay, used to.
Oh. Out buddies. Away spread. Spread. Not her. Mouse.
I don't know if anybody else heard that.
What?
Okay, never mind, nobody else did.
Tammy fired it.
Zoomies.
Knock.
Sorry.
She did that. What are you trying for? Counter. Spread in. Body's not back. Bodies. Oof. Again, DPS also can survive. Grab alone.
Yeah.
13. It will be one. One. Out bodies. Out bodies. Yep. She's down.
Mechanic where a lot of people die.
Because I killed him.
That's the spirit.
DPS long.
See a healer here, whoever it is.
Away bodies. Away bodies.
You can run.
Bodies.
Oh, he's gone. I'll get Rupert.
Thanks.
1 minute.
Yeah, we only exist for 1 more minute.
Fuse field.
That's enough.
DPS long.
Sure.
No, do not. Come, go to the boss, Hawk. Not you now. You will be exploding
Yeah, I
after
think-
shot.
Oh!
Too quickly, tanks. You need to.
I saw an explosion and I thought it was this.
Yeah, it does one explosion right before, like,
Keep
to
flying.
ignite everything.
Yeah, I noticed the moment Sophie said, just the moment Sophie was saying something, it was like, oh shit, I'm wrong, wait, back to the box.
Well,
yeah,
that's fine.
Okay.
We're getting through fuse. We're getting through bombs a bit better now. So next is getting through bombs properly in fuse field.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just because I had shorts every time that I just got it
It's fine.
autopilot, it was like, ugh.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, make sure we've got bombs and chains at the same time. That's fun.
Ew. But to be honest, it's just bombs explode first and then it changes, basically.
So what
So
you
you don't lose.
I think the bombs and chains one is a bit
So
easier.
All I'm hearing is press info.
No, you need rules for the 8 Tangbusters.
It's Tangbusters.
Because I will not be stacking on you.
Anyway, we good for Saturday?
I might be a bit late because I have like an interview for like a YouTube clip, something like that. So I might be late.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but I press info and I'll just go away from everyone, Rupert.
Alright. See everyone on
Yeah,
Saturday.
see you guys.
Yeah,
Bye bye.
Saturday.
Bye.
Yeah, first slot to pick though. So I can add this.
What should... YouTube that...
Well, it's just actually one. Sure. There as well.
We haven't.
No, it's only 7 minutes, so yeah, that's okay. I was actually looking for the Asmongold thing that apparently seems to be going on, but it hasn't hit my YouTube yet, so I'm glad for that. And I'll put this on there as well. Okay. Preparations have been made. I'll be going to just chatting soon. I just want to get my treasure map. I don't think I'll be playing Final Fantasy tomorrow if it's not to level my alt account. Oh, there we go, first things are already selling. Oh yeah, shouldn't I be doing like mining? I think I should be doing mining. Sorry. That was at the springs, I think. Alright. I mean, we are getting the muscle memory in for M3. But as I already said, like, also our reading schedules is like 2 hours. Well, technically 4 hours a week. Which if you compare to any other reading group is, yeah, 4 hours a week, it's compared to other reading groups it's almost nothing, but still doing it. The important thing is that we're having fun while we're doing it. And progging even, like, yeah. Ah, there it is. That's a treasure map. Alright. That was the last thing I wanted to do today, so let's just gather up everything now. And I'll be leaving my character here for tomorrow then if I want to do like some offline farming. I don't really have like super many videos like lined up or like set up for like the responses or like react, but the other hand, I just like doing that. And starting Monday, I am gonna probably set up that I have my just react with my model. So instead of my character here on the left, instead of having just like my little blush there, it might be that I'm putting like my model in the middle of this entire thing, but I'm setting it up on Sunday with someone, so I will finally be a full-fledged VTuber. Starts with
This is the most Marine Corps story I've ever heard in my entire life, and there's absolutely no way that it's been embellished. Like a lot.
Yeah, no way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've already talked about the Marine Corps' most famous animal hero, Sergeant Reckless.
I love that story.
By the Marines during the Korean War, that would go on to become the hero of Outpost Vegas and the first horse to ever partake in a Marine Corps amphibious landing. But before Sergeant Reckless, the Marine Corps had another hero from the animal kingdom that partook in multiple amphibious landings in the Pacific theater of World War II. Today we're talking about Sergeant Seawash, aka the Devil Duck.
Devil Duck!
Sponsor. This video is brought to you by Delete Me. Delete Me is an online
what is that?
if you want, but really all they need is your name and email.
Ow.
489 listings where that information was for sale, and 42 is the 2nd Marine Division is currently in New Zealand gearing up to go into combat against the Japanese in World War II. Like all great military stories, it totally happened. It begins in a bar with a bunch of Marines drinking. And as is tradition with the military drinking in a bar, there are conflicting reports as to what actually happened.
Of course.
To the Marine Corps, the Marines went out to a local bar in New Zealand. They then started drinking with the locals, and they all had a great, very professional, cordial time where they all drank a very appropriate amount of alcohol.
Yes, no one drank too much. Everyone remembered exactly what happened, and all recollections of the story are 100% true. None of them are embellished, and nothing is false.
Even a Surgeon General recommended amount. And then none of the Marines went out and hooked up with any of the local women.
Oh, no, that didn't happen.
Which they didn't, but if they did, it would have been strictly in the missionary position, and the Marines would have used protection. Now, while they were...
They drank one swimming pool worth of booze, exactly, Chet. They left room for the Holy Spirit.
At the bar, there was also a raffle. And apparently, a bunch of the Marines bought these tickets for this raffle, and one of the Marines by the name of Sergeant Francis Fagan ended up winning the raffle. Now, the grand prize for this raffle
What's he gonna get?
In New Zealand was apparently a duck. And that's what the Marine Corps says happened.
You won! What did I get? A duck! Let's go!
Let's fucking go!
Personal accounts of the Marines that were actually there, and quite frankly, common sense says that the Marines were at this local bar partying their faces off like they were about to go into the biggest armed conflict the world has ever seen. And while they were there, some of the Marines were playing poker with the locals, and the Marines apparently took all of their money, and they came back to the table, and they're like, all right, well, here's my prize duck. I'm going to put that up as a wager. And the Marine Corps ended up winning that too, and that again was Sergeant Francis Fagan, aka Pappy. Now, personally, I'm going to go ahead and err on the side of the Marines got hammered at a bar and won a duck in a poker game in the chain of command.
His name was Pappy? Is it Pappy or Happy?
Pappy.
What'd they name the duck? What'd they name the new recruit?
Didn't want to get in trouble for associating the Marine Corps with gambling, so they just made up some weird shit, like apparently bars in New Zealand raffle off ducks, but you can go ahead and decide to believe whatever you want.
I mean, you were just, playing a game for fun, but then you won a duck. You can't just leave him there, you know what I'm saying? You gotta just take the duck. It is what it is.
Regardless, either way, Francis Fagan, and by extension, the Marine Corps now has a duck. So what are the Marines going to do with the duck? Obviously, they take it under their wing.
Yeah! That was funny.
I'd like to apologize to the internet for making you a dad.
I mean, to be fair, that is true. I kind of turned her into a bodybuilder for like 18 months between the two kids.
Let's go!
Interrupting my history time. Sorry about that. Anyways, the Marines immediately teach this duck how to drink beer, which I know what you're thinking. That's probably not very healthy for the duck, but to be fair, there are worse vices to have. I mean,
think about it. They did that with the horse, too. They did the same thing with Sergeant Reckless. They immediately started giving her booze.
Could get addicted to quack. I'm sorry. I'm done. Okay, I'm done with the dad jokes. That joke was foul.
The under the wings, now being addicted to quack. I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
Anyways, they become drinking buddies with this duck, he becomes one of the Marines, and then time comes for them to all go off to war and actually engage with the Japanese. Sure enough, they take the duck with them. Fast forward, November 1943, the Battle of Tarawa. It's one of the bloodiest battles in Marine Corps history. Essentially, the Japanese have 4,000 soldiers dug in and heavily fortified on the Tarawa Atoll, and the Marines have to go in there and take them out. Now, what's unique about Tarawa is it is surrounded by coral reefs, and what that means is any traditional landing craft that America could use, like a Higgins boat, similar to what we used over in the European theater, would get hung up on these coral reefs, and the Japanese would be able to spray it with machine gun fire and artillery, and mortars can kill absolutely everybody.
So the reefs are a problem right now for their boats.
Japanese were so confident in these coral reefs and their fortified defenses that Admiral Shimasaki said that it would take 1,000,000 men 100 years to take Tarawa. But he didn't know that the Marine Corps had the LVT, the Landing Vehicle Tracked, aka the amphibious tractor. Similar to a Higgins boat, except it had tracks on it, and then when it hit the coral reefs, it would simply drive right over the top of them. So
okay, so they have this mobile thing, and this is what makes them able to get past the reefs, right?
Yeah.
How many of these do they have?
November 20th,
A lot.
1943, at 3 a.m., under the cover of darkness, 18,000 Marines and one duck would load into their salamander tractors as they prepared to launch their amphibious landing at the quack of dawn. As dawn broke, the Japanese soldiers watched in horror as the American landing crafts did not get hung up on the reefs, but simply drove right over the top of them. The only surviving Japanese officer from this battle, Kiyoshi Ota, would later go on to write, "We could see the American landing craft coming towards us like dozens of spiders over the surface of the water, as one of my men exclaimed..."
I wonder if they're saying spiders, because like the little things on the bottom of the tractor like moving around, which is making like the water move. It seems like they have a bunch of them.
"The gods of death have come." As a Marine,
They are calling us the gods of death. What an ego booster.
reached the beach, they would become pinned down from heavy machine gun, artillery, and mortar fire. They were only able to secure the first 70 yards of the beach after hours of combat. It is at this point that the Marines' front line was charged by an enemy rooster, and Sergeant Seawash, machine gun, artillery, and mortar fire. They were only able to secure the first 70 yards of the beach after hours of combat. It is at this point that the Marines' front line was charged by an enemy rooster, and Sergeant Seawash charged past the Marine line to meet the chicken in winged combat in the middle of the battlefield. After sustaining several pecks to the head, Seawash was able to repel the enemy ambush and save his fellow Marines.
Alright, are these nicknames? Who's the rooster and who's the chicken?
The rooster.
I was already trying to hold on to the fact that there was a duck. But are they talking about somebody they refer to as a chicken?
No, an actual rooster.
I'm getting lost in the sauce. Rig, thank you for the follow. Lionheart, thank you for the follow.
The Marines would then go on in the following days to completely take over the island. The Japanese believed that it would take 1,000,000 men 100 years. In reality, it took 18,000 Marines and one devil duck 72 hours. For sustaining multiple peck wounds on the battlefield, the Marines tried to get Seawash the Purple Heart. Unfortunately, that wasn't going to work out, but the chain of command still cited Seawash for bravery on the battlefield.
He was brave! He was brave! And he came out victorious!
Citation written by Lieutenant Colonel Presley M. Brexley is as follows. For courageous action and wounds received on Tarawa and the Gilbert Islands, November 1943, with utter disregard for his own personal safety, Seawash, upon reaching the beach without hesitation, engaged the enemy in fierce combat, namely one rooster of Japanese ancestry, and though wounded on the head...
Oh, he actually found another bird when they reached the island. He found an actual rooster to pick a fight with. This is some messed up Looney Tunes type of... This is great. I didn't realize. I was like, is this a metaphor or what? It was an actual rooster that got in the fight with the duck. Okay, that's great.
Pecks, he soon routed his opposition. He then refused.
This is absurd, and I'm about it.
Wounded members of his section had been taken care of first. Seawash and his fellow Marines would then see battle again at the Battle of Saipan, also known as the D-Day of the Pacific. However, allegedly due to some intel, there would be no enemy poultry on the beach, so Seawash's services were no longer needed, and he would remain on the boat for the initial 3 days of the battle. After that, he would go ashore and support his fellow Marines. At the conclusion of the Battle of Saipan, the Marines had gained valuable intel regarding the neighboring island of Tinian, and they would immediately launch another attack to gain that island as well. And this time, the Devil Duck would partake in the amphibious landing. From there, he would identify an enemy duck that he would engage in build combat until forcing it to finally retreat. A couple of days after that, the Marines would take the island entirely, and shortly after that, Sergeant Seawash would lay an egg. Apparently, Seawash and the other duck I mentioned a minute ago were doing a little bit more than just fighting.
It ended up being more than people realized here, alright?
A little bit more than just fighting. Either way, at this point, the Marines now realize that Sergeant Seawash isn't...
You could say they made love, not war.
...in fact, a girl, to which they're like...
A woman!
Just kidding, they didn't actually care. In reality, they were probably giving each other a hard time, like, alright, who did it? That's up. Tania would be the last time that Sergeant Seawash ever saw combat. After World War II, she would end up getting sent back home to America with her fellow Marines and her primary caretaker, Francis Fagan.
Look at that proud duck!
End up getting sent back home to America with...
Look at how proud that duck is! That is some esteemed poultry.
Her fellow Marines, and her primary caretaker, Francis Fagan. From there, the story of Sergeant Seawash picked up traction, being in Time magazine, having multiple radio appearances, being in a bunch of different newspapers, telling the harrowing story of America's one and only devil duck. And while all that's going on, she was partying her bill off with her Marines, drinking beer after beer, while also helping the Marines hit on young women. And I actually believe this to be the first historical appearance of the term wing.
You could call her wingman.
Man being used in relation to picking up women. Okay?
Wait, no way! Is that where the term came from? No way.
I mean, look at this. Fagan and Seawash have more game than an Xbox. That man's about to get more p***y than an animal shelter. Over the next couple months, the publicity would die down, and Francis Fagan would go on to become an electrician. And his great-grandson would also go on to become an electrician that had a pretty decent-sized YouTube channel. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not related to this guy. Anyways, Sergeant Seawash would also then go to live on a farm for an extended period of time until being called back into duty during the Korean War, where she helped with recruiting efforts. After that, she would finally retire to live out the rest of her days in the Lincoln Park Zoo in Chicago before passing away in 1953 due to liver complications, which prompted the Marines to release a statement saying that there is no reason to believe that her liver complications were due to her excessive amount of drinking during her time in service.
That was the first thing I was gonna point out. I was like, she died from liver problems. Maybe it's because of the beer she had all the time.
According to multiple newspapers, her funeral service was then held in a taxidermy shop where she was then stuffed and currently resides in the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Triangle, Virginia. So in conclusion, this has been the totally real, 100% not embellished whatsoever story of Sergeant Seawash, aka America's
100%
true. The Marine Corps won a duck in a poker game, taught it how to drink beer, then took it to multiple amphibious landings in the deadliest battles of World War II, kept it alive the entire time to bring it back home so they could use it to hit on women, and I think it is the most Marine Corps thing that has ever happened, and if I'm wrong, you can tell me down below, and if your story's better, I'll do a video on that too.
Oh, nice!
The best way to support the channel is go by FatElectrician.com. Quack bang out.
That was great. I still can't get over the fact that Marines took a duck to World War II, and that's where we got the phrase wingman. That's wild.
But I believe it. Alright, let's see what Rima has for us today.
Twitch quote-unquote staff that attacked lollies, and this situation blew up on social media very late last night. At first it was a glimpse, it was one post, and then everybody started tweeting about it, and today we got a little update, and apparently it's just rage bait. So let's go over it from the beginning. Merryweather tweeted, "A Twitch staffer just accused me of being a lolicon based on nothing other than me being a VTuber, apparently." And again, that is the problem with their lolly shota rule. Normies just think every VTubers are lolicons. This is what's gonna happen over and over again. Then he deleted the tweet and is now having a huge debate about lolicon in my notification with anyone responding to him. I have literally nothing to do with this. What is going on? First, Lucius Merryweather tweeted, "Does Twitch staff just hate anime?" This guy, Sky, replied, "Me right now banning all the lollies." They deleted the initial post, so I don't have it here. And this person had incident manager at Twitch in their bio. So of course this caused a huge outrage. Rev tweeted about it. "Broke Twitch incident manager brags about potentially earning 1k a month over rage bait." Oh, this is the original tweet. "What anime? I hope you're not referring to the illegal lolicon."
don't think lolicons were illegal. Like lolicons and was it what was the second one they added? Was Showtime? Oh, whatever. Lolicons weren't illegal. It's anything sexualized with lolicons that was illegal. That was like forbidden, anyways.
And it's a lolicon dude again. Thanks for free ad revenue. Maybe I'll get 1K again. I bet he didn't get 1K, by the way. You would need several rage bait posts to reach over multiple thousands of, like, probably millions of views to get 1K on Twitter, okay? I've never got a paycheck for over, like, $40 on Twitter. Acting like 1K is a lot, please get a job. I mean, I feel like 1K is a lot for tweeting. I do at Twitch, as you already know. Yeah, funny thing, lolicon isn't even illegal in the US. No, it's not. Then he replied, lolicon breaks the rule, Lamau. Hey Twitch, this Twitch employee is saying lolly is bad. Twitch. Lucius replies, 1. I am not a lolicon. 2. I have never spoken to this guy in my life. And 3. My tweet was about a continuing series of unfair bans that VTubers face. Especially at one EBS ban that Twitch themselves admit was wrongful, yet refuse to provide reason for. And that's another issue with Twitch, is that they don't give you clear instructions as to why you...
See, it just said depicting fictional anime characters with a child-like appearance, lollies, shotas with any kind of sexual framing is not allowed. I mean, it's not saying you cannot have them.
You were banned. For fairness, I'm including this reply that I found. They claim they like VTubers, so that's good, at least. I do think it's weird. They just automatically assumed I'm a lolicon. We'll get used to that, chat, because there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna assume I'm a lolicon. Somebody from my own fan base called me a opie lolly. So, again, people's perception of lollies is anything from just looking young to being short to being petite. I clarified in a different post. I was tagged by my friend who assumed it was lolicon, and I wasn't trying to accuse them of being a lolicon. I'm already aware that VTuber is not lolicon. Now, Lucius Merriweather tweeted again because Dan Clancy, who is the CEO of Twitch, says, I'm trying to figure out if they are, but I doubt they are. It's difficult to tell since they do not have their real name on their account. I can't tell what their real name is, so I do not know if they work at Twitch, but my expectations is they do not. So Merriweather says it's becoming clear that this seems to be a person who has been impersonating Twitch staff to multiple people in order to engagement farm. Dude, Twitter is so cooked, man. Since Elon took over, it's just been engagement bait and engagement farm.
That was not because Elon took over, it was that already long before it was. It was with the VTuber explosion and Twitch and COVID, all of that basically already made it just a cesspool for engagement farming. I can't blame Elon Musk taking over.
Sure, sometimes we can get things wrong, especially in tweets that are, you know, written much more fast than a video, for example, and it creates a big controversy or discussion, but some accounts are dedicated to just rage farming.
Yeah. What do you think the entire thing with left versus right happened? The left constantly did the rage farming. Calling everyone racist, bigot, and all that stuff just to get reactions, like...
This person was doing the same thing last month with the people getting hit with the botting spam that Twitch later corrected. It's been ongoing. Okay, so they're just a farm account. Yeah, bi-weekly payments are so much better. Thank you, Elon, $48. So they looked up his account, and he's not a real Twitch staff because you'd have the icon for it. So he's impression farming. He recently edited his Twitter profile. You know, people were doing all the detective work. I wonder if Twitch will take legal action.
Stretch. Okay.
Probably not. We'll see. For defamation, maybe. Engagement farming goes against. Oh
shit!
Didn't
That was my
this
shoulder
rule
that cracked.
recently that you're not allowed to engagement farm anymore? Thank fucking god. They're also changing the payment methods to now only interactions with other freemium users will count, and I have no idea how that's gonna work. That probably means the pays are gonna be reduced by a lot, right? Because not a lot of people have Twitter Blue. So maybe it will reduce the engagement farming and impersonation. If you rage farm using the fact that you work for Twitch, you would probably be fired for contract, but you don't have a contract with Twitch. What if you're just pretending you work at Twitch and you rage farm with it, which is what this person did? Replies were never included in monetization program on your own original post? Okay, so wait, what does it mean with the new changes? Of all places, why would you fake work at Twitch? True, that's like the equivalent of faking being a Reddit mod. Why would you want to do that? Anyway, so we finally got the confirmation by Twitch support. Twitch support DM'd Merryweather, and it says, and they, QRT'd it and said, "Hello Lucius, in regard to your tweet, we have investigated and confirmed that this is not a Twitch staff account. We take the behavior of our staff seriously and appreciate you bringing this to our attention." Good, good, good. Okay, we were upset at first. At least Twitch does not claim him. They said no, he's not one of us. They still have their issues, but at least we're not just openly being disrespected. Because that was like a slap in the face. That would have been a slap in the face, seriously. Some of their biggest streamers are freaking VTubers. Like, okay, that's the other thing that I want to ask, by the way. A lot of them would think that Iron Mouse is a lolly too. You know, all these normies and stuff, I always want to ask them, so what do you think about Iron Mouse? Do you think she's a lolly? How tall is Iron Mouse? She looks pretty short. She's a short stack. No, of course, I mean, of course she's not a lolly. I don't think she's a lolly. But I feel like normies would think that. I could see it. Mouse IRL is 4'10"? No way. Anyway, funnily enough, Sky privated their account. They did a private poll. Many of my friends have lolicons, trying to dox them because I called them out. Currently private. Would you rather I just deactivate my account to drop the harassment? Somebody voted yeah, deactivate. They've deleted most of their tweets.
So yeah, it's quite a good video, but on the other hand, as I stated in like my little reply that I typed, I don't think it's fair to say like it's because when Elon took over it all went bad. It was already bad before that. Like, but before Elon took over, it was more politically aligned, so VTubers, Twitch and all that didn't really come that much into play. It was more like, I think, YouTube probably. And then, as I said, with COVID and the VTuber world basically exploding, which is still happening, that's when you basically got more and more people that the world basically starting to look like, what is this? And then it shifted from political to more like VTuber stuff, because it was the new hot thing, and it just stayed there because for multiple reasons, but I think the main reason is VTubers have a lot of drama if you just go through their channels, like a lot of it. And yeah, that keeps it also in the limelight constantly, especially like lately. She can't help it, of course, but when Iron Mouse won the entire, had the most subs ever on Twitch, or like the best subathon for it, or whatever that was. She broke a record on it, and then again you get everyone jumping on like the VTuber world, because the eyes are on the VTuber world then again. So it's kind of like that. The eyes are stuck on the VTuber world because there's always something happening there, and it's an easy thing to pick up to make like drama about. As is the same as if you want to talk about Ukraine or like, what is it there? Is it Israel thing? It's an easy bandwagon to jump on, and everyone will do it on every occasion they can. Why? Because it's easy content to farm. I'm not going to speak too much about Ukraine and Israel, because I have my own set of opinions,
but that is all they are, opinions. I do not have any facts or history or whatever that I check to talk about it, so I just keep my opinions about that to myself. Anyways, let's have a look at the next video. Apparently this is the newest one that came out, so...
As the Twitch chat VTuber videos, we are going to select at random the videos that the Twitch chat here has selected. All VTubers react, laugh, have some fun. Enough talking. Let's get into it. For $400, I will prove I'm not flat.
Oh my god, imagine if I showed. Oh my god, if I leaned forward too much. Should I do it? Should I do it? I'm not wearing a shirt. I'm just wearing a sweater. I'm not wearing a shirt. That'd be crazy. Should I lean forward a little? Should I? I want to now. Is that even allowed on YouTube? How far do I need to lean in? Oh, I need to lean in a lot. Okay, that's not my tits. That's just the sweater. Don't worry. It's not my boobs. It's the sweater. Yeah, everyone's calling me flat because they want me to say no and try to prove them wrong, right? You want me to be like, ooh, I'm not flat, and then whip out my tits just to prove you wrong? Well, it's not gonna happen.
Good. Because with these new Twitch guidelines, I don't know what the fuck to expect. I'm nervous just going into the VTuber Reacts here right now.
With the new Twitch guidelines, the answer would be simple: you don't do this. Besides, we all know that Nags is afraid of boobs and has a hand fetish, so there's not really any reason here for him to react to boobs. The hand see, just as the chestnut rate the hands. Everybody knows. But yeah, with the new rules, it shouldn't be a thing. Let you still do that. On the other hand, technically you could, because they cannot count it as a VTuber, and clearly VTubers and VR chat and IRL streamers, I call it IRL streamers, flash tubers, whatever, normal streamers, whatever you want to call it, like webcam streamers, are all have different rules, and it's kind of sad to say, but on the other hand it's expected, because as I said, if they're going to put the VTuber rules on the VR chat, I don't think there will be any VR chat that is being streamed anymore. And if they do the same with the normal ones, they will lose the entire 1/4 of their streamers, like all the booba streamers and all the let's put a camera close to my ass streamers will also be gone. So I would like for that to happen, but I don't think Twitch is ready to cut that part of revenue away from them, to put it bluntly.
It's not gonna happen. Here, if someone donates $400, I'll do a chest butt reveal.
What's a chest butt?
A little bit of a chest butt reveal.
Chest butt? Is that, cleavage?
They're gonna do it? No, they're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it, it's okay. Don't do it if you're not financially stable. Don't be stupid. Come on, you're smarter than that. Don't be stupid. Okay? Anonymous tips $400. Worth every penny.
No. I gotta see your chat. Hold on.
Now you made me nervous. I'm unzipping.
I'm unzipping my sweater.
Now you got me all nervous.
Alright? Hold on, I got my finger ready.
Man, okay. Oh my god. I'm shy now. Okay. I only unzipped it a little bit. Should I like push them together? This is scary. Okay, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. Just a.
You're scared, I'm scared. And I know if I just stop here, everybody's gonna be pissed. Tell me to stop pausing one more fucking time. Shut the fuck out. My job's on the line, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Zip all the way. There's no point in unzipping all the way. I'm wearing like a really old sports bra. just a little. Oh! You can see. Oh fuck! I gotta show flesh, don't I? How do I lean in enough?
Okay. Enough. That's it.
Next.
Lemon, This is the intro for the YouTube video.
The intro for the do not advertising right off the rip. Follow the chair arc.
I have to go out and get a new chair today. My chair is
Yo,
broken. I jumped
got
on
a chair
it.
for you. It's leather.
I'll kill you.
It was made by two loving people.
I'll
It's a
kill you, I'll kill you,
31-year-old chair, bro.
He's pointing at himself.
My chair is
Yo,
broken. I
I
jumped
got
on
a chair
it.
for you. It's leather.
I'll kill you.
It was made by two loving people.
I don't get it. It's leather. It was
He's
oh.
pointing at himself.
31-year-old chair, bro.
Oh, his face. I love him. Don't give a fuck about nothing. Yo, simple birthday wish.
Happy birthday, ありがとう。いくよじゃあ。Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Bro, look at that setup. It's immaculate.
Yeah.
It's always so neat, organized.
Yeah,
everything.
that's
so pretty. And
that's why I will never share my setup with anyone. It's a mess. The only thing that will happen is them laughing at it, so that's it.
smart, all that good stuff. Bro, I don't even, bro.
I think, damn it, what's she called again? The imp. Not Min. I know she calls her fans impkins. Camilla. She had one of those of like, send your setups, and I'm just like, nah. Nah. That my setup is one of those things I will not show.
This is a shithole here. Not all of them? True. Not all of them. That is a good point. We have seen some VTubers that definitely are the exception to the rule.
Happy birthday, dear Tokyo. Happy birthday to you. Yay! ありがとう。食べちゃうか。みんなもなんか食べてるスナック。これでいいとサムスナック I can't wait to eat. Happy, happy, happy. 早く食べたい。
Back to you.
I can't wait to eat the blue. Make a wish. Make a wish か。来年もネクストイヤーもネクストイヤー also we can celebrate together something good time together. So I want to be here. Everyone also here. It's my wish, birthday wish. So next year, same members, same pionistas.
This is really cute.
And the new pionistas. I don't want to someone leave. I want all the pionistas be here. I want to listen together.
This is exactly how I feel. Saturday and Sunday. I stream Monday through Friday. I can't wait for Friday. And then Saturday comes. I'm like, thank God. And then late into Saturday, like Sunday morning, I'm like, man, I really miss everyone. Then
I have that during my Mondays, because Mondays are my days off. Mondays are my days off. It's also the day when I usually play Apex, and I'm just like, yeah, this Monday was just like, I really want to stream, because I just want to have a talk with people. Even just have people lurking is just giving me like, anyways.
Day comes and I'm like, what the fuck?
Next year too. ありがとう。It's my birthday wish. ありがとうございます。食べていい
Yes, we gotta said anything.
I do want to see her cut this cake.
Can I eat? Can I eat? Let's do it again next year. キックもありがとう。Thank you.
I just want to see what the inside looks
食べ
like.
ていい食べていい Can I eat? どうぞよし。
That was
The inside of that cake looks
adorable though.
Heaven and anime.
So, 3 guys are waiting at the gates to heaven when the notice some clocks.
Okay.
Eventually God comes out, and says, okay guys, your turn. The one guy pipes up and says, God, what's with the clocks? He sighs, well, every time you think of animated, the hands move. Looking to the second guy, God says that one is yours. The third guy asks, hey God, where is my clock? God says to him, no cap man, I keep that in my room as a fan.
I got lost. I'm so sorry I got lost.
I can't believe I followed that because it's spinning so much because he's always thinking about anime. Booba becomes a fan. That was actually pretty good. Except God saying no cap. I'll take the no cap, but if there was a for real after that, I would have fucking hated it.
That's
Yeah.
a joke. I need to read it again. It's too long. 3 guys, we're at the gates of heaven. We don't know some clocks. The next guys come out. I say, okay, your turn. Pipes up. Says, go. What's with the clock? I says, no cap, man. I keep that shit in my room as a fan. Okay, I got it.
There's nothing wrong with that. I do this all the time. She understood it though. That's all that matters.
Sorry, I had to read it in Rikunesh, so I would get it.
I get it.
Oopsie.
What is my feed now? How Penguins You destroyed YouTube's worst con thief? Oh my god, I glued my balls to my bunghole. Twitch is killing VTubers. Kenma just wanted a kiss. I face MLB's nastiest pitches. More on Phillies Mets NLDS Game 2. Main theme Pirates of the Caribbean. Shando explains the ban and her future on Twitch. I simulated 1.8 million battles to find the strongest Pokemon. Dicks. Ina already spoiled the collab 3 years ago. Wow. She could draw your mom. Be careful.
You realize that when you piss off an artist, we can just draw ourselves your mom. We can make that imagery real.
I'm always up to something. I am always up to something.
We can always win because we can draw ourselves your mom. You can include my dad. Maybe if he earns it.
Joke's on you. I'm into it.
Why are you saying that's hot? That's so weird, bro. Don't. Why would you want porn of that when it's your own mom? That's so weird, man. That is way too far.
For EU Gang, Alabama is... How do I explain this? Alabama, they have a good college football team.
Sweet
I'm not
home
explaining this shit. You know?
Alabama.
Okay, you know. They have a good college football team. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's from Alabama. Jokes on you. Shut up. Shut up. You're just happy for my mom, for your mom. I mean, you know what? That's fair. Listen. when I you know, woo somebody, I treat them right. So that's kind of fair.
I really love it.
Just say Alabama is where America's Habsburgs live. EU Gang will get it.
What the fuck's a Habsburg? I need to look. What is a Habsburg? Alright, so a bunch of you are laughing and saying true. Alright, yo, EU Gang, explain to me what's a Habsburg? Royal dynasty famous for incest? So you got Alabama and fucking
Habsburg, yeah. Habsburg.
YouTuber's dad would trade her for a dog?
What's your favorite domestic animal and non-domestic animal?
Favorite domestic animal is a dog, a well-behaved dog.
Okay, can I expose you for a minute?
Sure.
Everybody, my dad did not want a pet in the house for years! And then finally one day, me and my mom were like, we're tired of it. So then we just brought home a dog. And then he was like, I don't want a dog. And then now, what do you know? Every day you get home from work, you're on the floor and you're like, oh, come here, give me some kisses. Oh, you're so cute.
That's because your mom stopped doing it, so... Dog doesn't know better yet. Actually, once the dog and I formed our bond, I thought, hey, if we can rescue a dog, why can't I put you in the rescue mission and let somebody else rescue you? I trade you and the dog.
You would trade me for the dog?
Yeah, much easier to raise.
Are you sure? What if he poops and pees everywhere?
And what's to say you don't?
That must have hurt emotionally, physically. Oh no.
Rising plot, a backstory, lore, and mystery at the end. You are almost there. Please keep going.
Yes, 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 yes.
Oh, this is the game where you draw and make the ball. It gives you a thing. This is make the ball touch the left ball. Okay.
Yes, 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 yes.
That's gonna do it.
Yes, yes.
Keep it going.
Yes, 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 yes. little ball, go, go, little ball, go, go, little ball, go, go, little ball, go, 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 go.
It should
Go. Go.
Wait, why
Go.
are you gasming? What the fuck are you gasming at? You don't hear it? Close your eyes.
Go. Go.
No, it's the start.
Go. Go. Keep going. Keep going. Faster. Faster. Faster.
I think Max got it.
Now.
I wasn't even thinking that. Am I dumb? I'm literally focused on this ball because I really wanted to hit the left wall because I played this before and it's a frustrating game. Okay, you don't answer that.
Now. How about now? Now. Yes. Almost there. Come on. Just a little faster. We are so close.
Oh
We are
my
getting
god,
so close.
this is
You're
bad
doing
if I was
it,
closing
you're
my
doing
eyes.
it, little man. Let's go.
Tuberculosis dancing the fine line between grippy socks and cover girl.
Tagged you in a meme today. What do I do? Clearly, you take her back. Is that not what you do when your ex sends you a meme? You clearly take them back. You're so funny. I love you. I mean, I hate you. You're right. This is not a safe place. Yeah, that's it. I'm telling God. These are not my people. No, this is not my community. Take it back. Lord, take them back. I ain't taking care of them no more. I'm done. No more Wednesday night Bible studies. I'm done. Send them to the ranch. No, I want to marry a bald man so I can put a plunger on his head.
Fuck you.
I have a point here, thanks.
You tried so hard not to laugh that you threw up.
Yes! That was nasty. The worst part is, I swallowed it. You know what this means? It's time to cheerio. That's right. It's so cheerio. I'm not staring at you. I was staring straight ahead into the void, which is your eyes. Stop looking at me with them big old eyes.
Bro, that was a fucking brain fuck.
Uh-huh.
The piano down here, I thought it was part of like an edit where maybe with her going, someone was gonna play the piano. That's what I thought, but I'm like, wait, no, it's actually part of the overlay.
Move it. Allez hop. Move it.
Oh yeah, baby! Huh? Yay! Kimiko!
Ooh, that made me flinch a little baby bit.
Nah.
What the fuck?
Chats in the game. They're working, right? Frank. Wait, is she muted? Frankie, I see you looking at me. Is she muted? Oh, I left the cup. What? I left the cup. I was talking to you, but I left the cup. And I was like, is she muted? I thought you were nerdy. No, it's just a
Dumb and Dumber. I did not say that. I love the both of them. But I mean, if there was a VTuber Dumb and Dumber, this would be a good trailer. They have, together, these two have such great energy.
というわけで今日のプチお披露目は何だったんだろうということなんですが、なんと私の衣装が青い衣装ができちゃったで、ここから上がっていきますとこんな感じで膝がありまして
Please Dude, I don't know. Dude, the new rules and shit?
まあこんな感じで。
Yeah, she's pretty much covered up.
かわいい、ありがとう。そして最後に。どこ見てんのよ。どこ見てたのよ。わあ。じとめになったのはちょっと事故です。って感じですかね。ね。どうかな。どうかな。
Dude, that one scared me.
Hey, honey.
Oi, Ollie.
We're back at the beginning.
Oh, it's a rat. It's Bales.
You. I want a bonfire first. No bonfire? How is that there? Wait.
No.
Wait, how am I supposed to?
Alright, I remember these.
Okay.
Wait, can you just stay up there? Against this guy?
Okay.
What if you just stay up there and shoot arrows at him? Wait. Oh, well.
Oh, you bitch! What?
She answered that. She helped answer that for me. There you go.
Excuse me! Why?
Oh, she's got this. Oh.
Dude, can you stop?
Oh no, she can't get to the. Oh no. Oh. Nice pet.
Killed right.
You're fucking kidding me!
Killed right in front of the bonfire. Ooh. As like being killed right in front. A walk of shame back.
Why did you parry? Because I'm a fucking idiot that has the fucking organs of a fucking pie hole.
And thank you for watching. And
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, thank you for watching. I'm gonna have a look at articles. Apparently the CEO of Project Red is wondering if he is
And Cyberpunk CEO addresses bogus claims CD Projekt Red is in dire trouble because it is too woke. Quotation marks. I do, incidentally, quite adore the fact that the mainstream media, who has been fully suffused in wokeist nonsense now for the last 10 plus years, are still adding in quotation marks there, as if like, oh, this wokeist stuff, we just don't understand. We don't know what that is. It's some sort of silly conspiracy thing, isn't it? Oh, those silly gamers are at it again. We have really no conceptualization of what woke means. I don't know about that. I think you've got a pretty goddamn good idea, seeing as it's the water in which you swim, but I do suppose water is invisible to the fish in the same way that lies may be to a journalist, as it is essentially as oxygen to them. But hey, details. This is referencing a bit of a kerfuffle that happened over on Twitter a few days ago between Michael Nowakowski, who is the CEO, or co-CEO I think, of Witcher, and Endymion, who was on the Archcast briefly just a couple of weeks ago, actually. So he says, I talked to the Ubisoft insider about the current state of the industry, as well as another source which tells me places like CD Projekt Red and even Funcom, which is making Dune Awakening, are in dire trouble, and yes, we are officially in a game crash. Now, I do think that is perhaps a bit of a strident sentiment, considering that we're probably still a little bit away from a full-blown crash, but we are certainly heading in that direction if things remain the same.
Yeah. Let's look at Black Myth Wukong was the latest one where people just jumped on that game. Even now, just something like the remake of Silent Hill, suddenly people are jumping on that as well. Like, there's not really a game crash, it's just you need to start making good games and good movies. Like, the entire new Lara Croft thing is a discussion to be had. I'm more curious about the entire story than how Lara looks, but yeah, Lara has been known to be like a quote-unquote hot woman. Because I say quote-unquote because taste is technically, to me taste is universal, but taste is also different from person to person, so that's why I say quote-unquote. But yeah, the new Lara looks... how do I say it? Not a hot woman, more like athlete. I have few athletes that I can point out that I think are hot. They're not bad looking, but they don't get into that line of being hot to me. I think I have 2 or 3 that I can maybe point out, and even then I stopped watching sports years ago anyways. So yeah, but the new Lara looks more like the athlete type, and they stripped away a lot of the hot bit, which is weird because I always thought that for like athletes you need to at least have like the thick thighs at least, and not exactly an ass or like the chest part, but I don't know, proportion seems to be a little bit off, but it's all what people want to make from it. As I said, I don't really care too much. I care more about story, pacing, but I will admit the only reason that Lara Croft the movie sold to me was because Angelina Jolie played it, if I'm not mistaken. That was the only reason I went to watch that movie. All the rest of it was kind of meh. Kind of mid, to be honest, but maybe I'm just a very harsh judge on all that.
And the CEO then responds, seems we live in times where anyone can record complete nonsense and make a story about it. CD Projekt Red talent leaving, we have the lowest rotation of people in recent years. DEI-driven recruitment, we hire based on merit and talent alone. We'll get to that in a moment. Just as we make games driven by artistic vision alone. Why did we choose Unreal Engine? Because it enables us to work on our games more efficiently, and we remain cutting-edge tech-wise. The Witcher 3 director left, yeah, more than 2 years ago. Now can we stop looking for conspiracy theories and go back to making cool stuff? I do feel as if the lady doth protest us a bit too much.
There's a lot that he is saying, but my point is like, why is he looking at us to make cool stuff? I want them to make cool stuff. They're CG Projekt Red. They should make the cool stuff, and I should buy the cool stuff. If you don't make the cool stuff, I'm not gonna buy anything.
Here, as here's the thing. I am not an expert on CD Projekt Red. I am only tangentially familiar with them, but I am very interested in this wider question here. The sort of pseudo idea of, is CD Projekt Red going woke? Probably yes, which we'll look into in a second. And will they in turn then go broke? Not necessarily. See, there are some complications there, especially when it comes to timelines, but I am very interested in the general idea of when do we declare something to be woke? What is our standard of evidence? When can we say, oh, this company is going woke, this company has already gone woke?
When do you say something is woke? The DEY thing is definitely a thing that will make something woke for me. That is basically hiring not on your talents but on your skin color, which is just wrong. Even if you call it giving the other talents a chance, I want you to make me something that is good and not something that has a chance to be good. If a white person, a yellow person, a brown person, whatever, if a person is the best in what he does, he will get hired and will most likely push out a product that is good. That's why there used to be an entire fight over the best artists, story writers, all that. It was a fight to get them. Now it's more of a, yeah, no, we have to have this percentage of black people, this percentage of white people, this percentage of, yeah. And I'm like, no, you don't. You buy based on merit, on talent, on skills, not on skin color. So DEY is one. What else? I would say if there are too many girl bosses around, and I don't mean girl bosses in like badass women. No, please bring more of those. I like me a good badass woman. Like, but for me a badass woman probably is something different. Like for me it would be like as Death is for me a badass woman. She has one or 2 points that I just look at and as like, eh. Like how she turns like a leader of like one of the warlike states into a puppy at like a week time, which is kinda meh. Kinda a bit over it, but all the rest she does, she is ruthless, she is strong, she is good looking on top of all of that. She is the only one in the entire like kingdom / empire that is feared, and that when they scout her out, they are looking at her and it's like she has so many openings, but I know if I go for them, I'm dead. Like that kind of fear is perfect. Like she is very nonchalant about it all, until you actually attack her and then you see the entire serious face. That was one of the. She was definitely up there in the badass woman for me. Robin from One Piece. Looks good, is smart, knows what she is doing, has the entire transformation part that she does. Yeah, she is also for me in that category. I think Nami falls more in the eye candy part, but she is also not really because of she isn't smart or anything, but more for the coward part that she has. Because she doesn't have devil fruit and that makes her weaker, and Shoshi and Usopp usually are the cowards of the group, but when Nami gets serious, she is a badass, but all the other times it's more like I don't know. That's why she is on the edge of it. Arisa Scarlet from Fairy Tail, definitely up with the badass woman, together with the demon girl, like the number 2 basically in the guild. Those two are in there for sure. So yeah, I like badass women, but I don't like the entire you should listen to me and believe me just because I said so, and I am the strongest and most powerful and bestest in everything I do because I am woman, and I'll be looking at you like, this storyline is so boring because you already know what's gonna happen. She can't die, she's gonna win every fight that she is in, or get away, because she is the bestest in everything she does. So I'm just standing there like, this is so boring. I think I had that with Captain Marvel. I had that feeling like it was, and parts of in her movie I had just issues with. The new Star Wars, where they suddenly can make children with the Force for some reason, which is just weird. and then one of them becomes an assassin, and just look at the battle scenes and you can see how bad it is. Rey Skywalker, another one from Star Wars. Like, even the battle scene on like the ship where they fight the guards, you see that the guards have to wait their turn to attack her. It's just too obvious that they have to make her like the strongest and bestest and everything, and then they even give her the name Skywalker. I think if the chance, a lot of people would have just drawn a gun and shot straight at like the white canvas in front of him to go like, nah, this is not happening. But yeah, you have the badass women, you have the cute women, you have just the sexy women, you have the, like, there are so many types. Oh, for like a woman who is not really sexy but a badass, Balalaika from God damn it, what's it called, Black Lagoon? Was it Black Lagoon or Blue Lagoon? I'm not sure anymore. I think Black Lagoon, what was with Ravi. Balalaika is the badass woman. And I will say it again, not a lot of people have topped Balalaika in being the badass for me. Especially in the Siri part where they have these like twins that kill everyone, and in the end she finds one of, well, technically two, but she finds one of the twins, the boy, who comes after her, and she has him just like shot repeatedly, like in the arm so he can't hurt her, then in the leg so he can't move, and then they basically know they can do whatever they want with the boy, so they keep questioning him where his sister is, and in the end the sister is basically moved to another location to try and give her like a normal life, and when she gets off the boat you hear the gunshot, and it's just like, yeah, I know who did that. It's not her herself, but you know who ordered that attack, and I'm like, yeah, was bound to happen. They killed, it was because they killed a few of her men that she was like, alright, this is more now. So yeah, to me, on top of badasses, Balalaika is on top.
This is a project that is woke, and this is a product that is woke, and so on. Because in many cases these days, it has become a bit too much of a buzzword you simply apply to things, or it has become something we simply assume based on rather tangential evidence. And this was entirely fine, frankly, when we were still the cultural underdogs. But as we are now rising to the position of cultural dominance, the cultural change that we have been working for now for about 10 odd years, many of these questions bear closer scrutiny. So let's begin with the first question. Is CD Projekt Red going woke? I mean, yes. It seems rather difficult to deny, honestly. CD Projekt Red deep dive approach to ESG, environmental social governance. Of course, that was 2 years ago now, and it got beat the shit up, shall we say. This was not a popular announcement, as ESG is of course a big part of DEI and wokeism in general, embracing the idea for social governance and how social issues should govern industries and governmental issues. Furthermore, if we go to CD Projekt Red's own website and we go up to the Join Us segment, we've got, well, DEI right there. Diversity and inclusion. By now, we all know exactly what that means, but just in case you were wondering, you even of course got the full-on Pride Parade in the background. This is a political initiative caused by a political movement for political reasons. This has been very solidly established now over the course of the last 10 odd years. And it has also been proven again and again that it does not benefit a company financially. And so the usual nonsense reason that, oh, a diverse and inclusive work environment boosts creativity and innovation is simply not true. If that was true, Disney would be doing a hell of a lot better. If that was true, Warner Brothers would be doing a lot better. Blizzard would be doing a lot better. Creative Assembly would be doing a lot better, etc., etc., etc. creativity is not created by diversity. At least, well, not the diversity that you're thinking of. If you were aiming towards diversity of thought, maybe we'd get somewhere, but you are aiming towards diversity of genders and skin colors. And just in case we need to hammer this point yet further home, which I'd like to point back here too, DI-driven recruitment, we hire based on merit and talent alone, says Michael Nowacki, the CEO of CD Projekt Red. Whereas if we scroll down a little bit on the page here, oh, what's this? Drzniczny Złogryzi. Polish. Girls in the Game, thank you. This is an initiative ran and funded by CG Projekt Red. We created a mentoring and scholarship program for high school girls, and non-binary ones, as I've seen the thing, to help them take the first step in the video games industry. So, I've looked into this previously, as I was considering doing a video on this in the grander scheme of things. I believe I've mentioned as well in the previous video, where a lot of companies are running initiatives that are exclusively for, well, not men, in essence. And this is one of them. There is an opening for non-binary people in here as well, but not men. If you want access to this resource, if you want access to the money that is associated with it, and the benefits of having direct connections within CD Projekt Red via a mentoring program, you must be born with the correct genitalia. And this is disturbingly common within the industry. Creative Assembly has a program like this, Blizzard has a program like this. This form of blatant sexism and discrimination is entirely commonplace within gaming. So when Michael Nowacki says that they are hiring basically or only merit and talent alone, he is lying. We can prove that he is lying by looking at their own website, by looking at the things they themselves sponsor. There is simply no doubt about it. And as for whether or not CD Projekt Red is creating woke products, now this is a more difficult one, because for all the countless errors with Cyberpunk 2077, I would not go so far as to say that it is overtly woke. Or
no, I think I had, for me it's the same issue that I had with Baldur's Gate. And it's a minor one, because I don't even know if Cyberpunk has it. It's the entire part where they go like, what is your penis size and what does it look like? And I'm like, I don't need to know that. Like, it's not like I'm going to make it life size or anything. I'm a fucking red demon. Why would I make it life size? I am not in IRL, I'm not a demon, I'm sorry. So yeah, that is the only thing that I am like, for Baldur's Gate, I'm a little bit on.
Though some of the discourse around it has absolutely been. Remember when it was a bit of a blow-up thing that a couple of the romance options were gender-locked? Well, personally, I think that's a dumb thing. I believe that the character should simply be, well, main character sexual. Because if you as a male want to romance Judy, the objectively superior romance option, then why on God's good earth shouldn't you be allowed to?
Yeah, that is my thing as well. You should be able to romance everyone you want, as long as there's like enough interaction with it to justify it. Like, not every NPC you should be able to romance, but like, give it enough options for sure.
It's your role-playing game, for fuck's sake. But to fix this problem then, the modders made a mod for it. Well, the Nexus mod team took down the Romance Judy as a male mod. So now you've got to actually hack into the game or its consoles to get it to work, as apparently there is already romance options for both Judy with males and Panams with females in the game files. It was already in there, but it was removed for some reason. Now, why would you do that? That's just kind of weird. Now, the Nexus mod removed this, but of course, the Panam romance for female V is still up on Nexus mod. Now, Granted, fair enough, this is not CD Projekt Red's fault. I would not go so far as to say that CD Projekt Red emailed Nexus Mod or anything like that, because Nexus Mod themselves are wokest tards. And the closest thing you've got to a male Judy romance mod now are save game files that will load the game after you've done the whole hacky intro thingy at the point where the romance concludes. That's the closest you get. As for more direct proof to CG Projekt Red, well, The Witcher 4 stars Geralt of Rivia, but not as the main characters. So Geralt, the main character of the Witcher series, has been replaced by someone, presumably Ciri.
Ciri, yeah.
Does this make sense? From what little I know about the Witcher series,
Kinda, yeah.
Possibly. Is it still suspicious in the current day and age for
Yeah.
a female character to supplant a male one? Oh boy, God, yes. Yes, it is, absolutely. Is this one shred of evidence that we could use to look at and go, that's looking a bit wokey? Absolutely. Is it conclusive proof?
No.
No. But again, this is where it gets interesting. CD Projekt Red hasn't actually released that many games recently, of course. There is Cyberpunk 2077 in 2020. Then there is an Android iOS Witcher Monster Slayer, and an upgrade or an expansion pack to Gwent, another iOS game, and then Phantom Liberty. That's about it. They haven't actually put out any other major games.
Nothing new
Phantom
either,
Liberty
apparently.
2, I would not say was particularly woke either, but, you know. So they've got a bunch of stuff coming up. This is where the pudding is. This is where the proof in the pudding will be. We can't tell if CD Projekt Red has gone woke because the products that they were working on as they were going woke were already, well, pretty much finished, frankly, by the time they actually hit the market. And thus the damage that could have been inflicted upon them by wokeism would be relatively limited.
Minimal, yeah.
This new crop of video games, however, oh, now we will be able to see. And I will also point out that The Witcher Remake has also, of course, announced that they will be removing the playing cards you get from seducing certain women in the game because it was objectifying the females.
Bad choice. Objectifying the females, quote unquote, sure. But the moment you turn something in a card, don't you objectify it on the moment you have the card? And it also opens up that you want to try the entire romance part with these females. Even if it is just for their quote-unquote card. It lets you do more in the game, it lets you see more in the game, and it's like... It actually gets... You might even link it to the females actually being able to tell their story, which makes them less of an object. If it is just an NPC standing there going like hello, and you never even, some people you never even realize you have a romance option with. It's like, okay, bye. Like, you will never know their story, you will never know if they like that. Some of them might even like, I don't know, like The Witcher, I didn't play it for long, so like you will never know if they are like baddies in a battle or like politically savvy geniuses, magic users. You don't know any of that because you don't care. And the card is basically a quick game that you, quick reward you basically get for doing an entire romance arc. And you get an entire story bind to it. So there's a reward, which is the incentive to do the entire story.
It was turning them into commodities.
Nice.
We can't have that in the current year. That is yet another sign.
That is just bullshit. My counter argument for that is what is Fansly and OnlyFans again? Women turning themselves into commodities.
But yeah, CD Projekt Red has probably gone woke. But
how far did
even
it
a
go?
woke company can, in theory, produce a good product.
Yeah.
Is it rare? Oh, God, yes. Because 99% of the time, wokeism is literally a mental disease. It is created by people who believe that they have the God's honest absolute truth. And if you are the most righteous person in the world, obviously, you will try to enforce that righteousness upon others. They are proselytizers extraordinaire. Thus, they can very rarely, if ever, work on a project and coexist with other beings without attempting to convert them. Which is why pretty much everything they touch turned to shit. But again, the real evidence will be these games here. If they turn out with overt wokeism, then yes, CD Projekt Red will go broke. But this is a project that can take a very long time. Look at Disney. Disney has been drinking the Kool-Aid of wokeism for a very long time now, and they've only recently started to really feel the financial pinch, to the point that with Inside Out 2, they explicitly forbade any gay romance nonsense to be inserted into the movie, and they had executives looking over the shoulders of the people making it to make sure that as much gayness as humanly possible could be extracted from the project and thrown onto a pile to be burnt. And, surprise, surprise, it created an enormously successful product. The entertainment industry may be rather slow and dim-witted, but even it can learn with the appropriate application of stick.
I think it's also a bit, you don't only need like the stick part. Like, you still need the carrot part. Hey Flo! I still think you need the carrot part for, like, if you just keep beating something with a stick over and over again, it's not gonna know what is good and what is wrong. That's why you always need a treat as well. Like the movie you just said, Inside Out 2 was it, or whatever? 2 was where they went like no gay, no nothing. They looked over it, they sent it out, and suddenly they have a success. Yeah, I'll be looking at that and going like, so. You're telling me you know how to make things that will sell, but you're not making them because there has to be gay shit in it, gay stuff, gay scenes, whatever. But I always say, like, you can make an entire different thing about it, about just, you know, the entire gay part. And actually have like an entire, you can have like, for like an Inside Out movie, you could have her have like a struggle session with, like, I don't know how old she is, like, let's say she's 18 and she suddenly goes to the struggle of, I don't know, do I like boys, do I like girls, and eventually she would then come out like she likes one of the two. That could be like an entire storyline right there. What is dumb? There are ways to incorporate it. It's just like you don't have to go to the entire part of them being gay, and that is all basically that they are. It's more of a, they are gay. You can have like an entire like part of the movie dedicated to her, like finding out, is she gay, bi, heterosexual, if she is an adult, like if she is old enough to start like understanding those implications. But you have to take it seriously as well. Not choosing making good money, yeah, but it's like, it's kind of what he said, is like Disney has been just making all these, like, the entire South Park meme, putting chick in it make her gay and lame. It's what Disney has been doing, and they basically never stopped doing it. And now with Inside Out 2, as he said, they basically had a lot of checks that they did on it. Like, they were really like almost looking over the shoulders of those who made the story, who made everything, that they were like, put as little gay things in there as possible, and suddenly they have something that's sold. And that is what I mean with like the moment a company sees like you can make this work and profitable for it, but you're not doing it because you want more gay shit, we're not going to listen to you anymore. That's how you're gonna combat it, not by keep on saying like no, 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 no. You have to also incentivize the part where you go like, yes, this is what we want. That's what I mean with only the stick doesn't work. You need to give the incentive to go for what you like, and that's why I always say speak with your wallet if you have something to say to a company at least. Like, I know certain products I don't buy just because I don't like the product. And I have one or two that I don't buy because I don't like the company, but I don't really look at that company. For me, it's the moment if the product is bad, I will not buy the product. Thus, rarely has anything to do with a company for me. It is very simple. You make something that I like, I will buy it. You make something I don't like, I won't buy it. If it's a 50-50, I will see how much I need it, how much I want it, and if that all weighs up against the part which how much I'm spending for it, then I will buy it. If it doesn't, I won't. It's a very simple logic thing to follow. And I think companies are starting to see that put a chick in it, make her gay and lame. It's not working.
Stick. So, to return to the point here then, is it a woke company? Probably, yes. Has it gone so far as to be unsalvageable?
No.
We don't know yet.
I think
the
you
industry
can.
as a whole unsalvageable? I don't think so. Parts of it, oh hell absolutely, and some parts of it deserves to die as well, and it would be highly beneficial for all of us if it did, or at the very least, for us to be a trimming down, shall we say. The comment about the Unreal Engine, for example. It enables us to work on our games more efficiently. This is almost surely absolutely true. If you can simply buy a
I don't
ready-made
know
engine
too much
with
about that.
updates, all the graphic options you need, and it looks pretty, then why not do it, of course.
Yeah.
But the reason why we used to make our own engines back in the day is because companies often had a very specific thing in mind. Creative Assembly with Total War, for example, needed an engine capable of making Total War things. Hundreds, if not thousands of little soldiers running around the battlefield stabbing one another.
Yeah.
They needed to get that to work, and so they needed to make a custom engine specifically designed to make that work. And they had both the competence and the sheer stick latitude to actually make that happen despite how hard it is. These days, however, well, most of the people coming out of the games design academies and so on, as this is a officially educated profession now, far more so than good old-fashioned passion projects,
Yeah.
they probably worked with something like the Unreal Engine.
That is something I will say in games. You start to see that in most games there is no passion in it anymore. Like, let's go for the Total War series. You see that there is like almost no passion in it because a lot of it is just copy paste, and maybe try something new with like a new diplomatic system that doesn't work at all until like 2 years later when the next two Total Wars have been released. Then maybe they will have revisited that diplomatic system. Because one of the things you could do in like, I think it was Total War Rome 1 or 2. I'm not sure which one, but I think it was Total War 1. You could just get yourself a diplomat. Make sure you make your defenses, and instead of like starting to expand, you make all the money buildings. You have a lot of money, you just go to a Gaulish army, you go like, alright, I'm gonna buy all of you off. Like, your entire army is gone just because I paid them more, they're gone. Like, you spent like 12 turns recruiting an army, I just bought them off with a diplomat, it's over. And you could just buy the entire Gauls, Britons, I think even the Greeks and Germans, you could just buy all of them off, and I'm like, alright, this is kind of boring to do.
But it worked. The diplomatic system was so broken that you could do that. And now I think they changed it to the part that the moment you have like a general in an army, you cannot do that anymore because they are loyal to the general more than to money. Which honestly was a good change, because if I played when I played the goals, I just put a general in every army when I move it around, and I have a general in every city just so I can have them like automatically do upgrades for me and I don't have to look at it anymore. But yeah, if you had that done like I did, you had a few cities on automatic. The problem with the automatic part was as well, for example, if you played with the goals, you had a city called Milodonum, which was basically you cross the Alps to get into gold territory. You have to take this city, and then you can like spread out in like 3 or 4 different directions. What was my strategy usually with the goals? I fortified the hell out of Midlothium. Like if you want to get in there, it's gonna be a serious fight. So, but what do you have if you put Midlothium on like automatic improvements? It goes more for like it goes for population, but because how higher the population, how higher you can make like your building tiers, which is normal. But on the other hand, they never upgrade the walls to like stone walls, which were like in Rome 1 were a nightmare sometimes to just get through. So you never had stone walls in Midlothium if you let the PC do its thing. So you had to manually control that one. The ones in the back you could ignore for the first quarter of the game, because the Britons wouldn't immediately attack you. If you get like a trade agreement with them, then they leave you alone for a bit. The Spaniards are also quick to attack you. Like the goals in the end are just attacked on every front, and it's tiring at a while, but also it keeps you in battles constantly. So yeah, it's you always had to fortify Midlothium. I think it's Midlothium, I could be wrong, but you start to fortify that. I tried to keep one of my more frontier cities that were in Rome also as upgraded as I could militarily, but you can run into a problem if you're putting all your money into it, because that means basically that the moment that city falls and you don't get to stone walls by the time Rome comes, so you have to fight a lot of defenses before you can build stone walls there. So the thing you have there is mostly you have to abandon the 2 cities basically at the start of the game there.
But you can still give them a very decent fight about it, but if you leave that all up to AI, those cities are so weak that they will fall like within siege number 2, maybe 3.
It is simply easier to convert new hires into a software they already have.
Sorry, I went a bit on a tangent there about Rome.
Producers like Adobe, for example, to get in schools so as to convince the companies to adopt their products, because that way it'll be an easier conversion process from new employee to fully functional employee, fully functional hire. And it's also the simple fact that I do not believe that today's industry has the creative thinking and the technical skills required to create good engines anymore. Credit Assembly has been a fantastic example of that over the years. Back in the day, people would make the most ridiculous structures out of almost sheer passion because that is what they wanted to make, and they were denied an easier option. Therefore, they either had to, well, die or conquer, triumph or fail. Whereas now, you don't have that drive anymore. You don't have that necessity. Hardship breeds innovation, whereas ease breeds, of course, complacency. And the gaming industry has been a very complacent place for a very long time now.
Yeah.
But yes, CD Projekt Red going broke? We'll have to wait and see.
Probably not. Like, for some reason all these things keep on living like by the skin of their teeth, or like in the end, like after all their products failed, they're suddenly like, alright, 180, we're done. And then they start turning the company around. It's a bit like compared to Helldivers, like it's not gonna say it's woke, but it's on the part of it wasn't doing what the people wanted, like with all the nerfs and shit. Like the funny / I'm an overpowered soldier bit, but still I can die easily, was so quickly ruined by it.
How can you
Which was sad. Like the entire part of it was just sad. Anyways, let's see why Overwatch 2 is
respect a game when it can't even respect itself.
True.
Overwatch 2 has made that question more important than ever. We've seen another season, and with it, another way to squeeze more money from the game. And now, more than ever, it hits hard. Overwatch 2 is 2 years old. PvE is dead, its formula is just depressing, and the direction of travel is clearly worse. Warcraft, Blizzard's own franchise, one of the greatest of the last 20 to 30 years, was treated no different from Transformers or Porsche. Season 13 then added another way to monetize atop a fresh, overpriced push of bullshit that happened through this summer. And nothing sets the tone of today's video better than this excerpt from Jason Schreier's book. In an interview with a developer, a dev essentially recounted the launch and what it was like. Here's what they said. Everyone said, you worked 6 years in this. No, we worked for 1 year in this. We spent all those other years on all the PvE stuff. People said it looked unfinished, said the developer. That's because it was. Yeah, Overwatch 2 was screwed from the beginning, and with Microsoft gutting the Overwatch team, deleting the PvE team, things would only get worse. Gilded aspects are not a thing in Diablo, even though they sound like it. They are an Overwatch thing, one squarely, absurdly aimed at the whales. It is so unashamed of itself that I almost commend them for having the stones. Here's how it works. Gilded aspects are palette-swapped mythic skins, right? They're a black and gold color scheme, but I think we should really talk about them in Blizzard's own words, because they really communicate the value in this macro transaction. For the first time, you can enhance fully maxed out Mythic Hero skins with their prestigious gilded aspects from the Mythic shop, launching with this sleek black and gold color variants for those looking to push the limits of customization. That's right, folks, we're pushing the limits. Future seasons will expand these aspects to include mythic weapon skin.
You're pushing the limits by adding 2 colors. My man, do I have to really point at Final Fantasy at this point with how many colors there are?
Oh,
it's not Overwatch, but still.
They got one thing right.
It's a bit like the same with Apex. Like, there are so many variants on the skins that I don't really buy them unless there's a good one that I really want. Like now I'm waiting for a good skin with for my darling Watson. Because she has a good skin, but I want her to have like a more epically one. Like a purple skin that is good, because most of her purple skins could look kinda meh. So I'm waiting for my darling Watson to get her skin. I think the only one I missed with her that I wanted was where they had like these beast masks on. That one with Watson was one I wanted, but you know, can't have it all.
Limits certainly are being pushed. As skins, these are fine, because you've got good artists, right? The problem, though, is how these are being sold. And this is where the whaling comes in. You see, these technically are a customization option for mythic skins. The way it works is that you buy these, but they can only be applied to a fully leveled up mythic skin, right? So you fully level up your mythic skin, then you acquire and apply the gilded aspects. A producer working on the project clarified that these are in the Mythic shop purchased with Mythic prisms, but said that the price is not public and that it's not up to their team. Lovely, and I suspect we won't hear from the other team who are doing the pricing. Now, remember how all of this works. To earn enough Mythic prisms to fully unlock a Mythic skin, you need to purchase and complete
Battle
the entire
Pass.
Battle Pass for a season. Beyond that, though, you can buy prisms directly. In the US, prisms are $1 a pop. Yes, $1 a pop. To max out a skin is 80 prisms, meaning we are talking about $80 skins. That being said, I must be fair to them. The best way, the best value bundle is of course the 75 bundle, because it comes with 25 prisms free. Just amazing value for $75. Now, the way it works is Mythic skins cost 50 prisms.
It's 100% extra value.
Leveling them up to max costs another 30 in total, meaning 80 prisms, and yes, that does mean $80 skins. And yeah, you get 80 prisms by completing the Battle Pass, but each Battle Pass adds a full Mythic skin worth 80 prisms. And so the point was that every pass had 80 prisms, and every season that came along with that pass would add one more, which in total would be worth 80. But that's obviously ended up changing because of the addition of the Mythic weapon skins. The Reinhardt and Anna ones follow the same pricing model. It's 50 for the base skin, and then they've got upgrade levels, meaning 80 each. And that means that every season adds a battle pass that gives you the ability to earn 80, but it adds 160 Mythic prisms worth of purchase opportunities. And that's all without this new system. So how hard will Blizzard go for this system? Will it be 20 prisms for the gilded thing, right? Maybe a little bit of flourish on top of your $80 skin, you know, for $100 in total? Maybe it'll be that. Maybe, though, it'll be quite a bit more. I mean, they're black and gold. They're prestigious.
I think the only skin for like mythic skin that I bought the battle pass for was Moira's. Because I was playing Moira a lot. Which is like one of the most newer ones, so I bought the battle pass because I was, at that point I was still like completing the battle pass anyways for free. Because I was playing Overwatch a lot. Nowadays I barely touch Overwatch.
Why not charge 40 prisms? And yeah, you might think, well, that's a bit ridiculous, who will buy all of that? And they could probably say to themselves, oh sure, this is really meant for the sort of person that's just going to buy the battle pass, earn a bunch of prisms, and only buy things on the one character they care about. But that is obviously just an excuse. The pricing model here is designed to fully extract cash from the whales, and so slowly but surely they've spent 2024 squeezing everything that they can. And funny enough, that's not even the bit that's most offensive to me. It is the fact that they cannot even respect their own IP, their own work, their own foundations. And here's a contrast to all of that. Our foundation is Valuer.games. Over there, our members actually get something real. So that means you get our videos ad-free, you get all of our research reports, and you get a fresh edition of Loading Screen in your email inbox every single weekday. We shift through all the big stories, everything you need to know, and the upcoming games, and we basically keep you in the loop in a way where you don't see ads, you don't get algorithms, you can just have a read and enjoy it, and it's simple and it's calm. You can check it all out below with a free trial today. And with that,
audacious of you to think I will be reading things. I could barely read the drama that I'm trying to research. I'm not going to read more about gaming.
said, happy anniversary to Overwatch and Warcraft. Yeah, we got to talk about the anniversary event. These had declined through the years, and they just ended up being a way to sell some skins. 2024
Still
that,
is.
but in a way you wouldn't know it. That's because Overwatch was not the star of its own birthday. Warcraft was, perfectly timed for the war within. And it stung. Warcraft, a pillar of Blizzard. I mean, World of Warcraft, the game that basically got Blizzard infinite.
I heard only good things about the war within, so I'm not good. I cannot tear that one down. What I will say is I don't like the skins how they are. Why did you not give the Sylvana skin and give it to Hanzo? I know it's male, female maybe, but on the other hand, if you're gonna go for the voice and everything anyways, because if she doesn't have a Sylvana's voice, it doesn't really matter on who you put it, except like maybe because it's a female. Like, if you're gonna go for an archer, the only one that you can go for in Overwatch is basically Hanzo. Reinhardt, Lich King, maybe. Shaman together with Thrall as Centria, yeah, not Centria, goddammit, Zenyatta, because Zenyatta is always floating and has the same balls around his neck, sure, but it's like, it's all kinda wishy-washy to me.
Mega Forever money that was able to fund things like Overwatch. Well, it got the exact same treatment as Porsche and Transformers. That's because Overwatch has a problem. Overwatch can't make new content. Xbox cut everything from its team. PvE is gone. I take exception because Warcraft is Blizzard. It is their heritage. And
I mean, it's the war for the war, so
sure. That had any form of what you may call sauce was the trailer. Yeah, the people who put together the advertisement for all of these microtransactions, they basically made it like a dark ride in a theme park, full of flavor, lovely work. But an ad for the thing that you buy, nothing actually to play. You see, in the past in Overwatch, things like the Halloween event would have a PvE game mode. They'd have reskinned Overwatch characters as stars, they'd have unique gameplay. They could actually be really damn hard and, like, actually good video game, not just a throwaway trash event. They were goddamn content, and for so many of us, they were a reason to fire up Overwatch that was not an endless competitive grind. So here we have Thrall, Magni, Sylvanas, and Arthas, as well as past skins like Blood Elf Symmetra, Black Hand, Tyrande, Illidan, and stuff. And you might think, what if there was gameplay here? I mean, it's PvE. What if we're fighting the Scourge? The Lich King is there to be the big final enemy. Wouldn't that be cool? Give Reinhardt's Hammer Slam some sort of Arthas-y theme. Give him Defile. All the Warcraft people will come over and play Overwatch too. And the Overwatch players will get to reminisce of back when they played WoW. And the funny thing is, back in 2023, when they still had PvE staff, Diablo 4 launched, and it launched with Trials of Sanctuary, a co-op survival brawl where you played with different Diablo class skin heroes. You explored through the cathedral, you got weapons that changed up your abilities, you had boss fights against Diablo enemies. It was cool, like big Azmodan skins. It was awesome. It was gameplay. It was fun. And that's the point. We should expect good content. The War Within's launch could have added a Xalatath skin. I mean, they put her in Diablo, why not put her in here too? How about you do something crazy like a game mode? Even thinking about the business basics, you have got millions of people playing Overwatch 2, right? Big free-to-play game. You got all of those people. One of those PvE events would have been a really good way to introduce those people to the big villain in your new expansion, just like they did with Lilith in the Diablo event. And because there was content, it felt like an event. It was fun. Maybe fun enough that you want to buy a skin, because you might have spent 4 hours trying to get all the achievements, and you almost feel like, I enjoyed that. Sure, I'll buy a skin. I got some value. Here, though, there is nothing. It is just a cash grab, a blatant $50 mega bundle push. That's it. So low effort, it's an insult to players, it's an insult to their own brand, and evidence that they are no longer able to make content. Because last year, when they did a collab to celebrate a Blizzard game release, they were able to ship content with it. And funnily enough, it even shows Overwatch can't respect itself. This Warcraft collab ate into Overwatch's own anniversary. Its own anniversary was barely marketed. It was little of note. And that's because Overwatch is about one thing and one thing only. It's about selling skins. It may not be that to the people working on it want to make an amazing competitive shooter. And whenever I've played Overwatch 2, I mean, I might have some criticisms, but big picture, it's a bloody good game. But the game isn't the point. because the game is not what brings in money. And looking into the near future, it's pretty clear that's going to remain the case. Here's the Season 13 key art. A gorgeous Mythic Widowmaker skin, a somehow worth $80 Soldier 76 Mythic weapon, a purchasable Mercy Legendary, and My Hero Academia right up there front and center because everything is a sell. To be fair, there is a new Halloween game though, but
And I don't even like My Hero Academia.
it is eyebrow raising. It's a PvP mode with pickups that alter your abilities. It's kind of similar to community-created Mirror Watch and Balanced Overwatch, which were similar ones that are also returning that they had done before. But the thing is, it doesn't really have a lot of content. I mean, it's not PvE. It's not like those other events that stood out because they were different. It's an effort, an honest effort, I'm sure, but it is lower scope, it is lower budget, because Overwatch 2 is about managing a core game and then putting all of your resources into squeezing its audience in the most efficient way that you can. Even if that means that future Overwatch content is no longer about making new legendary skins that tells the story of characters, that begins to build the world of Overwatch so that one day it could actually be more. No, gone are those days. Now it is brands, now it is things you recognize, because the Fortnitification of everything very much came to Overwatch.
Yep.
And the funny thing is that even if this mode is great, it's drowned out by marketing that's laser-focused on microtransactions. The thing, though, is they are trying to cook up something for the future. So let's talk about that. I can't imagine how bad Overwatch 2 team morale must be, because you see, if you cut through the marketing, all of these stupid eye-roll things, you can see they're doing work. I mean, Havana, Circuit Royale, Dorado, and Nambani have all been reworked. That's a load of map reworks. We're still getting new heroes, we're still getting new maps. They've actually stuck to the schedule they said they would stick to.
Chino is almost a
We've
bit
also
too
just
powerful.
seen this rather curious job listing. It's a 6-month contract for a product marketing consultant who will, quote, support the marketing team with go-to-market planning and execution of a major feature for the Overwatch 2. Yeah, it does say the Overwatch 2. Yeah, slick typo, guys. But anyway, something is coming. We don't exactly know what it is, but it's a major release. With that, we know they're cooking up something, but assessing the overall situation, the PvE teams are gone. It has been corroborated through many sources, though Blizzard will not admit it. We see a big Warcraft event to celebrate an expansion release, a big game release, but it didn't have a proper event in Overwatch 2. It had all the microtransactions of a proper event, but as compared to what happened in 2023, where there was a bit of a PvE team, yeah, it was pretty much nothing. And of course, Jason Schreier's book showed us how screwed Overwatch 2 was in general, that it was a game basically shot out in a year after the thing they actually wanted to make and had spent 5 years on was unceremoniously killed. Every Overwatch superfan that I know quits, and I'm talking about the people from the original 2016 cohort who, even though they do not like competitive shooters, fell in love with Overwatch, spent money in Overwatch, people who lived and breathed the damn thing. The exact people who Overwatch 2 was made for, and the people who, had they been retained, may actually have purchased some of the various microtransactions they're now making. Overwatch should have been the next big IP, far bigger than it is right now. It should have had that cultural relevance. It was supposed to have a Netflix series. Imagine that. Netflix, multiple seasons, big story, build out the world, combine on top of that the ongoing PvP that, in fairness, they're working damn hard, they're grinding out, delivering that PvP, and then add to that the expansive PvE that they spent years building. There is a grand, more unified vision of what Overwatch was supposed to be, but it's one that was murdered in favor of a storefront as a service, which is what we have got right now, where the game basically exists as a vehicle for microtransaction banners. It's sad. Right now, the Warcraft team is genuinely building back its reputation. They are genuinely shipping a shitload of content.
Yeah, as far as I can hear, because I'm not really in that group anymore, World of Warcraft is clawing back upwards and making good games. So for the people who still play it, I hope they keep doing it.
The value has went way up versus so many times in the past. They are showing everything that a Blizzard team could do right within the current framework of Blizzard. Meanwhile, Overwatch is showing the exact opposite. And
yep. Anyways, as I said, I can't really say a lot about it because I'm no longer a World of Warcraft player and I barely play Overwatch, but it is definitely something that you see, like, definitely happening in Overwatch, and it's just gonna be a cash cow that they wanna milk as long as they can, and it's sad.
Oh wow, welcome back guys. We've got a quick channel update before we get to the news, before the main topic. Because yesterday, something terrible happened. In the comment section of my own video, I saw people laughing at me, making fun of my pronunciation of the word inclusivity. Well, at least I hope I'm saying
I mean, he says it weird, but it's not that bad.
it right now, and thanks I guess for the correction. Not sure how I can ever repay you guys, but you have my thanks. Now, on to the main topic. So, do you remember that situation I talked about the other day with that DEI defending influencer who also like worked at Xbox or something?
Yep, this one. Oh my god. She really dug her own grave.
Well, we've got a very amusing update on that situation. Also, quick side note. It turns out Asmongold reacted to that video. That was pretty cool. Glad you enjoyed that one. So, really quick, this was the context. She made this thread all upset about the discourse. The discourse being gamers criticizing companies in gaming and also criticizing DEI consultation companies. All of that being something that, once again, she seems very upset about in my...
Just as a side note,
The
chat.
discourse is bullshit.
She
Shut
says
your up.
DI consulting companies don't bully studios into changing creative direction. No, you're right. They not only bully studios into changing creative direction, they become the creative direction by writing dogshit stories for them. But yeah, sure.
All of that being something that, once again, she seems very upset about. In my coverage, I gave a reasonable response and provided evidence as to why a number of her points are just wrong. The rest of her thread was her devolving into just a barrage of insult attempts that completely flopped because it really just made her look extremely petty, and many people...
Also, small side note, I think Smug made like a post on like Twitter that said something like she had herself in a gift that threw a brick at someone, and she's like, what did you say that made me throw a brick at you? And I finally had my chance to post it somewhere. Iron Mouse content is kind of it. We'll see if she ever responds to it.
Said that
if it was
really
worthy to be thrown a brick
how much
to my
muscle
head
mass you grind out at the gym, people will still find you obnoxious and repulsive because you never learned how to listen to other folks' lived experiences. Ugh, didn't ask. Imagine I'm flexing. I'm doing the Z's thing. I'm doing the Z's thing right now. Didn't ask. Ugh, you're fat. Ugh, you're conventionally unattractive. I got big muscles.
Made her look extremely petty, and many people said that she just sounded like she was...
Oh, you saw the one that she made? Just her post? Yeah. I think I made my response like 2 or 3 hours ago. When I was just like, Iron Mouse is kinda mid. I'm curious if I am ever going to get a reply. It's like the same for all the emails that I sent to like the big VTubers that we found, to if I can use their model for like if I can use their model or their lore to make the cooking videos. Cause so far I only heard back from I think 2 or 3 people, and none of them were like the quote-unquote bigger creators. I think the biggest creator in there that answered back was Vampy, because I just DM'd her. But like everyone else that we had in this entire everything else that we had in here, for like everyone else that I sent a message to, that me and you talked about mostly, Flo, yeah, nobody responded. I think it's like 9 or 10 messages that I had to send to their what is it, working space. Like 4 of them were from the Mythos thing, like I think Camilla and Milky were 2 that you said.
Camilla was one that I want to send to. Camilla was one that I sent to, and then Milky you said to send one to. Never had a response. I think I had one from Camilla, which was an automatic response that she was going to like one of the cons. I think I have, for the ones that accepted, I have Morle, Evelyn, and I actually have to look because I'm not too sure. Hold on, I have to swap this or else you can't see. I'm not allowed to see who I asked. Or who responded. Vampy, Evelyn, I think Sorrow, but I don't know if she's ever going to answer that. Yeah, those are the ones that answered. Like everyone else, I can just open my mails and I'm like, what was it? Send mails. I have Milky, Fifi, Mochi Mochi, Camilla, Cinder. Those are to my sisters, so I'm not. That's about something completely different. So yeah, those 5 or 6, no response. Sunshine said yes, but I have to remind her about it again. But I'm also only going to remind her when I start making her video. Right now I'm looking up for like what is, if I have, because I probably will have to, I need probably like a small setup just to shoot the video or to record it. Because I have the first video is basically done in like make a recipe and stuff like that, but then now I have to work on what am I going to record it with. Then I have to put it on my PC, then I need either myself or I have to find someone to edit the entire video for me, which if I have to ask someone to do it is another expense that I cannot make, so yeah. I know for the Evelyn video I need to wait a bit, because this is actually something you can see, like. Ah, so yeah, I basically just missed it. Because for Evelyn I had elk together with some bacon and asparagus and probably some mash. I think either mash or more like sweet potatoes. But I'm looking for mostly I'm looking just for a potato that is more like you can find in the wild more than you can find it, then it's only like harvested by farmers. And I think sweet potatoes are more like something you can find in the wild than the normal ones, so I'll probably go for some sweet potatoes with that. And that would be like the main dish. I'm not sure if I want to like add a dessert to it, because I think I want to keep desserts open for the moment someone is like has a sweet tooth. Morla was a bit harder in that object because it's more of, but I have ideas, I haven't like worked it out completely yet. But yeah, I'm at step 2 out of 4 or 5 now, and step 2 is looking how I'm going to shoot this video and then put it on my PC. Because I can use my phone, but I need something to put my phone against, or like a holder for it, and I don't have that, and I don't want to go looking around way too much. I also know I don't have to ask any people that I know that do cooking streams like how do you even start one, so yeah. Anyways.
Projecting. At the very least, it was fortunately amusing seeing her go all rage mode, though. Provided some decent entertainment for the day. So yeah, that's just some very quick context for anyone who may have missed the prior segment, although of course if you want to see my full take, consider watching that for yourself. But now with that context, let's move on to the aforementioned update. We've got Thomas Mahler here, saying, I'm the director behind both Ori games, and I don't know who you are.
She got hooed! What an actual clown, man.
And how you were affiliated with Ori. In response to that Ray person saying, hey new folks, I'm Ray. I work in the gaming industry in UX R&D plus game production. I worked on various software and hardware for Xbox. I now work as an independent media producer and had the privilege of working on the Dota Internationals 2023 and other gaming media projects. But importantly for this context, the bottom left
yeah.
is showing Ori.
That is basically a bit of the hard part now, like see how I'm gonna like record the video and then either see if I'm gonna do the editing myself, or if by then I maybe can get like someone else to help me with it, because I have absolutely no idea what I'm gonna do with how to do that.
Given the time.
Can I just mention the reason why he made this comment is probably because he was saying some dog shit, misogynistic, misandrist shit about how no matter how much you work out, you're always gonna be an obnoxious piece of shit. And then they see that they're associated with Ori or like X company, and they wanted to investigate it themselves. That's why he's saying this. He's not hooing him. Hooing her because he's mean. She's just like saying a bunch of dog shit.
Yeah. I've been thinking about it, but yeah, I've also been looking up on how to do things myself. Like, for me, the more important stuff, quote unquote, now is getting the new PC so I can start playing Apex and stuff like that, so I can hopefully get some more clips. Clips being made. And then I can probably start video editing my videos on Twitch. I have actually a lot to do, but because my day already from like my streaming days is basically I wake up, I take my food, I start stream until I go to sleep. It's like my entire streaming day. Like there's maybe an hour in between that I have. That is more for like quote unquote me time, and even that I don't really have because it's more like YouTube the research for like what is gonna be the next thing I talk about, so my days are completely filled.
Spreading lies on the internet.
And I don't have anything to pay people with, so I'll have to look how all of that goes.
Making his company look bad by association, that's normal.
Timing of how he's saying this now, I can only presume he just recently saw her unhinged rant.
Yeah.
Okay, so get this. As I'm looking at this conversation and recording this video, I see that she's actually just protected her entire Twitter account.
Yes!
And that's going to make covering this a little bit more complicated because as you can see, it's also affecting her responses, and we're now unable to see them. However, I've got a tab that has not yet refreshed, so while we won't be able to see all of her responses, we can at least see some of them. It looks like she responded to him saying, I worked with Xbox User Research. I was the URA for Global Publishing during 2018 to 2020. Nice to meet you. I also worked on various other titles during my time there, but got a better job opportunity on the Xbox community.
So did you work on Ori or not, you dumb bitch? Why are you...
Yeah, she's working for Xbox User Research. It doesn't sound like she worked for Ori. Sounds like she worked for Xbox.
guess the good part is I started to learn that I can just respond on. I started to learn to respond on more things on Twitter instead of just going like, nah, I'm not gonna respond to this. I will respond to it now. So I'll be more active there too.
Xbox user research URA user interface something. What is this? Xbox community team? I bet you she was one of those, like, you know, like a community manager for a forum or something? Just a bunch of yapping only to say nothing? Yep, pretty much.
Community team. You've got to be kidding me. Why do we see so many community managers or like community team people who are some of the most unhinged and like angry at everything? It's serious.
Because they don't take their meds and it's disproportionately, like, anecdotal at this point. The Godot community manager literally had tweets of them before they locked down their account. Asmongold's editor managed to find tweets of them having a mental breakdown 2 weeks before the whole Godot drama happened. That they were saying, oh, I'm not taking my meds because I'm feeling so bad, and if I take my meds, I feel bad anyway. Yeah, it's like, at least I'll feel a little bit normal for a bit if I take my meds. It was so crazy reading that. And then being like, this makes a lot of sense why they had a mental fucking breakdown.
Actually becoming a recurring theme. Anyways, that wasn't the only response that she made to him, because there's also this one, where she said, oh, I have a question for you. Do you ever at any point feel Microsoft has shoved DEI expectations at you or pressured you? Now she's...
Man, this bitch has some attitude for talking to someone who is like the director.
I have a question. Do you ever feel at any point Microsoft has shoved DEI expectations at you or pressured you?
I don't know.
Reminded me of that Nat person from Godot, where after Asmongold gave a kind response, she then tried to get him in some sort of gotcha.
And then she deleted the tweet. I responded to it and she deleted it within like 5 hours. I responded to this tweet. She deleted it.
It's funny how these people don't realize that they're the ones acting all crazy, and they try and pretend like everyone else is the problem. Going back to the situation with Ray, Thomas responded to her saying, well, I could explain it. I didn't want to cause you any trouble. I just saw you posting that you worked on Ori, and I had no idea who you are. Since you're calling people names online, I thought it was important to inform people that you never actually worked for Moon Studios, and that you didn't ever directly engage with anyone at Moon. Always be nice to people, Ray, even those you disagree with.
What a nice thing to say. He could have, like, ripped her a fat new one. And he's like, thumbs up.
Finally, someone is giving this woman a dad talk, a stern dad talking. Something she hasn't had for forever, because probably her daddy doesn't. Anyways,
this is like
moving
the
on.
most, like, appropriate response ever.
While some people were amused by his response there, other people seem like they're extremely upset by it. It's
any game dev that supports grunts ain't getting a cent out of me. Thanks for clearing that up.
Okay, Dopey, bye.
Bro, he didn't even...
Like, I look at Grunts, what he does. Just because he has quite a big following and all that, I don't always agree with him, but in a lot of cases I actually do. And if you just go like, oh no, it's like this one, 502 Bad Gateway, Saint Chest with an SCH. She posted months ago. Why are you informing people now? Because it's probably just popped on his feed now. Like, do you really think a director has time to sit on Twitter every day and check out? Well, some directors probably. Anyways, moving on.
The guy just responded to this bitch saying that she was working for his company and clarified that she doesn't. Be nice to the bigots. Oh my god. She's into marketing implies that customers are wife beaters or clan members while also seen using very vulgar language like suck my asshole. Oh shit, true, honestly.
It's amazing how upset these people
True.
are, simply
Yeah, she did say suck my asshole to a bunch of people on Twitter too.
because this guy wanted to declare.
I'm going to kindly decline. I have never done set part in any point. I still don't find what's so attractive about it, but each their own. It is just something I personally will never do.
Clarify that the woman who recently went viral for making a
Yeah,
completely
furry,
unhinged
black,
rant
yeah.
is not directly involved with his company. There's some other tweets that we're unable to see because Ray went into protected mode. However,
Yeah.
we can also see that Thomas responded to these ones, saying, "I thought the post was pretty clear and concise. By the way, you are not in the credits on any Ori games. So unless you changed your name at some point." Based off that context, we can presume that possibly Ray has an issue with the other response that Mahler made. And now, the most pathetic thing possible is
This is so funny, man. Unless you change your name.
happening. To no one's surprise, some of the Corpo journalists from Kotaku are getting involved, quote tweeting Mahler's response and
Yeah.
posting this
Alyssa?
article from
Kotaku?
2022 from Kotaku that says, "Report."
Wait, Kotaku still exists? I thought that died years ago. Oh god. Clearly we need another purge. Anyone in favor for purging Kotaku say aye? Aye, okay, I am the only one making this decision here anyways, let's go. What, you thought this was a democracy? This is a dictatorship, my man, and I'm on top of it. Me in every game ever.
Ori Studio accused of being oppressive, sexist workplace. Developers say Moon Studios' no PS policy gave founders license to bully and demean.
That was
that's
literally
just the-
untrue. I remember reading
Yeah, that does sound like Kotaku, yeah.
about it 2 years ago. This was before I started streaming. I remember looking into it. Because it was around about the same time as the Blizzard thing. Yeah, of course Kotaku writes about this. Was literally untrue.
Yeah, but a lot of Kotaku's things are untrue, and they just say it because it has the nice buzzwords to it. It's Kotaku.
Yeah.
Since the bully
It was a
and
lie.
demean. Even if
Straight
any of the
up.
accusations in that article are actually true.
Before anyone says anything, here's my defense for anything that goes wrong. If they ever were correct, a broken clock is right twice a day.
True. It's really gross how these journalists, well, drag this stuff up 2 years later, using the alleged victims in the article as their own
Well, it's the same people that said Grums was one of the people that stole breast milk at Blizzard, and it was like an actual defamatory statement. And they said that he was like a sexual harasser. Yeah. Yeah, Grums never did that, and someone said that on Twitter, and it popped off, and people started sending him death threats. Like,
Of course it popped off. It's a guy with quite a big following that, according to someone, did something, in my eyes, disgusting, wrong, and weird. Of course it's gonna pop off. It's like me if I found like any. This is like unsubstantiated and just an example, so hold your horses with tweeting anything or clipping anything. It's like me saying that Asmongold is having like these old porcelain dolls and he keeps them in his bed and he sleeps with them every night and pretends he's their father. The moment that ever gets onto like a Twitter part, of course it's gonna pop off because you will have the idiots who believe it together with the people who already hate Asmongold. And then you have the other side, the people who actually would have watched to my statement, know that it's basically me saying it's hypothetical, or it's a joke, or like whatever. And then his fans who actually also come in for a look and go like, what did you just say? And I'm like, just watch the video. So yeah, it's whenever something stupid, weird or anything has to do with someone with quite a large following, it's gonna pop off.
Again, I've said this before, I've had moments where I thought Grumps was being a fucking moron. I thought that his takes were bad.
Yeah, you know.
The majority of the time...
Yeah. Grumps has bad takes. Like, when he said... Oh. I think one of his takes was where he said that Final Fantasy was finally going woke. And I'm like, Final Fantasy has always been woke-ish. But not fully woke. Like, it's more like... I would say the normal amount. He was pointing out because a VA, a voice actor, was transgender. That's why it went woke. And I was sitting there and going like, in Final Fantasy 14, you can do what you want, you can be almost be what you want, like furry, scaly, normal human, bunny girl, like you can be whatever you want. But... and you can even marry who you want. I'm like, it is the normal amount of like escapism and like fantasy world that I want to be in. The moment they start shoving too much woke out, I will be like, no. But right now, we're not over the edge yet. Oh, and in my opinion, we already have a gay couple in Reen and Gaia. Those are the only ones I quickly can think of. Like, maybe there are more, I don't know, but those are the only ones I know of. So there has always been like this quote-unquote woke aspect, but to me it never went over the top. It never went like the entire Reen and Gaia thing. They say they're friends, but it's like, to drag a few other VTuber names in here that people are well known. It's whenever I see posts of Cinder, Tricky, Numi and Yuzu when they're together. At that point I'm just going like, just fuck already. You know what, just get this over with and fuck already. No offense, but just fuck already. Get it over with. Fuck already. Say you're exclusive or like you're in a four-way tie with each other now, whatever you want to call it. I don't care, but just fuck already. Get this entire tension that you're trying to build and keep away. Because I think one of these days that's probably gonna be my response to one of those tweets, but not yet. But that's my only response I have to like the Cinder, Numi, Yuzu and Tricky being together. Like now they're together in Japan. I have to say Photoshop looks very good. But then you see the entire thing of like, I'm gonna see them again, and it's gonna be an entire day full of kisses, huggies, and then like talks about each other's boobs and all that shit, and I'm just like, okay, just get it over with and fuck already. No offense.
He's just providing like information and evidence.
Sorry, that was a serious side tangent.
And adding his 2 cents. It's not that fucking deep, man.
Personal army. Though it is painting a very picture. None of the people angry with Mahler seem to have any responsive merit. They're either just like seething in their responses or reposting this. How?
Sorry, I was totally focused on the gameplay.
To have any responsive merit. They're either just like seething in their responses or reposting this. However, plenty of people would also further defend Mahler. For example, this response saying, "It's always the same untalented, useless, lazy, hate-filled people that come crawling out of the woodwork at any opportunity to try and drag someone successful down. I hope he's not stupid enough to fall for it. If they make good games, people will buy them. Madam Savvy.
True. Oh, it's Madam Savvy. I
Getting
follow her on
involved,
Twitter.
saying, was it oppressive because he said no once in a while to someone? Given that she admits people don't get to choose how she represents them, I see no reason for anyone to take anything she says seriously.
Because she's a schizo that makes shit up for attention. Yeah, many such cases.
She referencing the Kotaku journalist. However, someone would respond to Savvy saying, I mean, it's Kotaku, so take it with a grain of salt, but it's true. I think that's not a way to talk at the workplace, especially when you are CEO, including an image seemingly from the Kotaku article, to which Savvy responds saying, this is the worst they have, that.
One screen cap of a work chat shared in the report showing Coral writing, nobody cares what you really think, followed by Mahler writing, lol, you're retarded.
Oh my god, dude!
Adventure Beat also reports that after one long meeting, Mahler concluded by typing, I really need a woman. It's like whenever we kill a boss in a savage raid, I yell I say I'm gonna need a cigarette, I'm gonna need a cigarette after this one. It's just funny.
Dude, when I worked in retail, I had a boss just straight up like back in like 2012. I got one of my first jobs ever as like a teenager. It was normal, man.
Those are normal things to say, yeah.
Against you or anything. This is how gamers talk to each other, man. It's not that fucking deep. Nobody cares what you think, really, followed by Valor. Lol, you're retarded. Though it's not clear who the remarks are directed at. Yeah, it's unclear. Could have been his, like, vice president or some shit. Mahler concluded by typing, I really need a woman.
Yeah, it's like
women are great. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's exactly like me saying, I need a cigarette. Or this was so good, I need a cigarette after this one. Like, it's exactly the same words. Except for instead of woman, you use cigarette.
Mahler talking like a gamer. I bet he makes good games. Yeah, it's crazy. Maybe we should all play.
Ori is actually, well, it's not like the most active or action-packed game, but it's more of a storytelling, and like visually it's a stunning good game, and even just to play through it, it's more like you're actually drawn into the story, and you're actually liking the story, and the visuals around you just brings it all to life. It's a very good game. It's not like the action game, but it's still a very good game.
Story right now.
Not only is there zero context,
Where the women at?
but this is
That's
how
right.
people talk to each other when they're friends too. The I really need a woman remark is probably from a string of jokes being made. The other person retorts,
I would laugh. If I worked with him, I'd laugh. I really need a woman. I'd be like, no, you don't. She fucking yaps your face off. Distracts you from making video games.
saying, sure, friends. But truth is, there is no friends at work. Especially if you're on the...
1 second. Oh, damn. Shit, apparently a few payments didn't make it. Shit. Well, they did make it, but they didn't help too much. Damn it. Alright, we might actually have some new art coming in. Also, I don't think I said it when Flo was here yet, so I'm just quickly going to reiterate it because Flo is here as well. Probably starting from Mondays, I will be doing these reacts with my model. But only the reacts, because for gaming, it slows it down way too much. For reacts, it's doable. So yeah, my artist, apparently it wasn't a hurricane, but it's not like, what did she say? Because I don't want to say this like, she basically had to move places, to put it lightly. So my artist had to move places, and she is now settled in somewhere. So it wasn't a hurricane, which thank God it wasn't. But yeah, she had to move places. She moved places. She's settling in, but this Sunday, what was I gonna say again? This Sunday, I am going to start installing my model so that it works. My model mom is going to help me with that. So Sunday we're gonna set everything up. And then on Monday I will be starting to use my model, but only for like the YouTube stuff. So instead of having my little plush here, I will probably have my model there. It also makes it a little bit easier for me, then I only have to edit one of my scenes instead of all of them. But yeah, the Discord things that you're hearing right now is me talking to my artist. That's also why I stopped the video, because I find it very hard to react to a video, type in Discord, and then also keep an eye on chat. I also might... I'll actually ask her. I'll quickly ask her if she maybe does video editing, because that would kind of solve my problem a bit. If not, then it's either me or Flo who are going to slave away at it. And we'll talk about compensation on a later date then for that if it gets to that point, because I do not want people to do anything for me empty-handed. It's not just because like it's time spent and everything. I'm just also from the principle I asked you to do something, so I'm going to give you something in return. It's a principle I have. And I do not like to break, unless it's like if I win a prize or something, then I don't do that. Anyway.
Oh, she could do the video editing, so I have my video editor. Sorry for everyone if everything suddenly stopped. I have ADHD brain, with one big exception. If I'm doing basically 3 things at the same time, and my brain is already shifting like do one, maybe 2, because else my brain is gonna overload. But I'll try to continue much.
Higher position than your supposed friends. Sure, not really a big deal, but still not a good look.
There's a difference between being work friends and being friends. I think you can be friends at work. I heard many stories of people that worked in like medical industry.
To me, the entire chat thing that I just saw happen that the guy did and what is so wrong to them is to me the same as whenever I have banter in a video game. Even if you're not my friend and I have banter like you for this and you're gonna go like, actually this is quite disturbing for me. I know we cannot play the game even together at that point because you cannot take my joke, so we cannot play together. Period. So yeah, it's stupid for this entire thing, like it still doesn't look good.
Saying things like
hell, I would love a boss that can have that kind of banter with me.
The nurse and the doctor became really good work friends. It doesn't translate to being besties. You can still have friends at work that you can trust or be really good, like in a really good dynamic between each other because you have fitting personalities. You can also have enemies at work and not fucking hate their guts and make them want to die. Yeah. I made friends at work. Yeah, it just depends. It depends.
And the current final response in this conversation here from Savvy saying, people will value those words accordingly. If that's a red flag for you, that's totally okay. For me, it isn't. I'd actually hate to work at a place that didn't use that kind of language. You can still have corpo structure mixed with friend structure, just so long as you have respect for who's in charge at the end of the day. But
yeah, it's kind of like yeah, it's like being out in like the wilderness. It's like, yeah, you're still friends and you're surviving and trying to get something done, but in the end, there's always gonna be like a team captain. You know what I'm saying? That's a bit of an analogy, but you know. Not being able to make friends at work is a schizo-terminally online take made by someone who's never had a job. Yeah, that's another really good fucking point. I feel like people don't interact in real life. Like, yes, you can't be friends with everyone. I totally get it. Sometimes you just don't click. Sometimes they're bitches.
Even if it doesn't click or the person is a bitch, I will still sit there and go like, yeah, I don't hate you, so good luck. Good luck with being mad for something I said or did. I still don't hate you, so where is that you then? On the point of I hate you, I don't like you, me? Okay, good luck.
Sometimes that you have very
The only thing I will do, that's the only thing I will do, I will scream vindication a lot of times.
differing like points of view on
because
life,
I will be vindicated.
Ultimately, there's always something that you can find that has like good vibes.
everyone views workplaces different. So you saw this part, which is some of the evidence that they're trying to use against Mahler. However, there's also a little bit more than that. In this next...
If someone called me retarded at work, I wouldn't care.
If someone at work called me retarded, I'd probably go like, yeah, you're probably right, I am a little bit of a retard. I have that little bit of retard in me. You're probably correct.
I'm not gonna lie, maybe I'm desensitized to it because I played MMOs all my life. I genuinely could not give a fuck. Like, at all. I just don't care.
Section. They say that Mahler insisted on having the main character's origin story revolve around something very dark, and that allegedly Mahler wanted to do this to motivate the character to end up being a very cool character who does very cool things. And sure, that's a...
Wait, hold on, let me read that again.
Ori was supposed to be about grape? Really? Grapes? Awkward. Also, I don't immediately... Also, I think that a story about rape isn't that bad. Shouldn't be like immediately a no. Like, you have stories about rape, suicide, survivors, guilt, all murder, all those things, and then you come to the entire morally thing of you can explain with those stories what it does to a person physically, what it does to them mentally, how terrible it actually is. You can put all of that with a nice, in a somewhat, never in a PG way, but you can explain it so that people, one, understand it, and two, the serious topic remains serious. So saying it's bad because it's about that part and she's gonna do something badass because she lived through that, it's like... It depends to me how it is all set in the story, if it is good or not.
Maybe that's taking a step too far. But yeah, to me it's like if it goes around this part, like which is rape, basically, then I'm there stating like, as long as the story takes that subject seriously, and it's not a PG, like, it's not below like adults that can play the game, it's fine. But as long as it, but if they then say we want to make this game PG, like for kids and everything, then yeah, you cannot make it about that because it's a serious subject, and I do not want to have a kid think about that ever.
Much darker compared to the Ori games. Codename Forsaken. Okay. Oh, it's a different game. Okay.
Oh, it's a different
game.
game.
The development process is not.
So it wasn't Ori that was about it. It was a game called Forsaken.
Are having the main character's origin story revolved around RAPE.
Yes.
This RAPE scene would supposedly create the motivation for the sweet small town character to do the badass things they do in the rest of the game. Yeah, didn't they do that in Berserk?
Yeah.
Where Guts saw his waifu getting, you know, by Griffith. That was horrible.
Yep.
Yeah, Kill Bill. That's another really good
Kill
example.
Bill.
Yeah, like what the frig? Yeah, Casca, she's literally like brain dead for literally the entire like series.
We don't talk about
That's
Casca
the whole
anymore.
point. It's one of the things
Poor
that
Casca.
broke Guts. Apart from like, you know, the thing as a child, yeah, you're right. He actually had something just as bad happen to him. But it's
And seeing all his friends die next to him as well. Probably also not the best feeling, and a guy he looked up to or like was friend with threw it all away. Actually, it looks very good. Yeah. So I'm gonna post this in my chat because it's still a work in progress. So this is gonna be in my Discord. I'll need to add someone for it as well. One second. I think it's this one, yes. There we go. It's in Discord now. But yeah, I think you can make games around like, okay, about serious subjects, as long as you are serious about it. Anyways, let me hop back in this one. Shit. Okay.
probably like part of the character development. That's the whole point. Yeah.
And sure, that's a very dark.
That's like an origin story for a superhero, essentially. Like, bad things happen. What are we gonna remove Batman from having dead parents? Because they don't like the fact that the parents died for literally no reason. There's just a criminal that killed them. Like, why? What are we doing? It's real life. There have to be some parallels to real life in believable narratives for stories that make us feel invested in them. Maybe it's relatable. Maybe it's for brutality's sake. Brutal, dark thing that happened from the characters is a glorification of it. Yeah, exactly. Like, what?
Dark and very terrible thing to happen to that character. It is just a character, though. And many characters throughout fiction have had equally bad or even worse things happen to them. I think we can confidently say that these journalists...
What about movies? We have to remove bad things happening there too? How boring would that be? There has to be motivations, man.
Nothing bad can happen.
Absolutely hate Berserk. And my gosh, I can only imagine what they'd say about my last Hearts of Iron 4 campaign. Anyways, it's really amusing how all of this started once again because Ray wanted to make that giant unhinged rant. She just really wanted to defend DEI. Gotta defend those DEI consultations.
Oh my god, 500k views, 2,200 likes. Uh-oh, that's not good. That's awful.
Firms. Go figure that all of this would attract gaming journalists to run to her defense. Hopefully Ray will have some self-reflection while she's protected on Twitter. And
nobody's coming to save you. No incels are gonna band together to create an immaculately gay-capped industry for you. They kind of will by not buying your dog shit games. Yeah, that's kind of what's gonna happen.
It's already happening everywhere. Like, dog shit games are no longer being bought or played. What was the last example? Concord? Or was it Concord? The other shit game that came out, nobody bought it. And the people who bought it played it for like 2 days or only the open beta. Because then they could still ask for a refund.
Sorry. Hate to hear the bearer of bad news. Sorry! The customer's always right. They won't give you money and then you can't feed yourself and then you have to close down the studio.
Protected on Twitter. And realized that all of this was really...
Aswin made a joke about the incels all being on his Reddit. It's true.
It's true.
I mean, it's so Reddit true. And it's Aswin. Combined, it's like a superpower. Yeah, like raid-resistant cockroaches on Reddit.
By our powers combined.
You know, there's no reason to act like this, trying to bootleg for these consultation firms and all that. Maybe she'll actually turn it.
And you know what the other funniest thing is? Bootlicking for free. You are guzzling glizzy for free for some random people that don't even know you exist, man.
Damn.
You're sucking like a big fat meaty dick for free.
I wish someone would do that to me for free, though. Anyways, moving on.
You're the same people that defend Xbox.
Then again, most of those who do it for free are not the most aesthetically pleasing to look at, so never mind.
For like fucking over customers, but you're still buying their games, and you're like, yeah, if Xbox sees me saying this, then I'm gonna look good in their eyes. It's like, little bro, nobody's gonna see your Twitter post about how much.
What? Don't you want to have someone just suck your cock for free sometimes? And you don't have to pay for it, you don't have to do anything for it, your cock is just being sucked for free. But as I said again, it's mostly the most who who are kinda ugly who do that. So that's why I will decline.
You love Xbox despite them increasing the subscription price for Xbox, whatever, Microsoft Live, or I don't fucking know.
Tournament. Let me know what you think about all of this in the comments.
Yeah. Oh. Can I just click? That is so good. Yeah. Oh, I just saw new art. I need new art. I'm getting new art. Oh, I'm gonna need a cigarette after this. Whew. Huh. Is it because he made the Israel thing? Let's see.
So look, there's a lot going on in the world that I gotta be honest, I don't know much about. Right? If
Or I
it's
don't
not
care
happening
about.
in my little area, I honestly am not too concerned about it. Now I realize there are things that I should be concerned about, but I try not to comment on things that I don't necessarily know a whole lot about. So with that said, we're gonna talk about this. I know it's gonna get a little spicy. I don't know enough about to talk about the situation, and I'm not going to talk. I don't really care to give you my thoughts because I have no thoughts on this. And I got to be honest, I don't really care about your thoughts on this as well. When it comes to this bigger political stuff that's happening in the world, like I said, I'm just a normal man, right? I'm just here to live my life and enjoy games and entertainment stuff. But sometimes there's tremendous crossover when it comes to this, specifically when it comes to video game entertainment. And that's where we are now with Asmongold. Now, one of the biggest streamers in the world, streaming to a massive audience on a day-to-day basis. He gives his thoughts on a lot of stuff. And it goes everything from video games all the way to real-world political stuff, which is where we're at right with this. Now, he's received a lot of slack in the last 24 hours for some comments he made regarding the Palestine and Israel conflict that's happening on over there. Like I said, I don't know enough about it, and I'm not going to comment about it because I don't know enough about it. But I will say this: he said some things, and he has since been banned on Twitch for this. Let's go and see what he had to say, because this whole situation is crazy to see from across the board. I always go back to. Well, let's just hear what he has to say.
If you want to consider it.
Oh, it's too big for
Genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way.
Technically what he is saying, if someone, in this case, if someone tries to genocide someone else and they get basically massacred in return, he is not gonna care. And in that object, I'm a little bit like that. Like, for me, it's the thing is, they started the attack, and I compare it always to, like, it's a child that gave their dad a punch in the face and is recording it, but they forget to turn off recording when dad takes out his belt and is beating the little kid. Is it morally wrong in a lot of cases that dad is using the belt to beat on his kid? Yes. Is it morally wrong for the kid to punish their dad without any reason? Also yes. Do I think that dad is inclined to, I wouldn't say beat his kid in that object, but I'm more like he should discipline his kid for sure. Like, I'm sorry, if ever I have one kid punch me, he's gonna get one back. And probably one he is not going to forget for a few years to come. So in that object, I understand it.
They'd be doing the same thing.
Oh yeah, if they were at the winning side, they would do the same thing. Got him. And not only in the war, but even after the war, they will do the same thing, because, as he said, it is technically in their religion as well, so...
And how much did they kill? As many as they can.
Yeah?
They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing.
Correct.
That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
I am not disagreeing. Not hard disagreeing, at least. The only thing I would want to what I would probably change is, instead of calling it inferior as he says it, it would be more like backwards culture, instead of like something that looks to the future. They look more to the past and how you should live through the past. So yeah,
it is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
Same here. Don't care, don't support them. I have nothing that I can say that he said that was wrong.
So that's the statement that he made yesterday on a stream, and that got passed around Twitch pretty quick. When you have the audience the size that he does, you have people who love you, and you have people that absolutely despise you. And he saw a lot of pushback pretty quick, and actually came back. One thing about Asmongold, which I think a lot of people really, really like about him, is he's always said, you can't apologize. It's never going to be good enough. You can't apologize when it comes to this stuff. And this is where things get a little dicey. Because what'd he do?
He apologized.
He apologized. He said, looking back on it, I was way too much of an asshole about the Palestine thing. My bad. Of course, no one deserves to have their life destroyed, even if they do things or have views I find regressive. You guys deserve more than me saying stupid shit like that. I'll do better. The whole...
You said the most hated words in history at this point. I'll do better, or I educated myself.
Do better aspect of it along the way. And as pointed out, the idea of a quick apology, they'll never forgive you. The replies are proving that from reportering over there. And he got called out. You just violated your own golden rule of never apologizing. It would be interested to hear why you made that exception on your next YouTube vid. He says, I don't mind apologizing if it's something that I'm actually wrong about. Given the amount of times I've gotten hate of things and never apologized, should be proof of that. Okay, like I said, I don't know enough about all this stuff, but
the only thing that I know in like a quick summary is that it apparently started somewhere in World War II when the thing basically exists. That's where the entire Gaza and everything got created or something like that, and it could be that it's been there longer, like someone in history will have to point that out for me, but I know like that's when it started to flare up more. So yeah, I think his standing on it was very, before he apologized, was very solid. Like, if you want to go and start killing people, and in return you get killed, why should I feel sorry for you? Like, you went in there with the same idea. Just because some people are crying about it, let them cry about it. 90% of them doesn't even know where the fuck Gaza is. Couldn't even point it on a map. I have a rough idea about it. That's something totally different. Because they wouldn't even know what sea to point on by every time they say from the river to the sea. What river and what sea. And even by just saying that statement, from the river to the sea, you already are endorsing that they should kill the entire opposition. Because that's what it means. So no, I think it's stupid that he apologized. Him apologizing is just him just starting to cater to the people who were angry at him. That's what this is now. Don't give me the entire we went through this historically again. Yes, we went through this historically 6 to 7 times, and every time the people of Palestine, and their little terrorist government broke the peace. Every time, again and again and again. So no. That is all I know about it. If someone wants to quote-unquote educate me, they're free to do so. But just yelling it should be theirs is not enough. Because then we are going back to the entire part of how many times has the land been divided and like fucking borders shifted. Hell, my entire country exists because the border shifted. My country wouldn't exist if the borders didn't shift. So no, this is kind of weak from Asmongold in my opinion. Very weak behavior. Not even like standing for what he said, just going like, yeah, no, the moment he gets backlash, it's like, oh, let's stop it. And now he got banned.
The pushback was swift. And you saw Dexerto and a number of different people saying, hey, these are racist comments. And he received all this pushback for these racist comments. And the story goes as following. You know, he's talking about during a live stream, he had a short explanation on his views about the Israel-Palestine conflict. And his comments were quickly condemned by many viewers, as well as numerous fellow streamers. 100 Thieves streamer Brooke Ab called on Twitch to take action against Asmongold, describing comments as straight-up racism. YouTuber Hakes said that Asmongold's comments should fall under Twitch's rules against violent hate speech, tagging Twitch and Twitch support. And that's when he apologized after that. And the reception to his statement obviously was very harsh, and said it was a PR move and not a genuine apology along the way. And a lot of people are calling him saying, oh, you just said, you know, it's my bad along the way. And then the Twitch streamer Hassan also spoke directly with Asmongold on a broadcast challenging his views. He advised Asmon to be more educated on the subject before addressing it, simply by speaking to real people with knowledge and experience of the conflict. I'm going to be really honest. I just on a hunch, I don't think that Hassan has a whole lot of real life experience, but maybe I'm wrong.
Am I really going to take the word from one rich boy that thinks Twitch is one of the hardest jobs there is? No.
You know what? I'm speaking on that without knowing a whole lot about it, so I probably shouldn't, because I will take that advice. I don't think it's smart to speak on something when you don't have a whole lot of knowledge on it, which, like I said, I don't, so I'm not going to. But with that said, that led to the ultimate...
I say that I don't, and I say it's my opinion. If you want to change my opinion, everyone is free to do so.
Banning of the...
But yelling at me is never going to change my opinion. It's just gonna make me sigh and look at you, go like, ugh, and that's it.
Largest, one of the largest streamers on Twitch, as Twitch has gone in and banned his primary streaming account, Zach Rar, has been banned, but he also has another account that's just Asmongold, and that account has not been banned, with still 3.5 million subscribers. So we will see kind of what happens here. His most recent stream was 2 years ago, so I don't, you know, we'll see if he makes his way over there. All videos, yeah, 2 years ago was his most recent one. So we'll see what happens if he comes back. This is a, like I said, I don't know enough about the situation to talk about this. All I know is that it's very polarizing on the internet and it's very spicy. But the thing that I probably am most, I always try to create a line, right? And if some other streamer, let's say the streamer that was defending that, said the exact same thing in reverse, would they also get banned? And I don't know what the answer to that is. Like, would Twitch do it? Probably not. I don't know.
Probably, but it will have to come on their radar. If it doesn't come on Twitch's radar, you will get nothing. And for someone like Asmon who said something like this, if Asmon says something, it gets very quickly on everyone's radar.
But that'd be interesting to see if somebody on that side, whatever side that is, went in and said that. And, you know, would that fall under racist comments or something along those lines? But that's the game that you got to play when it comes to these platforms. Is they have these vague rules, these terms of service that if you say one.
Okay, apparently I'm running getting banned on Twitch speedrun. Damn.
Thing that offends somebody, specifically at Twitch. Twitch is insane. Twitch and YouTube, they're both insane. But that's why we don't stream on Twitch.
Well, if I'm banned tomorrow, you all know why.
Stream here on YouTube, which I know YouTube is insane, but it does seem like there is the insane meter, right? And there's the not insane, like Rumble aspect over here, Rumble and locals, right? And then you have the super duper insane, which is, I would say Twitch is over here. Twitch is definitely like Looney Tune characters. YouTube's like right here. They're almost there, but they're not there. So it's like the lesser of two evils, which is why we're over here on YouTube. And discoverability is considerably better over here as well. If you're not established over on Twitch, you gotta bring an established audience from YouTube over to Twitch. But we don't.
Yeah, there's a lot to do with that. Yeah.
Stream over there, and we don't have any plans on streaming over there.
Yeah. I'm not going to go for a minute about why he doesn't stream on that, but yeah. So yeah, quick summary. If I'm banned in the next week, you know why. Papaya.
There is one unbreakable rule in Final Fantasy XIV. A player's life in this game is a cycle. If you started playing this game as a casual player and decided to continue playing, you will eventually choose a specialty from your skill tree and become either a raider or a role player. Now, if you started playing this game as a sweaty gamer who likes to raid, smack scary bosses and steal their lunch money, you will eventually become a role player and probably work in a venue called Catboy Hooters or something like that. If you started this game as a role player whose in it for the storytelling, dice rolling, and imaginary slashing down of the monsters, then you'll be like me. Hi, it's Avicat. I like pain, apparently. 7 years ago during a summer break, I was really bored. I needed a crumb of entertainment in my life, so I made a Google search. I was craving some text-based roleplay, something I've done with my friends in the past. So I searched for MMORPGs with active roleplay communities, and there it was, the not yet critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Being a casual player in this game was more than enough for me for years. I hang out with my friends, I did some dungeons, collected glamours, mounts, pets, I roleplayed. Life was good, life was cozy, too cozy. So I decided to give myself emotional damage, also known as Party Finder rating. Some of you might be asking, Davey, why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely the question I have. Why would you do that to yourself? PF rating.
Well, that's not what I planned to do initially. I made a promise to myself that I would push myself out of my comfort zone this year, and that meant I would give endgame rating in Final Fantasy XIV a chance this expansion. Unfortunately, I didn't think one small detail. I'm a European playing on North American servers, which means a lot of scheduling issues with other players. So yeah, that's how I condemned myself to Party Finder rating in the first place. Yikes, I know. Getting into endgame rating as a baby reader in the Party Finder was an experience. The entire thing felt like a social experiment. It felt like I was a lab rat injected with a little dose of stupid dropped into a cage with other rats who are also injected with stupid. That cage is called the Party Finder, and in that cage we were thriving. Strangely enough, it wasn't as scary as I thought it would be even as a brand new raider. I was actually super nervous, and it's natural to feel nervous. I'm sure some of you guys can relate to me. This is endgame rating, so you are expected to know what you're doing. You should feel comfortable playing the job you are playing. You should at least know the kind of role you are filling up in your group. So you naturally question yourself, do I feel confident? Do I think I can do this? If that's the only thing keeping you from raiding in this game, don't let that happen. Don't listen to those voices, cause let me tell you this. Playing on Party Finder will actually give you a confidence boost, and that's not even because you are a good player. Let's be honest, you probably are not. Once you start Party Finder raiding, you will realize something very important. Oh, I'm not the only one who sucks at this game. Awesome. I feel so happy right now. No one in the Party Finder learning parties knows what they are doing. There are some exceptions, of course. I was not the exception in this case. Or this case. Or this case. Or this case. Way too many cases, honestly. I'm not very proud of it. I was just as equally silly. In most
Alright, have a good rest of your day, Flo.
parties, unless you are doing a blind run, you are expected to see a guide first. And there are some really good raid guides out there. They are so helpful, they are so detailed. However, that doesn't mean my brain can retain all that information. I can barely remember the last time I used a Fantasia, and I use it weekly. Watching a raid guide is just not enough for most people. Most people need to build up that muscle memory for each fight. If you're like me, you probably need to get slapped around a little bit to learn something properly. So you will die, and you'll die a lot. I unfortunately need to get smacked by the same mechanic at least 20 times before I learn how to resolve it. And trust me, it's not something I do intentionally, even though I want that horse lady to step on. During my very scientific research, I learned there are 3 types of Party Finder players. The stinkers, the and actual god. Allow me to explain. I'll start with the because that's the category I myself am in. These players have a brain full of soup, so whenever they move around they make that noise of not much going on up there, it's all panic, no disco. Despite the consistency of their brains, however, they try their best, and that's what we love about them. They do want to get it clear, but they are also aware they are playing a video game. They don't take things too seriously. They are kind to others, they are fun to be around. They really are not the best players at all, and they are painfully aware of it. These are the types of players that you will vibe to the same mechanic 20 times, and at the end of the day, you will feel okay about it. I will say 90% of the raiders in the Party Finder are this type of players. Then there are stinkers. We don't like stinkers. Not only they themselves stink, but they also like to stink up the vibes in the party. These are the kinds of players who type a question mark or ... in the chat after a single wipe. They will yell at their party mates for messing up a mechanic, and in the next poll they will fail the same mechanic themselves. And then they will proceed to blame other people for it. In their heads, these players are the best players ever. They are mommy's precious baby, they can do no wrong. In reality, they are not only mean, but they also suck most of the time. Like, if these players were actually good at the game, then respect. Go off, kings. Spit on us, my lord, as long as we get a clear. But they really are not, which makes it even harder to tolerate them. And then there are gods. These players are rare spawns. They will spawn only on the weekly reset days, and then they will disappear. You won't see them very often in the party finder because they get their weekly clears and just call it a week. These players are so insanely good at this game that they can carry you no matter how heavy your cheeks are. And strangely enough, I have never met a single person who's insanely good at this game who's also mean to other players. I'm not saying there's a correlation, but there might be a correlation between anger issues and skill issues. Party finder rating can and will break you on its own though. One of the pet peeves I've developed in the party finder is when people join your party without actually reading the description. There are multiple strategies you can use in each fight, so the players like to put which strategy they are using in the recruitment description. One small problem though, we don't like reading in the party finder. We don't believe in words, we don't like letters, icky. So even though people join your party, everyone's gonna do a different strategy, and your whole party's gonna explode. I thought this was a farm party. It's a fresh learning party. Why would you join us? I literally put that in the description for your feline eyes to perceive. If you were able to create a Square Enix account to play this game in the first place, I'm pretty sure you should be able to read a simple description too. Party Finder rating is known for its memes, and yes, it is memefull. But there are some things I really like about Party Finder rating too. I genuinely think rating in the Party Finder makes you a better player. Hear me out, I know it sounds insane. When you start rating in the Party Finder, you learn to no longer rely on your raid leader's shot calls. There's not much planning or communication in the party finder. Because you are raiding with random people, there usually is no voice chat. That means you actually need to use your eyes and brain to determine where the next safe spot is. You learn how to read the fight for yourself without relying on other people. It is definitely harder, but it makes you a better player in the long run. It feels like riding a bike without training wheels. It's a really nice challenge. I can say this as a person who was completely new to Final Fantasy XIV and game rating. It helped me a lot. I learned how to read the fights for myself. I learned how to react in time. I learned how to see the future and react even earlier at times. Because I'm a European player and I play with high latency. I'm pretty sure I squeezed out a few new brain cells while learning those fights. Was it worth suffering in the party finder though? I don't know about that one. What do you guys think? All I know is that I had so much fun raiding in Final Fantasy XIV for the first time, and that's what matters to me the most. I wanted to share my baby raider experiences with you guys, because I know there might be some of you who want to get into in-game raiding but afraid. Don't be afraid of fun times. Yes, it's challenging, it's true, but it is worth a try. You might like it. You might lose or gain a few brain cells, but you might like it. I'm not sure if I'll be party finder raiding in the future tiers, but I will definitely keep raiding. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you liked it, don't forget to give this video a like and subscribe to my channel for more content like...
Okay. Let's see if we can scare Sammy with a raid. Sammy. Oh, it's a puzzle. She's too stupid according to her. So yeah, I'm gonna read Sammy. Thanks everyone who was here for being here. I will be back tomorrow. I will try to be same time, same place. Actually, no, wait, I have someone else that I actually wanted to give a chance to raid. Sorry. Let's see if they accept it even. Oh, okay, they accept it, so yeah, sorry. We're going for Azura, the Azure Dragon. He's playing Final Fantasy, which lines a little bit better up with me than it lines a little bit better up with me than Silent Hill. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Thanks everyone for being here. Hopefully see you all again tomorrow. Have a great rest of your time zone. And have a great night. Bye all.